Well, it got quiet all of a sudden. We're ready to rock and roll, aren't we? And good to see everybody without wearing masks and feeling comfortable and safe here in San Joaquin County. I'm going to go ahead and open up this meeting. It is 9:02 on Tuesday, June 22nd. We'll now have a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer, please. Thank you. I'd like to ask now that Chief Steve Jackson please come down and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. For the record, this is the board meeting of June 22nd, 2021. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Supervisor Miller?
Here.
Supervisor Nguyen?
Here.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Here.
Supervisor Rickman?
Here.
And Chairman Patty?
Present. Thank you. We're going to actually move along rather quickly here. We have a long, busy agenda for the next day or two, hearing from all of you and doing our county's work. So we're going to move right into public comment. Now is the time for public comments on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and any matters listed on the agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Thank you, Chairman. We do have several public comments that have written in that I'll read now. And then we also have comments later during the public hearing. And I believe we have one member of the public present today to speak during this time.
Yes.
I'll go ahead and read the public comments. The first is submitted by Gary Grigsby regarding homelessness, who writes, I just want to thank Supervisor Patty for spearheading the issue of and solutions for the county homelessness problem. He has proven time and again to be the most apt for the job and that he actually cares about the people of San Joaquin County. Kathy Miller needs to stop being an impediment to progress. Keep going, Tom. The next comment was submitted by Alex Alaferis, who writes, I thank the Board of Supervisors in obtaining valuable funding to tackle the homeless problem by needing a low-barrier shelter. Our waterways are polluted because homeless dump chemicals, sewage, etc. on our water. It harms us all. They burn fires in downtown Stockton with plastic and harmful items that pollute our air. It is inhumane to enable bad behavior on the streets. Thank you, Supervisor Patty, for providing strong leadership. The next comment is submitted by Ken, who writes, I moved to Lodi a little over a year ago as my family and I wanted to move away from the crowded suburbs to have some property and live a more quiet life. Unfortunately, that has not proven to be possible. Since we have moved here, we have been bombarded by concert-level music on a daily basis by one neighbor and literally every Saturday by any number of people having outdoor parties. I have contacted the police, who have been very responsive. However, each time I do, I keep being told that there is only so much they can do. Quote, if the property owner doesn't want to stop, then they won't stop, end quote. I've been told on one occasion. On other occasions, I have been told that I have to file a citizen's arrest, which still doesn't solve the problem of the noise. Additionally, this puts my family, myself, and my property at risk for retaliation. This constant barrage of noise is creating a hostile living environment for me. I don't understand how the laws of our city have been updated to account for changing technology that allows for music to be played at such a level. Now, you may roll your eyes or think I'm being picky, but I believe your reality would be much different if it were happening to you. The next comment is submitted anonymously and writes, I respectfully urge the CAO and the board to reconsider the termination of the telework program. Department leaders worked very hard to ensure that in-office operations and remote work could coexist and still provide meaningful, timely customer service. The rescission goes against the input of department heads and staff, and no meaningful rationale was presented in support of the abrupt revocation. I fear that the county will no longer be able to attract and retain quality talent. as we are directly competing against counties who have higher rates of compensation and flexible telework programs. Hybrid office telework programs will be the new normal in a post-pandemic world. There is a mountain of research from respectable resources such as the Harvard Business Review, Forbes, and the Wall Street Journal indicating that remote work is the way of the future and that many staff would rather leave their jobs than lose their ability to telecommute. San Joaquin County cannot turn a blind eye to technological advances and the demands of a changing workforce who value better work-life balance. Instead of clinging to the ways of the past, San Joaquin County should lead boldly into the future. Again, I respectfully urge the board and CAO to reinstate the telework program. And Chairman Patty, that concludes the written comments at this time. Like I said, I believe there is one in-person comment that would like to speak.
And we may have other people present, so I will go ahead and read our statement prior, but we request that you come forward to the podium and state your name for the record. This is a time limit of 3 minutes for your comments. There's a device on the podium with a green, yellow, and red light. The yellow light will come on 30 seconds before the end of the 3 minutes. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks during your comments and that you address all comments to the Board of Supervisors, not to the audience. Comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the Board of Supervisors. I do have one request, and there may be others present. Now would be a time for Kathleen Gapuston to come forward. Gapuston.
Americanized, buddy. Sorry. Is that okay? Good morning, sir. I listened to your spiel about wearing a mask. Did you all forget 675 San Joaquin residents have lost life to COVID-19? If you had followed mask and distancing early on, then maybe we'd have had less deaths. So much for leadership and hello fellowship. I think you all are pretty political at times yourselves. Thank God the state stepped in to guide us. Please don't screw up state appropriations because we still have the Delta India COVID variant to deal with. We are not out of the woods yet by a long shot. Mr. Chairman, I agree our homelessness issues have proliferated into a humanitarian crisis. Houses First is not working. COC has been far too long in meeting, analyzing, and causing additional human suffering by inaction. I know I have objected to COC leaders padding their pockets and creating conflict by awarding money to their own nonprofits. I'm tired of talking. I am sincerely disappointed in District 1 and 2's lack of leadership towards Stockton. Both have been derelict in many aspects of their job. For instance, all those questions last meeting by Miller to San Joaquin County Administrator were regarding wraparound services. Everyone knows the county is to provide wraparound services. It was a reach out for Stockton City Manager to try and hook up with county, because quite frankly, if the county was doing its job, my city wouldn't have to beg for all the things we need due to homelessness, like public safety and public health. You all took $650,000 room key money and never paid the city back. Now you withhold funds to the tune of $18 million and give some cockamamie excuse? Give me a break. Miss Miller left Stockton in bankruptcy. It's obvious that you don't give much priority to giving help to the hub of San Joaquin County. We have money. My city has been more than compliant and helpful as much as possible due to the fact that District 1 and 2 have been so slow in getting people off our streets. This money is a direct result of COVID money. Maybe me and my groups should go see the governor ourselves. I am tired. I imagine the disenfranchised, the addicted, the hungry, the sick can wait a little longer. Yep, that's the attitude these so-called experts have come up with. Pardon me while I choke. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other public comments at this time? If not, we'll be moving on to consent.
Chairman Patty, barring anybody in the audience that wants to speak, I've received a new public comment via our online form.
Please share.
Thank you. A public comment submitted by Robert Wilson, who writes, "To members of the Board of Supervisors, I want to thank Supervisor Tom Patty for working hard to improve the quality of life for all the people of Stockton by demanding that appropriate resources be allocated for a large homeless shelter facility. It is a disgrace that we allow homeless people to camp out all over the city. I sincerely hope all the supervisors will join Supervisor Patty in this essential push for a new facility. Thank you, Robert Wilson."
That's all. Okay, seeing nobody else coming forward, then we're going to move on to consent. Thank you. Is there any supervisors like to pull? We have a very thin consent item before we get to our budget hearing. Any supervisors want to pull any items? Seeing none, I'll need a motion to approve.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Please vote. Our consent items have passed 5-0. Outstanding. Next on our agenda is San Joaquin County's final budget hearing. CAO Wolverdine, I believe you're up.
Thank you, Chair Patty. And before Mr. Rose kicks us off and gets us started, I just wanted to comment that I'd like to thank and acknowledge the folks in the CAO's office for all the work they've done this last budget season. There's been a lot of changes in the office, and as you all know, I've been relatively new, less than 3 months, and both Mr. Rose and Ms. Regalo have been recently promoted. We've been short-staffed by 2 full-time equivalents at the professional level, and people have been working nights, weekends, and really relying upon our support staff who've been incredible to help us out. And through it all, they've remained on time and on schedule, and I just wanted to let everybody know how much I appreciate their efforts and dedication so we can present to you today. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Rose.
Good morning, Chairman Patty, members of the board. The item before you is the 2021-2022 final budget hearing. 2 weeks ago, on June 8th, your board approved the 21-22 proposed budget. As we shared with you at that meeting, your approval did not constitute the final approval of any proposals prior to the final budget hearing. However, the proposed budget has served as the resource material for this hearing. Department heads and the public have had access to the information. Before I jump into the numbers, our CAO team would like to wish the county administrator and his wife a very happy 25th anniversary. The following are some highlights of the 21-22 proposed county budget. The proposed budget totals $2.14 billion. This represents an increase of $158.3 million, or 8%, from the 2021 adjusted budget. Approximately 77.6% of the county budget is funded by departmental revenues. These include state and federal funds, charges for services, and grant funds. Another 16% is provided by general purpose revenue or local discretionary revenue, and the remaining 6.4% is from available fund balances. Staffing remains the county's largest expense at just over $1 billion, or 47.9% of the total budget. Staffing costs increased $81.5 million in 21-22. Major factors include an increase of base salary costs of $42.9 million, an increase in retirement costs of $24.1 million, and an increase in health insurance costs of $5.5 million. These cost increases do not include any assumptions for the 5.7% of the county workforce that will have labor agreements that have or will expire during the fiscal year. This slide shows the 2021 projected year-end fund balance for the county's reserves and any additions to the reserves in 21-22, and the projected balance at June 30th, 2022. The proposed budget transfers $41.5 million to the reserve for contingencies, which is comprised of $30.1 million to replenish the reserve for COVID-19 related programs paid in 2021, and approximately $11.4 million to reach the projected balance of $106.9 million, representing 5% of the county's budget and meets the board's goal of 5%. The budget transfers $17.4 million to the unfunded pension liability reserve for a projected year-end balance of $57.8 million, and the budget transfers $152,000 to the economic development reserve for a projected year-end balance of $2.5 million. The final budget hearing includes budgets for the special districts. The 21-22 special districts appropriations total $51.7 million. This year, there are 122 special districts for lighting, maintenance, flood control and water, and county service areas for public works and parks. The public hearing for special districts will be part of tomorrow's budget presentation. Now I will go over the mechanics of the hearing process. The proposed budget will serve as the final budget hearing document. The final budget hearing agenda lists the functional areas and the budget units in order they will be presented. In just a moment, Senior Deputy County Administrator Mo Hatef will begin the process and make an oral presentation for the Law and Justice functional area with recommendations along with an indication of major service impacts or program changes included in the proposed budget. It would be appropriate to discuss, if the board wishes, any budgets that are not listed on the agenda when the specific functional area is under discussion. Chairman Patty and members of the board, this concludes my opening remarks. At this time, I ask that you open the public hearing on the 21-22 county and special districts budgets. After the hearing is open, our office will present the first staff report, and you can receive public input, if any, for each budget unit. At the conclusion of the public hearing, your board will be asked to adopt the 21-22 final budget with any modifications directed by your board. Should the board have any questions regarding the proposed budget process, we can address them now.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. And I will state that the public hearing for the 2021-2022 final budget is now open. If you wish to speak on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda, we request that you fill out a comment form located in the tray in the back of the wall of the chamber and hand it to the clerk if you would like to address the board. There is a time limit of 3 minutes for these comments. With regard to public comment, this law strictly prohibits and limits the ability of the board members to discuss matters not on the agenda. So this is not an appropriate time to have a discussion with the board regarding your comments. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks during your comments and that you address all comments to the Board of Supervisors, not the audience. Comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the Board of Supervisors. You will be called in the order that the item is scheduled on the hearing agenda. We will begin the presentations with an overview of law and justice from Senior Deputy County Administrator Mo Hatef.
At this time, I will be giving an overview of the Law and Justice functional area, which is comprised of 62 budgets supporting county departments, various grant programs, and other law and justice related responsibilities. At the conclusion of my presentation, the sheriff and the district attorney would like to address the board. I will invite them up after the end of my presentation. Overall, the recommended appropriations for the 21-22 law and justice budgets total approximately $416 million, which is $29.9 million greater than the 2021 adjusted budget, primarily due to salary and benefits adjustments and an increase in services and supplies. As indicated in the pie chart on the left, which outlines use of funds, or what's commonly referred to as expenditures, the primary expenditure are staffing costs. Staffing costs of approximately $302 million make up 73% of the total law and justice costs for 21-22. The chart on the right shows sources of funds, or what's commonly referred to as the revenue. Approximately half of the funding for law and justice is provided by the county general purpose revenue, over a third from state and federal funding, and the balance from service charges, operating transfers, and other miscellaneous revenues. Of our $2.14 billion budget, law and justice spending accounts for approximately $416 million, or 19.4% of the overall county budget. The next slide shows the overall appropriations by each department in the law and justice functional area, with the chart on the left and overall staffing by department with the chart on the right. Appropriations included in the budget, as indicated in the chart in the left, are approximately $198 million for the sheriff, $90 million for probation, $57 million for the district attorney, $20 million for the public defender, and $20 million for child support services. Also included at the bottom of the chart on the right is the other category, which includes $14.5 million for correctional health, $11 million for county support to the courts budget, $6 million for court-assigned counsel, and $201,000 for the grand jury budget. The chart on the right shows overall staffing by each department, which totals 1,958.9 FTEs and includes 905.3 for the sheriff, 389 for probation, 296 for the district attorney, 171.5 for child support services, 93.6 for public defender, and 103.5 for correctional health. The next slide shows major overall position changes in law and justice. Major departmental additions include an overall net increase of 26 positions for the sheriff's office, and the same for child support services, and an overall net increase of 11 positions for the district attorney's office. Child support was able to add 26 new positions as a result of supplemental funding being reinstated by the state in 21-22, receiving an additional $2.4 million in supplemental funding provided by the state. I will now highlight a few areas in the law and justice budget. So for Prop 172, in 1993, Proposition 172 established a permanent statewide half-cent sales tax to provide funding for qualifying public safety programs. Funds are collected by the State Board of Equalization and apportioned to each county based on its proportionate share of statewide taxable sales. The 21-22 estimated Prop 172 revenue is approximately $69 million and has been included in each of the qualifying public safety program budgets. And what you see below there is the current allocation formula for each department, which includes the sheriff, probation, district attorney, and public defender. Now I will switch gears to focus on the sheriff's office. Regarding vacancies in the Sheriff's Department, as of May 31st, 2021, the Sheriff's Department had 92 vacancies. 57% of the vacancies are for deputy sheriffs and correctional officers. The department is actively recruiting at all levels to fill vacancies. In 2020-2021, the Sheriff's Department conducted 1,285 background checks, with the breakdown of results provided in this slide. 115 individuals have been hired, which includes 35 as deputy sheriffs and 43 as correctional officers. The next slide provides an update on the Sheriff's Community Car Program. Based on staffing issues and due to the coronavirus, the Sheriff's Office reassigned its community car deputies to regular patrol duties to handle calls for service. In May 2020, 4 community car deputies were reinstated to Murata, Woodbridge, East Stockton, and West Stockton. In September 2020, 2 additional community cars were reinstated in Linden and in Lockford, bringing the total to 6. The Sheriff's Office plans to deploy more community car deputies in other unincorporated areas once staff becomes available and trained. As indicated under tab 1 of your budget binder, concurrent with the adoption of the budget, the board is being requested to approve the sheriff's expenditure plan for the state's COPS monies for frontline law enforcement services as required by the government code. Projected expenditures are $1.2 million in the 21-22 COPS patrol budget, which includes the existing fund balance of approximately $825,000 to cover the cost of 1 deputy sheriff, software maintenance and upgrades, training and travel, equipment purchases, and other program-related expenses. Moving on now from the sheriff's to the district attorney's office. The district attorney's office continues to be successful in obtaining grant funds and other outside funding. Approximately $10 million is included in the 21-22 district attorney budgets, with a breakdown provided on this slide of the various grant programs. Additionally, the district attorney will be providing a presentation at the conclusion of the Law and Justice presentation. Moving on to the probation department, on September 30th, 2020, the governor signed Senate Bill 823, which realigns youth traditionally committed to the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation Division of Juvenile Justice to local jurisdictions. This legislative reform closes intake at DJJ on July 1st of 2021 and directs DJJ to have a final closure date of June 30th, 2023. Funding establishes the Juvenile Justice Realignment Block Grant Program with statewide funding set for the next 3 fiscal years, as outlined in the bottom of this slide. The DJJ realignment allocation to San Joaquin County is $1.2 million in 21-22. County distributions will be updated based on updated total eligible DJJ population and county age population of 10 to 17 years old. Okay, so now I'm going to go over the supplemental requests for law and justice. Supplemental funding requests for all law and justice budgets totaled $7.9 million. Funding is recommended in the following departments. The sheriff has requested funding of approximately $5.9 million, which includes adding 25 positions and $1.7 million in one-time funding requests. Requests include funding for a new special services division in patrol, which includes 14 new positions, which the sheriff will go over in greater detail in his presentation, and 11 additional positions in various other sheriff budget units, a new wellness program, a department-wide weapons upgrade, computer replacements, and various other technology requests. The recommended budget includes the additional $5.9 million to support these supplemental requests. The district attorney has requested supplemental funding of $1.8 million, which includes adding 12 net positions and $202,000 in one-time funding. The requested positions include 1 deputy DA and 2 victim advocates for the domestic violence response team, 1 deputy DA, 1 DA investigator, and 2 office assistant specialists for the human trafficking response team, 1 deputy DA and 1 paralegal for the wiretap team, 1 office assistant and 1 stock clerk for the discovery team, 1 DA investigator to assist with ID theft, elderly abuse, and the Delta Regional Auto Theft team, and 1 executive secretary replacing a vacant legal technician position. The recommended budget includes funding to support these supplemental requests. The public defender has requested funding of $180,000 to add 1 deputy public defender to address the increased workload anticipated from SB 384, the Sex Offender Registration Act. The recommended budget includes funding for this supplemental request. And finally, Correctional Health Services has requested funding of $103,000 to fund a mental health clinician to address increased workload due to the Jail-Based Competency Treatment Program, or JBCT. The full cost of the position is $158,000, which is partially offset by $55,000 in funding from that program. The recommended budget includes funding for this supplemental request as well. Chairman Patty, members of the board, this concludes my presentation of the Law and Justice Functional Area. At this time, I would like to invite Sheriff Pat Withrow to the podium, who would like to say a few words, after which District Attorney Tori Verber Salazar will be present. Once the Sheriff and DA conclude, all Law and Justice Department heads and myself will be available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Thank you so much for allowing me to come up for a couple minutes to speak and address some of the things that we have requested in our budget. I appreciate you allowing us to come up. Again, happy anniversary to the CAO. Congratulations. 25 years. We should probably be honoring your wife. Clean up with you on that. So I just wanted to address a couple things. As you heard, we're starting a new division in our office called the Special Services Division. The reason that we're doing this, and we'll have some slides to go along with this, is, in law enforcement, traditionally, we've done a really good job. We go out and we fight crime and try and suppress crime, and we interact with our community the best we can. But what we struggle with because of our workload is the quality of life issues that people are dealing with. And that's come to the forefront, obviously, in our community throughout the state of California. So we believe that we needed to stop stealing from Peter to pay Paul every time we need to go deal with a homeless encampment or a problem house or something like that. We're drawing from our resources, our regular resources on patrol or detectives or our community cars, and just trying to put a bandage on it, as opposed to having a unit that is dedicated to deal with quality of life issues. As all of you know, probably more than most, those are probably the phone calls that you get the most. These quality of life issues, what's going on in their neighborhood, the problem houses. We heard the loud music calls, or the ones that we're constantly having to go there because there's drug dealing going on, or there's abandoned houses that become problems, or the homeless camps that are going on. So what we have done is, and since I've become sheriff, we've really started just dealing with data-driven information and how we're going to spend the public's money, and dealing with facts instead of how we perceive things. And I always kind of refer to it as a shotgun approach that spreads out and tries to touch a little bit of everything, or to be a little more focused on what we're doing and making sure that the facts drive where we need to do things. One thing that just popped into my head, I'm going to real quick, on our stats that we had up there, we didn't get it to mow in time. It was our fault, but we have a 7th com car that we've redeployed, and that's out in the Tracy area. We're very happy about that, and we've got more to come. So, but back to our slides here. So we're going to deal with these quality of life issues. So what I'm going to address right here is how we deal with the facts and why we thought that we needed to, or know that we need to have this special services division. And as you see, we have the pictures of these homeless camps. So what we did is, about a year ago, March of 2020, we did a test run. And we picked the diverting canal along from Waterloo all the way to West Lane. We had people just packed in there living. It was a dangerous situation if water was to come down there, if they had to do some releases. We were getting calls constantly, calls for service. You'll see we have the stats for that, which we call the receipts, for what was happening to the businesses and the families that live near that diverting canal. I know one of the supervisor's offices, I think it's Supervisor Miller, over there at TP in Cherokee, and those businesses were just under assault from the people that lived at these camps. And so we decided that we could no longer stand by and wait. So we put a plan together, and it was a huge plan. We called it Operation Medusa. And again, we did this approximately a year ago. And we got full teams together, and we went in there several weeks ahead of time and started making contact with the 150 plus people that lived in this diverting canal and this squalor that they lived in, and that were victimizing the businesses that line the diverting canal. And so we made contact with everyone. We brought the encampment response team in with us, all our partners in the county, to offer all the services that were available to these folks to not have to live like this. And after 2 weeks of making those contacts and offering those services, we posted that we were going to show up on a certain day, and it was time for them to leave, and we were going to clean up. And anybody who wanted help could have help, but those who didn't want to have help and wanted to continue to victimize our citizens, well, it was time for you to go. So we were true to our word. We showed up on that day, and under Operation Medusa there, we showed up, and we removed 78 tons of debris out of the diverting canal in that short distance between Waterloo and West Lane. We had over 100 containers of human waste where the folks were going to the bathroom there. We only had to make 15 arrests, found vehicles and stuff inside there, and just made a massive difference by cleaning that up. We brought in inmate work crews. Public Works supplied us with equipment and staff to be able to get all that trash out of there, and we all worked together as a team here in the county to clean this up. And so that was a year ago today. And on our next slide, you'll see some of the statistics of the results of what had happened. The one in particular that we're very proud of is number 7 down there, burglaries, those business burglaries that were occurring down there. We reduced those by 80%. 80% of burglaries went down in that area. And those businesses were, as I said, just under assault, and it made just a massive difference just by offering folks help and then cleaning the area up. And then the biggest thing is not giving that ground back. So as of today, there is no one living in that camp a year afterwards. In that diverting canal, we stay on top of it. As a matter of fact, as the next slide talks about maintenance is key, you have to, once you clean it up, is not give it back. And that's what we've done for this entire year, and we always will. Our community cars and our beat deputies, now that's part of their assignment, making sure that if they see somebody starting to set up camp there, we go in, we engage, we offer services, we let them know that that is not a place that you're going to be allowed to live anymore. So the big thing about the Special Services Division is when we did that, we had to, as I said, pull from all our other divisions to make that happen. So if we have dedicated professionals who are, subject matter experts in dealing with folks who are going through homelessness and having these problems and offering them the drug or alcohol rehab that they might need, or mental health that they might need, working with our partners here in the county. We'll have subject matter experts in this Special Services Division. We'll have 8 officers, 2 sergeants, a lieutenant, and a captain. And as you can see on the next slide, as I started with, the core law enforcement services that we normally do are just patrol, investigations, and street crimes. On the next slide, you'll see with the Special Services Division, now we add that quality of life issue, where we have a unit dedicated to this. So anytime you get a call or we get a call, we have specific officers that are trained to respond immediately. We don't have to steal from patrol or steal from the community cars to go do this. We have a unit that is trained and works closely with our other county partners and our encampment response team, if it's a homeless issue, to go in and solve these problems and not let them come back again. We call this our flux capacitor because my undersheriff is a Star Wars freak, but it kind of shows what we're doing here. We have our patrol division, and then we have our investigation division, and then we'll have our special services division, and it's all driven by the intel division that we have that you guys have supported in the past, where we collect all this data. And in law enforcement, often we have so much data, but it just sits there and never gets used. Well, now we have our intelligence division that all day long goes through that and is able to distribute that information out, those calls for services, the problem areas that we have. When you guys contact, that goes into the mix and gets it to the right division so we can immediately respond and fix the problem and not just put a Band-Aid on it. So the current organization, as you can see in the next slide, is how we've always been. We put a captain, one guy over patrol, and this is everything that he's in charge of. And it's just, you'll see on the last slide, there'll be consequences of errors, it's called, where you've got so many important things coming in, and you have one guy in charge, and then his lieutenants and sergeants underneath him. But the higher the value of the problems that are coming in, the more supervision that you need, so we don't make mistakes and we don't let these things fester. So instead of the captain having to handle all those different areas that you see there, now we divide it up. So we'll have the captain over the Special Services Division that'll take on this part of the workload that the previous captain had. And then the next slide shows now the captain of patrol can concentrate on what he's supposed to be concentrating on, and those are our calls for service, the crimes and things like that are going on a daily basis. So that's the reason that we're moving towards the Special Services Division, and we look forward, as I say, to work with all our partners here in the county. We can't do it alone. We know that, and they can't do it alone. We want to make sure that we're part of that answer, and when we go out to help folks in our community, that we have the right people, the number of people that we need to make this happen. We're looking forward to really addressing those quality of life issues. So I'd be more than happy to answer any other staffing or any other questions you might have for us.
Sheriff, first let me state that taking this initiative, you, staff, the deputies, and the action you took and to help clean up, which my business is over in that way off of Sanguinetti, right down the street from Cherokee, and with constant problems in the area. So I want to thank you and staff, and again, the deputies for taking this initiative. 150 people, 78 tons of garbage and waste, with arrests, getting some of the bad people. Can you share, I know that we are missing bed capacity when it comes to shelters in our county. Do we track, do we know where these 150 plus, there are minus the 15 arrests, so you have 135 individuals. Do we know where they went?
We weren't able to track them. We offered the services. We had the beds available, so we didn't violate. We didn't get sued by anybody or anything like that because we did it by the law. We had beds available that at that time to handle anyone that might have wanted to take us up on our services. We find in law enforcement often a key part of this, and I know our state is kind of moving towards getting away from incarceration, and many times that's great, but oftentimes you have to have a kind of a stick and carrot approach that I've talked about in the past, where you kind of force people in to an incarceration type of situation because of drugs or alcohol or breaking the law. And then it's that time they get to kind of get cleaned up, and now we can reach out as they start to get a clearer mind, and then they start to go, oh, yeah, I don't want to go back to living that way. And we start helping them with the services that we have available for them. But at that time, I do not know of any that accepted the services that were offered. We had one person take the pamphlet that showed everything that was available, but would not take a ride from us to go somewhere. I'm just assuming that they've moved somewhere else in our community, either in one of our cities or the surrounding county, and that's why we need a unit that continues to encourage them to accept the assistance that's available here in San Joaquin County, or to make it clear that if you're not willing to accept the assistance and change that lifestyle, that we're not going to allow you to ruin the quality of life of our citizens or our businesses in San Joaquin County.
Excellent. Well, job well done. Any questions from Supervisor Villapudua?
Yeah, thank you, Sheriff. I went last year. You guys took me for a tour of that cleanup, and you guys did an amazing job. It was incredible what they built out there and what you guys took down, and really proud of you guys. Great job. The majority of the people that you removed, it seemed to have moved to Waterloo and 99 up by the off-ramp.
Right.
Is there anything we can do about that?
Yeah, we were just discussing that. We have to partner with CHP and Caltrans to even be allowed, even as law enforcement. And I know this from my days as a work program sergeant. We're not allowed to go on that freeway without their permission. And matter of fact, the sergeant before me got threatened with arrest because he showed up with a work crew. And you got to get permission out there, and it's a safety issue, obviously. Yeah. And but we work closely with the CHP, and we have made it clear that we are more than willing to help. I have a 1,500 person almost workforce that would be more than willing to help come out and work and clean up. But Caltrans and CHP and the state. They have a system in which they do that, and we're more than happy to partner with them as soon as they're able to do it.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Couple questions. First of all, you said that the team will be made up of subject matter experts. What exactly does that mean? Is there special training? Are they coming from within your department, or is this going to be new hires with a background in?
Yeah, they'll come from within our department. It could be new hires that are coming in, but it'll be officers, and then we also have our abatement team people who are already subject matter experts on this, Bill Hughes and Sid Miller, who deal with not just homeless encampment, but problem houses and things like that, abandoned trucks and problem things like that. But it'll come down to the training that we do for the folks that are assigned to this new division, and we'll work closely again with our partners, just like we did. We could only have a couple guys on the encampment response team, and so we're going to work with our county experts to make sure we have all the knowledge and everything we need to do a better job when we go in there to offer services, and so yeah, they're going to get a different level of training than just the regular beat cop who gets their post training and things like that.
Right, and so my question is, will you be partnering with behavioral health services with our outreach workers, our teams that are already there? Because I see that as a whole here. I mean, you did this for a year. You had one person take a pamphlet, nobody actually accepting services. So to me, what this says is that's the gap right now in what you're trying to accomplish, because the goal is to get them to accept services and not be out, not just move to Highway 99 or wherever. And so what I see as the whole here is perhaps a need for additional funding of behavioral health outreach workers that are not necessarily bound by only being able to contact the most severely mentally ill and the chronically homeless, but can go out into those camps and build that trust and get people to accept the services. So will there be some coordination down the road with BHS in terms of beefing up that outreach, including your officers?
Absolutely. That is our goal. That's what I said. We can't do this alone. We have to partner with those folks. I encourage you to look at their budgets and find it somewhere to help support when they ask for additional bodies. We would love to have people from, and I have it written down here, environmental health, code enforcement, public works, and county mental health assigned to this team with us. You know, that's when it's worked best. In the past years ago, when I was a young officer, we had an abatement team, and we had all these folks assigned to it. So every day they'd show up in the morning, and they'd brief at the sheriff's office, and they'd have their list of targets that they'd go out to interact with, and boom, they'd respond out together. So the more that we can all work together on this and have us as one cohesive team that is out there, and what's been missing, I really think, is the dedicated part from our end. That is, the encampment response team would want to go out, and we'd already be doing something else, or we'd have a hot call, and,
right.
and you guys would have, and it's dangerous to go into those places. But now I've got a dedicated unit that is there just for these type of things, and to be part of that, and to be part of this team, and to make sure that all of us work together. And I think that's the only way we're going to solve this, is we help those who want to help, and then those who don't want to help, those who choose to want to victimize our citizens and ruin the quality of life here, well, then we're going to make sure that they know that San Joaquin County is not the place that's going to be allowed.
Well, and that's why we have the homeless courts. I mean, we're trying to provide a lot of different options for us, and our businesses and our residents, they have, they're being victimized as well. But for a permanent solution to this, we have to really focus, I believe, on ways to migrate people into services and off the streets permanently. And so I would really like to provide direction as well to CAO staff that we look for those additional members for the sheriff's team, especially the behavioral health outreach workers. Right now, the bulk of those workers are funded through Mental Health Services Act dollars, and it's very specific. They can only reach out and provide services to the most severely, significantly mentally ill and chronically homeless. We need to be able to get people as early as we can when they show up in these camps and fall into homelessness. We need to get them connected to services early, because we have a better chance of getting them off the streets. So I really appreciate you being proactive about this. The reality is, if all we're doing is responding to issues like my businesses all along that area that were constantly having their buildings set on fire and their fences, cut through. And I mean, these are local small businesses, and it was a real hardship. And if we aren't getting to the point where we can be proactive about this, we're never going to get a handle on this. Absolutely. So I do appreciate it, but I do see that the lack here, and it's what we've seen with the encampment response team. There's not enough to go around, and the ERT is definitely responsive. So
we are more than excited to be part of this and finding those proactive solutions to this. And we too, we get beat up a lot in law enforcement about, when we respond to these and we don't act appropriately, or we only have certain tools on our belt to be able to deal with stuff. And to show the rest of California how here in San Joaquin County we can build this coalition to solve this problem. I think we could really be an example that people point to.
I really think for your team to be successful, you're going to need that behavioral health services. Those are the folks that are really trained in doing this and understand how to build the trust to get people connected to services. The reality is, law enforcement, that's a different skill set. And for the folks that are out there, that's such a gap, a trust gap. And I think your statistics from the first year reflect that. But I do think that if you had the behavioral health workers proactively working that same sort of issue, I think you could see different statistics at the end of next year. So I would like to challenge the rest of our staff to see if we can find that increased funding in behavioral health services to make sure this is a success. Because if all we're doing is squeegeeing them around, that's not really success. If cleaning up one business's problem ends up being another business's, that's not really a success. And my last question to you is, will you be coordinating and providing the data that you take in to the Homeless Management Information System?
Yeah, absolutely. We will share that with whoever needs it, and we hope that the reverse is the same. You know, we need to work closely together on this and share data and information and locations and how is the best way to help solve this problem.
That's great, because the HMIS is our basically our umbrella information system on homelessness, and your data is going to be really important for them to have and for us to conduct our next point in time count and for our reporting to the federal and state level, which then directs the funding to us. So thank you, Sheriff.
Yes.
Supervisor Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, Sheriff, let me thank you for your persistence in regards to this particular problem, because I know certainly in Supervisor Miller's district and Supervisor Villaputra, and I suspect Supervisor Patty's, it's a major problem, and I've seen it, and I've had it in my district, although not to the degree that I've seen in the other districts. So I appreciate that, and really, in the overall scheme of things, probably the Sheriff's Department, and I would add certainly in the future possibly code enforcement, are critical in regards to setting the tone or the standard by which we address the quality of life. A couple things in regards to this program. I understand where Supervisor Miller is coming from. Now, I haven't had a conversation for a couple of years now with the behavioral health, some of the individuals who actually go out to the encampments. And I know they were doing that regularly. I think from their vantage point, they were a little disappointed, as you just reported in your presentation, the lack of willingness to go in and utilize those services that were available. Irrespective of that, we have to continue down this path, at least to help those who are willing to make that decision. The other part, which was touched upon in regards to the I hate to use the term whack-a-mole, but you address a problem here, it goes there. So the problem never changes; it just changes location. And I think as we do these programs, we need to make sure that we don't, for example, send our homeless to the cities or whatever. So those are things that need to be coordinated, and I'm sure you're coordinating with the chiefs of police in regards to that, and to be honest with you, with the fire districts, because they deal with homeless a lot in regards to fires, healthcare, those types of things. The other part is that, and I appreciate, the creativity of this particular division within the Sheriff's Department, because you're right, pulling people from different roles within the Sheriff's Department, reduces their responsiveness to other calls. And more importantly, it creates an expertise where people are doing the same thing over and over. They establish relationships not only with the homeless but with agencies, et cetera. And I think that's a real key, because it becomes a more streamlined process as opposed to a deputy arriving and this is the first or second time and they have to kind of learn as they go. So I appreciate that. The other part of it is in question as far as the behavioral health, certainly environmental health. And I know that you touched upon earlier one of the public comments in regards to noise and those types of things. I'll be honest with you, in my district, since I've been on the board, I've seen the number of complaints decrease as far as those type of issues, as far as violations, traffic, those things. And I've talked to my constituents, and basically they quit complaining because nothing ever happened. They would have some event, some issue on Friday night or Saturday. Well, nobody addressed it, and when they did address it, it was next week, and nothing happened. And I'm not being critical of code enforcement. I understand the restrictions they are under, and I think Director Kwong is making some major changes in there to work collaboratively with certainly the Sheriff's Department. But I know you've worked with Public Works. I know you've worked with environmental health. I know Bill Hughes, for example, works with code enforcement, et cetera. Is there, obviously in your department, in this particular proposal, I assume that included, as Supervisor Miller touched upon, there has already been a working relationship with these various parts. I know Public Works, for example. So as far as the joint effort, have you, as the sheriff, a department head, and with other department heads, have you organized an overarching or universal program that obviously the Sheriff's Department has a major role, but other departments obviously play a key part? So is that already, I assume it's already in place, is that going to expand with this program?
Well, it's really our goal of this new division. I didn't want to put the cart in front of the horse, and wanted to make sure that you were supportive of this and wanted to back it with the funding for this type of new division for our department, which hasn't happened in I don't know how many years. But we have on smaller levels, just like, like I said, the encampment response team and things like that. We were just a minuscule part because we could only chip at it because we didn't have this dedicated type thing. If and when this is approved, then definitely we're going to reach out. Again, as I said, we would love to have a member of their team or two or however many we can get funding-wise to be part of this. And like we had in the old days where we had teams and people from each one of these different departments working together. As you say, you get to know each other well. You get to know the people that you deal with on a regular basis well, whether they're the bad guys or the good guys, and or the people that are struggling and the people that are being victimized, and so that is our goal. That's the whole key of this team, is to be part of that solution with all these folks working closely together. And I think that works best if we can arrange it budgetarily, where they basically, instead of showing up at Public Works in the morning, they're showing up to the briefing with our team, and we're getting all that information, and we're having our schedule laid out for weeks at a time as to what we're going to be doing, and then we hit those hot spots that arrive out of the blue. So we haven't done that as of yet, but that's the goal of this team, to work with all those partners. Okay.
One of the things that, and touching upon your comment, or at least the presentation on the community cars, community deputies, because I've had in my district obviously a proliferation of them, and because I have municipal advisory councils which meet every month, and a quasi-city council within unincorporated area. But I found that the community deputies were invaluable in regards to gathering information from the community, not just at the meetings and making presentations as to what's happening, but also for intel that you talked about in your slide, for gathering information as to what's happening. So I appreciate that you continue to add cars, but I think the community deputies will be a key element in regards to what you're trying to do with this program, because they'll be able to field this special operations team with information that they can massively address, and so I think that's a key.
I think you're absolutely right, and that was going back to the flux capacitor slide. That's what it is. That intel has been coming in from our community cars on a regular basis, but because we've been shorthanded and overwhelmed and stuff, a lot of that information just sits, until we get a particular crime or a particular something, we go back looking for it, instead of having the intelligence team that we have now, the crime analysts, who are gathering that constantly, and they will be on a regular basis feeding that to the Special Services Division or the patrol. So as these contacts come in or that intel comes in, it won't just sit there till somebody goes looking for it. We have the crime analysis unit that immediately gathers that information from the night before, the day before, that came in on a report or an hourly basis, and is feeding it out to this, because they start to see those trends that are happening and make sure they feed it out to the right division that is going to deal with that.
Well, I appreciate that. I think that one of the things that, again, a couple of years ago, because I had an area, And I would also suggest that, and I know your deputies already work with Take Back Lodi very effectively as they work with the city, Lodi City Police Department. But that again is the intel, and they are more than willing to help in regards to maintaining those and not, have them come back. One of the things that I had a conversation with the CHP commander, and he was talking about his training day. And homelessness was the number one topic amongst the officers, as it is, I'm sure, with the deputies. So it is, we sometimes think that the homeless problem is kind of over here, and people deal with it, or agencies deal with it, and we listen to complaints, et cetera. But it is a huge universal problem in our county and touches all areas. In regards to the one aspect that I've read about and heard about extensively is, I'm told, homelessness is not a crime. I get it. It's not a crime. However, crimes are committed by homeless as they are with other, residents within our county. I think it's important, and I think you touched upon, it's important that based upon your encounters with individuals that obviously arrests were made, possibly citations issued, et cetera. And I think one of the key factors in regards to this, and not just for your department, but the police departments, obviously, probably code enforcement, county council, district attorney, whatever. But I think we have to make sure that the laws are enforced, because the quality of life just doesn't touch upon, because it's usually used in terms of the homeless, et cetera. But quality of life is really every resident which is impacted. And so I would hope that, your coordination with obviously other law enforcement agencies, certainly with the district attorney's office, that it isn't happening as I've read or heard in other jurisdictions where, officers go out and do investigation, which is time consuming. They write a report, which is time consuming. They submit it, possibly comes back from the DA with some revisions, and doesn't get filed. That can, and I'm not suggesting every case needs to be filed. What I'm saying is that there needs to be, as in all laws, there needs to be a perception if you violate the law, you're going to get, either ticketed or arrested or whatever. And so I would hope that that cooperation with the district attorney's office and your department and the police departments is ongoing. Last point in regards to, I just read an article yesterday in regards to Sheriff Villanueva in LA County. He is going into the city of LA in Venice and do a sweep, because I guess the crime and just the problems have just exploded in that city. And the reason I bring it up is what you're doing is very similar to what that sheriff is doing in regards to addressing the problem. And even his comments and counter with the city councilman's comments, who has that district within their jurisdiction, I think your approach is right on. You have, in your department and all your deputies and staff, have a key role in regards to how we address homelessness, but more importantly, how we communicate and ensure that the residents in this county are safe. And they're not, whether it be a business, whether it be a neighborhood, and I've seen the neighborhood, I've seen the buckets of feces, I've seen those things. And I know your deputies don't like to deal with that, and I appreciate you when you talk about, asking individuals, nudging them to relocate, that you have places because of the Boise decision. And for example, the $5 million Caltrans had to pay for lack of inventory and things. But my point is I think that this is a great thing in regards to maybe establishing a model, a multi-agency, multi-coordinated, not just with the public agencies, but our residents. I keep referring to Supervisor Lapuja's program in District 1. We're kind of, borrowing from him in regards to, my district is doing some of the things. But he and Chris Rupe as Chief of Staff have done a phenomenal job. But it takes us as supervisors, you as department head, the sheriff, the county, the district attorney's office, environmental health, behavioral health, those types of things, to work collectively. And one of the things that, just touching on that article, one of the things I read from the residents, community groups, et cetera, one of the biggest complaints is they felt that the elected officials had let them down. That, one, they didn't ever get back to them. Secondly, they hamstrung the police department in regards to enforcement. And I just want to offer that we as a board of supervisors, I want to empower you and your deputies and certainly the other agencies to do whatever needs to be done to make sure that the homeless are provided the opportunity to better their lives. But on the same token, is the public is not complaining to you or me or whatever, or the other supervisors in regards to things that are happening that are just ignored. And I appreciate your effort, and I appreciate your staff's effort. One last question in regards to, you're asking for more positions, and I have no problem with that, but you're still having a problem hiring. So the question is, and I'm assuming you're going to take existing deputies to move in this program because they have to have some experience and backfill them with new ones. So how are we doing with the recruitment and filling those positions?
Well, we're doing very well, you know, with HR's assistance and your guys' support with our hiring bonus and everything like that. We're down to 21 vacancies. Deputy sheriffs, you remember we were up over 40, and 29 in the correctional officer side, and only 4 at dispatch. We were at half staffing at dispatch when I came in. So we've got another 19 right now total deputies in the academy. 13 in Stanislaus and 6 in Delta. We've got a total of 12 in the academy right now for correctional officers. And we just finished a recruitment for deputy sheriffs, and we've got 92 strong candidates on the list there. It's kind of nice now because with your support, we're getting the A students that are applying, and we're getting to quickly go through and say, hey, these guys are going to be great. We got 92 strong candidates on that side. And so we're very excited about that. We just yesterday, I think it was yesterday, all the days are running together now, finished our physical agility test for correctional officers. 143 people passed there. So the first week of July, they'll be going into their written test. So we're very excited. I keep telling our correctional officers, because of all their mandatory overtime, that there's light coming at the end of the tunnel, and we're moving very quickly. And this is happening because of HR's support. We were able to work closely with them and change the way that we're doing our recruiting process and the things that are involved in that, like the medicals and things like that, and it's making a massive difference. Shout out to Captain Joe Petrino, who's running our backgrounds and trainings, who has worked with his team and has got that just a well-oiled machine. So, and then, of course, we have the as was referred to this morning, the decoupling that we're going to be having with the city of Lathrop. And although they're having some difficulties so far getting some chief of police candidates and stuff like that, but so that'll be coming. That's 28 bodies there. We're hoping in like the next few months that we can get about 14 bodies back from there and go back down to some basic service there as they build their police department up. So we're very excited about our staffing levels and keeping an eye on that, but it's moving very well.
Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate Dr. Hopkins at HR to facilitate that, because we've been struggling with that for years. And I appreciate also the efforts that you're making and your staff's making, because unfortunately, in talking to law enforcement professionals, especially in California, it's hard to get people attracted to law enforcement with the direction that this state has taken in regards to crime and criminals and more importantly towards officers. You know, we have always believed and supported officers who put their lives on the line to protect us. Unfortunately, from my vantage point, it's becoming putting their jobs on the line because of things that are happening, and I'm really saddened by that, because your deputies and all officers work very hard to protect the community, and they have, you know, additional pressure put on them by individuals and the state. I'll put it that way. So,
Supervisor Rickman, I believe you'd like to speak next, and I'd just like to remind you that we have a long day of hearings today and tomorrow. We have multiple departments, and if we spend too much time with each department, we'll be here for the next 3 or 4 days. So, Supervisor Rickman, some pithy questions and or statements, please.
All right, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Sheriff, for being here. Good morning.
Good morning.
Most of the supervisors asked the questions that I wanted to ask. I know Supervisor Nguyen just did, but you mentioned or Supervisor Wynn mentioned about your hiring, so that's great news to hear. But what about retention? How are we doing with retention of our deputies?
I think we're doing well with retention. We've created a work environment where folks are enjoying coming to work again, but it really comes down to, as you know, with our retirement system, eventually you get diminishing returns for staying. But we have a fairly young force right now, and so we're doing much better. We are struggling some with some of the local agencies still because of monies that they're able to offer and things like that. So we're working again with HR and trying to figure out ways to make sure that we're in the same ballpark as everybody else as far as pay and benefits. The young officers today seem to tend more to look towards the money than they do as a calling kind of in the past. We used to say that we would do this job for free because we enjoy doing it so much, and don't hear that too much anymore. We are trying our best to make sure that we can do everything we can to encourage our officers to stay. The ones that, the older ones that are retiring, a lot of them are coming back per diem, which really help us. So that's good. But we do want to make sure that we don't just become a training ground for these A students that we're attracting now.
Right.
So we invest all this money in them, and then we lose them.
So we are losing a few to
Yeah.
allied agencies in the area because of what you're talking about, pay,
Yes.
whatever it may be. That's good to know. And again, thank you thank you for the community card program in South County. We appreciate that. So how are we doing with the resources to maintain our ag crimes task force? I mean, do we need to expand that? How's that looking?
Yeah, AgNet is just really, I want to choose my words there. They're doing very well. They're being very aggressive, very proactive, which is nice about AgNet. So we stole a couple of our officers from AgNet that were some of our ag officers to help complete backgrounds to get people through as part of our training. They are back now with AgNet, and I think it's doing really well so far with the officers that we have assigned there. So I think our number's pretty good right there as far as our staffing levels in that unit. Of course, we'd love to grow that because our farmers just get hammered constantly. And then, of course, we have the issue with a lot of illegal marijuana grows. Right now, it may surprise you, but we're averaging about 3 SWAT hits a week, which is 80, 90 times a year that we're going out, and that's a tremendous amount, having been on SWAT in the past, and that's just a tremendous amount of resources we're using just on what we call green dope, that's illegally being grown. It has nothing to do with our legal marijuana stuff. It's the illegal stuff that's growing up around here, and how that impacts our farmers and our ranchers, because they're secretly going into their cornfields and growing it in the middle of that, and I mean, it's just the water that it takes to grow illegal marijuana. So that really impacts our ranchers and farmers. But I think we're doing well, and as we get the bodies and as we get filled up, everything's going to be data driven. So we're going to make sure that we stay on top of our statistics from everything that we're doing and respond accordingly.
And this is probably my last one here. I know I've been in your ear for a while about, South County getting more road patrol out there, beat units out there, and especially on the weekends. As you know, South County, what it was like 10 years ago versus even 5 years ago, what it is now, it's night and day with the activity, especially on the weekends.
Right. And
anybody, if you have a scanner, listen to San Joaquin County on the weekends, and you see how busy our law enforcement are. What do you need from this board to increase our deputies in our rural areas? And it's, I say South County because it's District 5, but District 4 would be in the same boat as District 5. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, absolutely. We have the plan in place to, as the bodies come in, to fill those beats out. Obviously, right now we're having to deploy the staffing that we have for where the calls of service are hitting us the most. Obviously, it's data driven, but we are slowly able to fill those outlying beats. It's an officer safety issue for us and a citizen safety issue as far as our response times out in the outlying areas. And but as more people are coming from over the hill and filling in our areas down in South County, and we're obviously going to be adding more bodies down that way. So we're very excited about the numbers that we have coming out, and going to be able to fill those up quickly.
Which is great. And another concern, the reason I asked that, of course, I was just speaking to some farmers this week, and they were asking, hey, what can when are we going to get more patrols out this way? But another is an officer safety issue. As we've seen in the last 5 years, arresting folks, we're seeing folks that are being rearrested that have convictions of rape, murder, violent crimes that I know in my 25-year career, I haven't seen it this bad. So, you have, say, a single deputy pull a car over and say with a convicted murderer in there who just committed another crime, and his back up 10, 15 minutes away. And so it becomes a huge, huge officer safety issue. And so we, at least I want to do everything in my power to eliminate that, to make sure these deputies are going home safe to their families. So I'll end it with this. Again, we're in budget hearings. So if there needs to be a change, we need to know about it. And, if we have the votes or whatever it may be to fix those discrepancies. So do you have the resources, fundings that you need, hearing what I just spoke of and what this board is some of our concerns?
I believe right now that our ask is reasonable and what we need at this time, and we appreciate your support on that. We need to make sure that we get these vacancies filled and build out the units that we're building out right now and our infrastructure that we need right now. And you've always been so supportive of us when we come back and ask for something, and we want to make sure that we'll do that incrementally, because everything that I ask for impacts all our other county departments. And when we get to that point where we need some more bodies out there and it's time to create more positions, then we will definitely come back and ask for that. But I think your support so far has just been amazing, and at this time, this is the ask we need, other than if we could become more competitive with some of the wages here locally, just to make sure that we keep the ones that we get. Again, don't become that training ground. That would be fantastic.
All right. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, Sheriff. And on that point, I know, as Supervisor Winnan pointed out, I want to compliment Ms. Hopkins and HR for working with you, speaking with your younger brother, Supervisor Withrow, in Stanislaus. I know they have bragging rights that they have very few vacancies and they don't get a lot of people leaving. So we want to maybe equalize the departments here locally so that your younger brother doesn't have any Christmas table talk bragging rights, okay?
Well, I appreciate that. You can call me that now because I just became a grandpa last week. So,
by the way, congratulations on that.
So, yeah.
Yep. Thank you. Appreciate all the work, and thank you, Ms. Hopkins, for working with this Sheriff's Department to see if we can close that gap and make sure we're keeping those that you're working hard to recruit. Very important.
Thank you all for your support. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next up, our District Attorney, Ms. Ferber.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board, CAO, happy anniversary, Madam Clerk, County Council. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. And thank you, Chris, for all of your help. You've just been outstanding to work with. Just wanted to touch base on why we're asking and what we're asking for. I want to start off that this year, as we all know, has been a wild ride, but very grateful to my team, dedicated prosecutors support, Bureau of Investigations, IT, all along have never missed a day in court. Our doors have always been open to our victims and their families, and our victim advocates and our Family Justice Center and our case managers continue to work 7 days a week during the pandemic. I'm proud to say, thanks to this Board of Supervisors, that we have gone from 6 advocates to 22 advocates for victims, and we've been able to build one of the best, if not the best, family justice center in the state. So thank you for your participation in that journey with us and the full support, and thank you, CAO's office, for continuing to support us on that. And it's interesting because half of our cases, a little bit over 53%, have at least one victim. Some have multiple. We served nearly 14,000 of those victims that were harmed last year. And we are grateful that the county gave us that opportunity as well to donate our team members to the Office of Emergency Services and Public Health and Health Services to work in the COVID emergency. We were able to collect pallets, water, hand sanitizers, and other critical personal protective equipment during these very difficult days, and to lead our support. I've been told, I haven't verified, but that my department has the largest number of volunteers hours this past year for COVID, and we're not the biggest office, so I'm very grateful to them for their dedication. We also led the way in the Quality of Life Division, which we've had since I began in 2015. We were the first to notify the state about the uptick in fraud and EDD and bring it to their attention, as well as to bring forth the evidence that we had that there was significant EDD fraud going on way into the millions. So we've been able to work as well as to educate and intervene on our behalf of our community to make them aware of this. As we know, homelessness continues to be a struggle for all of us, every department in here. In 2020, approximately 7,500 individuals were served through the county's homeless system. Of those, 3,000 were single individuals, 4,500 were people and families with children. Forget about that. About 9% of every case, 9% of my entire case load is homeless related. So we do a lot of prosecution of homeless people, almost 10% of my business. And so it's always tough to know exactly how you want to define homeless. Is it couch surfing, living in a car, HUD's definition of homeless? But based on the totality of the circumstances, we believe roughly 9% of our cases involve the homeless, which we estimate to be about $6 million worth of the work that we do. That doesn't include the work that we do for free or volunteer. We prosecute because a crime has occurred, and we always have and we always will. But that crime has to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and that's an evaluation that the district attorney's office has to make. So we continue to work with the city and county partners in addressing homelessness. It's a big project. It deserves collaborative partners, and new resources are coming from the state to address this humanitarian crisis. I know in my budget, I requested 4 positions for mental health outreach workers, 2 to do what we call a crew, a community response team, and 2 to do mental health outreach. I think one of the things that's important is that when you're talking about BHS, you have to understand that they tackle seriously mentally ill, which is probably about 10% of the population. But who's addressing the 90% that are under the freeway, Supervisor Miguel, or who are in your neighborhoods? We don't necessarily focus those resources on it, and so we asked for those 4 positions. We were not given them, but we hope to reapproach that issue because we do think it's critical to our success on moving forward on co-responding teams, which I'll address. If you look at some of the trends across the nation, you're going to see that homelessness and criminal justice and violence are big issues. Criminal justice reform is here in California, and every year new laws come, and every year we address those laws, and we adjust as best we can. As the district attorney, I must comply with the law, not the will, but the law. And so we do each and every day. What we have seen here across our county in regards to criminal justice is a 3-fold increase in human trafficking cases, 59% increase in domestic violence incidents where there was serious injury. This past year, we saw more intimate partner homicides than in any prior year. We are grateful because thanks to you and your support in these positions, you're standing with us in stopping domestic violence and harm by approving the Rapid Response Domestic Violence Human Trafficking Team. Thank you for providing additional investigative and prosecutorial resources for us to work in partnership with law enforcement to remove those who are driving crime and violence in our communities. And thank you for supporting the Sheriff's Community Car Program and his Special Services Division. These are important assets to our community, and we look forward to working with them. Our goal is to prevent the escalation of crime and violence in homes and in our communities. Your support means that we now have critical resources to provide the first in the state of California, I believe, rapid response team to family violence. We'll be able to have critical resources to provide wraparound services to families in crisis and stabilize them in their homes. And we now have new tools and resources to work proactively with law enforcement to investigate crime. The Homeless Outreach and Family Violence Response Team will be co-responding teams. We're currently working with the city and we'll be pairing off with the county as well. Those individuals will be responding with law enforcement after the situation is secured, and they'll be providing immediate real-time wraparound services and assistance in those programs. It'll allow us to be on the spot, connecting people. It'll primarily be focusing on misdemeanor domestic violence because that is the largest percentage of cases that we see. And if we can prevent a misdemeanor from becoming a felony, that's our goal. And if we can get services to stabilize the family, we stabilize the children, the neighborhood, and the community, and it's imperative. That human trafficking and domestic violence co-responding team, we hope to expand in partnership with the Sheriff's Office to include, as you said, Supervisor Mill, the people that are trained in this. A lot of people forget that law enforcement and the District Attorney's Office are trained in handling those who are committing crimes, not those who are in mental health, substance use, or poverty-related issues. That's a different set of skill sets. And it's always been incumbent upon us to be able to do all and answer every problem. I've been on the phone since 11 o'clock last night to 7 o'clock this morning, looking at photographs of illegal dumping. So we're working constantly on this with the community, constantly working on it. And so we know that when we go out there, like you said, if we go out and we don't engage, and not everybody wants to talk to the district attorneys because they think we're going to arrest them or bring them in, but if we have that mental health skill group that can go out there and do three things: build that relationship with them. I've been out there every week in the street for 16 months. I have seen firsthand. I know people by name. They call me on my personal cell phone. We have that relationship because it takes time to build. But if you can get that mental health team to go out there and to build that relationship, as well as have a co-responding clean team, meaning when that flares up and you are moving, you clean, you're going to have a better response to the community. And I hope that we get to that in sometime this year and with the resources that we have. And that's where we can play a big role. So I think it's important that we do that. We have never in the district attorney's office, though I've been tasked with this, have never been given resources for this directive to direct the homeless. You don't budget me, and I cannot legally order anybody in my office to work on this issue if it doesn't relate to criminal justice, because it would be outside the scope of their employment. So we don't have any of those fundings. I think last year we did our numbers and we researched it. My office donated over $500,000 in salary that should have been paid for the time that we worked in the evenings and on the weekends. My contribution alone was $126,544 if I had billed you for the time. We don't get any money in the district attorney's office for this. We just do what we have to do based on the resources we have. And that is through our neighborhood DAs who work with business association, law enforcement to identify those chronically homeless individuals and nuisance behaviors who are disrupting business, and work with BHS. Our community-based, our neighborhood-based DAs have built a lead team, and we continue to expand those. But it takes time, money, and resources. Those are 3 DAs that are not in my office fighting serious crime, but are working to find the habitual offenders who are causing problems in the neighborhood and working to find a solution through criminal justice. We also supply support to the collaborative courts through veterans, homeless, drug, and mental health. All of those play a role in the homeless population and how we deal with that. So we've moved another attorney over there to work with the continuity of services that we provide. We also work with our partners at Ready to Work, who was in a reentry program but has expanded to take some of our homeless in as well and has had tremendous results, and we're grateful for that partnership. We also work continuously with the encampment outreach and engagement. We're still out there doing water distribution, hygiene supplies, information on resources, personal protective equipment, screening, testing, and education and empowerment while trying to engage and keep people moving forward so they don't move to another location. Moving one homeless camp to another neighborhood, it creates problems for everybody, and we're trying to figure out how to break that cycle. Being out on the street in the evening in my volunteer time, I have found 25 families, 2 every month that I can find. Many families hide from me because they know that I'm the district attorney and they're afraid that I'll turn them in. But of those families, we realized quickly that we needed better resources, tool set that I do not have. I am not a counselor, I'm not a mental health clinician, and I'm not a homeless expert by any means. I've just learned it on the street. But what we did is we created our home team in partnership with Child Abuse Prevention Council, and I'd like to thank and acknowledge Lindy Turner and her team. They go out with me every week, and we connect with those families, and we get them into services. Whether it means me paying for the hotel out of my own pocket or through resources that we've been able to garnish from people in the community or through a grant, we get them stabilized and then hopefully and eventually into wonderful partners like Stockton Shelter and Gospel Center Rescue, who always answer the call whenever I call, and I'm truly grateful to them. But we are seeing more and more children out in these camps, more and more children who have aged out of foster care, and more veterans. So we need to be doing more work in order to get these. And of course, Blythe. It is terrible out there. It was 109 last week when I was out there. And it is hot, there's rodents, there's flies. It's not a healthy situation for them or for anybody in that neighborhood. So we must have a corresponding real-time cleanup team to handle these situations. And then, of course, the last challenge is, where do you put people? There is just not enough housing in the community. I've heard estimates of 25,000 or more beds that we are short. But we continue to work with our strategic planning committee, our shelter committee, our data, HMIS committee, COC, 2x2 committee, and to find solutions to get to that. With this new enhancing tool that we hope to build in this coming year, we will be able to correspond with our partners in law enforcement to address domestic violence and domestic violence and human trafficking. Hopefully that program will, and its data will prove a valuable tool, and the county will next year give us the resources to expand to homelessness and those struggling with mental health. We appreciate the time and effort that you've put into this budget in authorizing us these positions. They're valuable key positions that will allow us to not only address human trafficking, family violence, but also elder abuse, auto theft, identity theft, and using the latest technology in order to apprehend those who commit organized crime. Organized crime is something that we have to continually battle every day and work to destabilize. By doing so, we need to have every tool and resource and every technological advancement that we can. None of those are cheap. So we work with our law enforcement partners to work systematically to rid this community of the wrong people being in possession of a gun and using it in a harmful manner. So we continue to work in that area to continue to do a massive amount of investigation in this area as well as prosecution. I am grateful to all the team members in my office and everybody in this county. During this past year, San Joaquin County employees worked harder and better than I think any other county in the state. They showed up every day, whether it was here or remote, and they did their job. So I want to thank the DA's office, the Bureau of Investigations, our attorneys, our victim witness services, and the Family Justice Center, and our support staff, our IT, and all of our divisions. And I want to thank our partners in law enforcement and everyone in the community who worked so hard this year to maintain safety on so many levels. And of course, you and Chris Rose and the CAO for your support in listening to us and allow us this opportunity to seek these 14 positions. Any questions?
Any questions from board? My electronic is working. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it. So just a couple of questions on your domestic violence and human trafficking response teams. You described an alternative response to low risk, repeat domestic violence calls to prevent or to provide intervention before the issues escalate. And you talked about most of these are misdemeanors and you want to get in there before they escalate to felony. So can you describe exactly what that alternative approach is going to look like, how you'll identify it, how that will play out?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. It's a great question. What we saw last year, and in particular, and of course, COVID impacted crime across the United States. Violent crime went up. The emotional and physical trauma of being in an isolated situation seems to be a triggering mechanism, and we saw it across the nation. We are no different than anybody else. But what we also saw last year was we had 3 fatalities of children under the age of 5. It's my highest risk, and you and I have had many conversations about this. It's our highest risk group because they're not in school, and that teacher doesn't see the bruises and then report it when it's lower level, and it escalates to a higher level. We looked at those families, and we did a lot of data analysis and research in regards to that, and most of them had minor contact, a misdemeanor contact with the DA's office, and if you are in a felony situation, you're going to be in custody. So we noticed that this was our group, and that's our filter. Our domestic violence, our family violence response team will be working in partnership with law enforcement to respond to cases that are misdemeanor level. And that usually means a push, but you didn't fall down, maybe a blow, but no injury. There's no blood, broken bones, none of that. That's felony. It's that kind of contact, but we know that there's children in the house and they witnessed this violence. And that traumatic imprint on their brain, it increases their chances of becoming a victim as an adult or becoming the victimizer as an adult. And we have to break that pattern. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing generational organized crime, generational poverty, and generational family violence. And so we believe that if we can get in, so we'll have 2 victim advocates, highly trained, skilled individuals that can work with tools and resources, best evidence practices, de-escalation tools. But it's also a family movement forward. So we're not just focusing on the suspect. That individual will get court assigned a number of things that he or she will or they or them will have to address. What we're focusing on is how we're going to move this family forward. And we see that in our PNCC program as well, because we'll have a mother graduate from drug court and her son graduating in our program, because if we send them home and mom's still dealing, we're going to start this whole process over, and I've blown through a lot of time and money and resources. So we're going to be working with the victim and the defendant. It's not mandatory for the victim, it's mandatory for the defendant. But we are going to offer those kind of services that will allow the victim and the children present to have wraparound services, to learn how to heal, to cope with what has occurred, to process what has occurred, and the skill set to help prevent it from occurring in the future. And that'll be the same. And we have found that we've had very good response. Like I said, I can't mandate, and I never would, anything on a victim, but we often find that our victims want services as well, to be better at understanding maybe that loved one has mental health or substance abuse or those kinds of things going on, and we just don't, as a society, teach that in school. How do you deal with that? How do you understand it, and how do you process it, and what are some of the warning signs? And then also, what are the tools and resources to get out? If you want to, if that's what you want. And what's great about Family Justice Center is we have food, shelter, clothing. I have a grocery store, a clothing store, you name it, I have it there. But I also have CRLA, and they'll help process any legal issues that you might have, as well as the Women's Center and Child Abuse Prevention Council there. And then we have those services to help that family heal. It's so critical that we see those children. We see them, we hear them, and we treat them. Because what they've witnessed is very traumatic. And it is life-changing for them. And if we don't break that cycle, they won't. So once the scene is controlled and law enforcement has given us the clear, we'll be right there. And we'll be working with them to connect them up to those services and get them going in the right direction.
So I'm assuming you're going to be partnering with folks in HSA and behavioral health, depending on what the assessment reveals in terms of potential needs. Then you'll be partnering with our other departments to provide those wraparound services?
Absolutely. They're already our partners at Family Justice Center. I'm sorry, I should have mentioned them. They're wonderful partners to us. HSA has basically a kiosk with us. We call them. We put in the data information. They tell us what individuals qualified for. We also just received 242 vouchers for human trafficking and domestic violence. So now I can literally put them in an apartment if I can find an apartment.
Exactly.
But that's a good thing because I can guarantee the rent.
And so the school districts as well are partners on this. And so I'm assuming that these new positions that are going to be on these specific teams, these aren't necessarily attorneys. These are folks that have the expertise, the background, the training in social services.
Absolutely. You're right on point. Attorneys are excellent, brilliant people in the law of court, and that's what we train them to be, and that's what our focus is, and that's where we need them to be. They have a wildly high successful conviction rate. They do a very good job. They're ethical and professional. But To expand to this is outside the scope of their employment, and lawfully I can't push that as well, but also it's just not the skill set we have. And I think that's probably a mistake that we've made across the board, because our law enforcement partners are asked to do so much that isn't really in our wheelhouse. We're really good with people that are making bad decisions and causing harm. We will find them and they will arrest them and we will prosecute them. But this rest has really been hard for us to figure out and to absorb. So we're trying to do that. I honestly never thought I would be coming in here and asking for mental health outreach workers, but I see a need for it because I don't have that skill set. And I don't know and understand all the complexities of the homelessness and all the, people don't realize that it's HSA, it's Social Security, it's DMV, it's criminal record history, it's housing, it's shelter, it's permanent terms I simply did not know when I started because it was out of our lane. So yes, they're wonderful partners. We do a truancy program with the county and all those school districts. I literally a couple times a year knock on people's door and say, why aren't your kids coming to school? And usually in that home is trauma. Is untreated trauma.
Well, thank you for your leadership on this. Our victim services are held up as a model, and I appreciate it tremendously. And, you know, so often the criminal justice system is that first point of contact. There may have been problems festering there within that family unit for years, but we don't become aware of it. It's usually either the schools or criminal justice is that first point of contact. And so by focusing on the victims, I'm hopeful that we will continue to make inroads on these cycles that we see going on generationally. So thank you. I'm glad to see that we're, as I said before, I do think the behavioral health, the social workers are critical in this effort. It's got to be a team effort, and they are really expertly trained in this. And so I appreciate your acknowledgement of that and realizing you need them on the team.
Absolutely. We desperately need them on our team. And I thank you for that, because the other issue people don't realize about domestic violence is if the victim refuses to testify, I have no case, but that family's still been harmed. I can't move forward without the witness and the victim in the case. And so it means that we can still heal that family. It might not always mean that we get the justice that I traditionally would like and prefer, but at least I know I'm leaving those kids in a safe place. So it's a critical tool for us.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Supervisor Wynn.
Thank you, Chair Patty. You made a comment. I'm not quite clear of what you meant. You said job is to comply with the law, not the will of the law. What exactly does that mean? Just for a philosophical point.
No, I have to follow the law. And so, you know, as we all know, there's Boise, and we have to be in compliance with that unless the county wants to take on that litigation. But we do prosecute every chance that we can. But a lot of people don't realize, and this was the conversation I was having the last couple of days, is that somebody wakes up and somebody's illegally dumped, but there's no identification as to the individual or no license plate. The community feels we're not doing anything, but I don't have a suspect. So for me to proceed, I have to have some sort of a suspect to carry on. So that's always tough because, you know, law enforcement can't respond 24, you know, every minute that every time that there's an illegal dump or there's somebody in the neighborhood that's just walking. So it makes it tough for us to be able to find those collaborative opportunities. So we engage and empower people with the tools and resources that they have as individuals and the tools and resources that they can do as a combined neighborhood and community, and then work with our law enforcement. I would say there's never a week that I'm not driving a neighborhood, looking at it to see the blight and to figure out ways to do it. I'll go one day and the next day there'll be 4 couches and, you know, and I'll ask everybody who saw what, and nobody saw it. They come in the middle of the night. I get it on my property. You know, so if I have a suspect and we have a good case and we can prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, we're going to do everything we can to successfully prosecute it. We push people into the collaborative courts because that's what the state of California has told us to do by law, is to move people into mental health, to get wraparound services, to get substance abuse therapy, and to get, you know, veteran services. So we do. We take individuals in veterans court who have committed substantial crime, and we put them in a collaborative court because the state has asked us to do that. and is directing us to do so. There's cases in there that I probably wouldn't have put in, but the law is telling us to put them in. And so we follow the law. Okay,
I appreciate that. Obviously, by your presentation, and I know the district attorney's office has a lot of moving parts. You've touched upon probably most of them, probably not all of them. I guess my one comment, though, would be in regards to the 4 positions as far as outreach to the homeless community, because as I stated earlier, and I don't have any recent information, but I'd certainly look into it, is I think probably those type of experts would better be used in behavioral health, because they obviously work directly with them after they've been detected. That's another issue. In regards to the homeless issue, and as the sheriff had talked about his particular program in collaboration with county departments, I know in the past I've listened to your comments in regards to the rationale as to why or why not, and I understand the evidence part of it. You know, you have to have evidence to prosecute successfully. But I know that there's been a concern in regards to the cost involved in these prosecutions. There's 2 areas that in my district, and I don't know about the other supervisors, I assume they may be the same, they may not. But there's 2 areas that are, at least I hear the most from my constituents. One obviously is homeless. The other one is illegal dumping, especially in my district because there's so much open space. There's a lot of dumping, not just along the roadway, as Public Works and I've had numerous conversations. Now they're dumping within orchards and with, you know, on private property, and just recently had an incident where a farmer basically picked up the dump or the belongings and was taking it to get rid of it at one of our facilities, and there was an issue over paying cash, not paying cash. But that having been said, those are probably 2 areas, and I know that law enforcement, probably the sheriff's office, and I know code enforcement have talked in regards to methods or maybe technology that would assist in regards to providing your deputy district attorneys with the evidence necessary to successfully prosecute. So my question would be is, and you've talked about, you know, requests, but it would seem that probably one of the things that we might want to try is a deputy district attorney that's specifically assigned for 2 purposes, basically going with the sheriff's quality of life issue, to deal with crimes, and I'm not talking about homelessness itself, I'm talking about crimes committed by homeless, and secondly, illegal dumping, which are 2 areas that, as you talked about, your neighborhood deputies, they do a great job. I've talked to them, I've seen them work on specific issues, but as I told the sheriff, one of the things that is beneficial is when you have specific individuals assigned to a set of violations, they become very good at it. Not only do they have relationships with the law enforcement community, with the public, the private sector, et cetera, but they also understand the law, kind of test the water, so to speak, in regards to, you talk about the Boise decision, other decisions, as to making sure that we as a county and our county agencies are operating within the confines of court decisions. So let me ask you this, and I obviously haven't broached this with any of the supervisors, but what if we, as a board, authorized a 1 deputy district attorney position for a year as a pilot to specifically address those 2 issues, illegal dumping and homeless crimes, since we do have a homeless court, and obviously 1 individual would probably be very good dealing with the judge in that court as far as the awareness and relationships and those types of things. So how would that work as far as your particular office, as far as having somebody who isn't torn by, as I know in district attorney's offices, having my experience, they're going from case to case to case, and I've even appeared where the deputy district attorney got the case 15 minutes before we were going to go to trial, and I'm assuming that still occurs. So if this were somebody or someone who could become, I hate to use the term expert, but certainly familiar with those 2 areas, and at least work with the Sheriff's Department, Code Enforcement, County Council, your office, the courts, the private sector, and on, at least for 1 year to kind of see whether it was beneficial or not, and then reconsider it in our next budget hearing. How would that work in regards to your ability to at least focus on that particular crime in addition to all the other crimes that obviously your office handles?
Well, I think that, part of the responsibility for the illegal dumping is code enforcement and county council. And so we need to make sure everybody's doing their lane as well, because you can't keep pushing everything onto the district attorney's office and then publicly, castrate us for it. So, you need to be able to say, is everybody moving forward in this lane? Because you need to change county ordinances to give us more opportunities to bring people in. We're not going to be able to arrest necessarily and prosecute everybody. Some we will, but some we can do at least a ticket in cite and release with a large fine and fee, which is always a good opportunity to change and correct behavior. And then those that fall within the penal code will obviously charge. But there is an area in between there that's always a little dicey. So if you gave us another district attorney, and I can't speak for the sheriff's office, but I would move one district attorney if you gave me 4 behavioral health outreach workers and 4 crew team workers. And I would quote, if the sheriff was willing to work with us, we would form a collaboration. The team would be for county purposes. We would be able to do outreach and address homelessness, illegal dumping, partnering with code enforcement, county council getting us some good statutes or code ordinances. We would have behavioral health outreach workers that can do that continual working. He would have his team there that could do the law enforcement side and investigation side. And the community response unit would be doing transportation, because we really shouldn't be paying a deputy to transport a homeless person to and from one location to another. So if you moved a neighborhood, if you gave me one more neighborhood district attorney, it doesn't really help me unless you give me 4 behavioral health outreach workers, 4 crew team members, and a commitment from code and county council to do the aggressive work that we need to do.
Well, that's not going to happen. But on the other,
if you want it done, you can't sit up there and say we got to do this work and not give us the tools to do it. You just had this conversation with the sheriff that we don't have the behavioral health component of it. So fund those positions for us to have it dedicated to this program. No other program. And that's what behavioral health does a great job, but they have to do everything. And when one side, when they, they're short 50 clinicians at one point, they'll move people to address the urgency, and that's going to be SMI, which is right, because they're the only people that have that skill set and are talented and really good at it. But what happens to the rest of the just mentally ill? And we don't have that tool and resource, and so we're waiting for response teams and we're waiting for assistance. If we have it within our own umbrella between the 2 units, and again, I haven't talked to the sheriff about this, so I don't mean to overstep the boundaries here, and I apologize, sir, if I am. But that's how you do it. You have this whole collaborative team that moves. So then you have a county council commitment, you have a DA commitment, you have law enforcement commitment, you have BHS outreach workers, and these are just outreach workers. This isn't a clinician. These are, I think it costs $400,000 for me to have 4 of them. Okay, which it's a lot of money, but I mean, I'm not hiring, $300,000-$400,000 employees. And 4 crew team, which does the community response unit, and then change some of the county ordinances to give me more power on this illegal dumping. And then we can come back to you in a year and tell you if it works. But if you give me one more neighborhood DA, that's great, and we'll go after, but we can't address what's going on. My DA can't sit in somebody's front yard and wait to see if somebody dumps it. So you're giving it a breeze on a solution. I appreciate the DA, and I always will take a DA, but if you want us to be successful, fully fund this. Stop talking, start doing. And if you want to do it, do these positions and give us that tool, and we'll work collaboratively and with the sheriff's office with the full force of his community response team or quality of life team and our quality of life team. We'll make some movement for you. We'll do what you need to do. But I cannot keep doing it piecemeal, and I cannot keep working, volunteering $150,000 worth of hours every year. You got to start endowing us with the people to do this job. And that's exactly what the sheriff said, is you're asking us to do this homeless, give us a homeless team. We don't have that in my office.
Well, it's not my proposal to give you a team. It's my proposal because in conversations previously, the comment you've made is you just don't have the staff to prosecute these cases because it costs too much, et cetera. All I'm suggesting is if that's the case, and there are issues or violations or investigations that come across the district attorney's review, I'm just suggesting that you have one more body to handle those specifically to expedite the process, to streamline it. All the other aspects I certainly appreciate. I think that's a great idea. But I would certainly want to have conversations, I'm sure the board, with behavioral health services to see how they could contribute, certainly the sheriff's office. So it isn't a matter of creating a team, which I don't disagree with your proposal. However, it's simply my position. And let's face it, I don't have the legal background or certainly all the things going on that you have, but I do have constituents who complain about certain issues, and those are two issues that are probably the top of the list. So all I'm suggesting is one deputy DA to work, and if you want to call it another neighborhood DA, I know they do a great job, but I know they're also busy. All I'm suggesting is to expedite the process to ensure that, as you said earlier, sometimes the public doesn't think we're doing anything. This is an opportunity to highlight the activities of the district attorney's office, to focus on these particular types of violations, to explain to the public that we are working on it and this is what we're doing. That's all it is. So it's one deputy DA to prosecute or to investigate or whatever you want to assign them to make sure that we have more visibility in regards to assisting the public and providing as the sheriff says, a quality of life. So it's that simple.
Well, I hear you, Supervisor, and I appreciate that, but you're seeking a solution. I'm the last ladder. So if we don't have the investigation prior to, I cannot prosecute. If we cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt, I cannot prosecute. And if I cannot build that kind of relationship and movement of getting people out of a camp and into some form of shelter, or if not, into jail, if they're not going to come into compliance, I need to have all those steps before it. And we just don't have that. We're going to get some, if the budget goes through today with the sheriff's office and their team. But as we acknowledged, we still need that gap of being able to work with individuals, because some will go on to be successful. Some are going to have to come in criminal justice, and some might just move away. But I'm at the end of that lane, and so if we don't have the team prior to build us up, then you're giving me a position for I'm not sure what, because we need to have that collaboration all the way through in order to get that case to be strong enough. Illegal dumping is one of the hardest cases to catch, because it happens in the middle of the night or when nobody's looking, or cars park and then they throw stuff and then they take off and nobody noticed they were there, nobody's got a license plate, nobody's got a suspect. So I can't prosecute if I don't know, I don't have a name of a suspect, I don't have a license plate, I don't have a vehicle. Some cases I do, and we do everything we can to those individuals with what the law gives me for this kind of situation. But it really comes down to the fact that we have to have this collaborative tool all the way through to be successful. And I think that you have to look at the work that's being done and not the commentary. You have to look at the work, and the work is very labor intensive, very difficult, very demanding, and complex. It doesn't seem like illegal dumping would be, but I was out there and a man pulled up and he unloaded a washer and dryer, and I ran across the street, lost my cookies, and used every bad word you can think of, and this guy yelled right back at me, and I said, you can't dump like this, and he's like, well, he wants it. I go, he's homeless, he needs a washer and dryer, no, there's no connection here. So fortunately, I called 911, they responded, I'm a witness in the case, I have the license plate, I can identify the suspect, because I was volunteering my time in the evening at the homeless camp. How often are we going to get that? And so that's a rock solid case, we're going to run with that one. But, how are you have to have that kind of evidence to still prove these cases. And people have their mail in there, we'll go to those residents, we follow back up, we see, we're educating, we're working with Supervisor Villaputo to do free dumping, so that has helped a lot of neighborhoods out. We're even going to people's doors and saying, you have a lot of stuff you're hoarding basically in your front yard, we can help, and we're literally putting it in my car and taking it. So we're doing everything we can to address illegal dumping, but I cannot prosecute people without a suspect in the case. And so that's always difficult for the public to hear, because they're like, you're not doing enough, but I don't have a suspect. And so that's where we're at. But if you want to give us a DA, we'll always take it. But if you're really going to commit to making that change, then give us the team.
Well, I appreciate that, and I understand the laws in regards to evidence to support your case. I get it, and I won't digress, but there's a lot of ways that we can develop technology and a whole bunch of other things in regards to addressing illegal dumping, and I would leave that to certainly the Sheriff's Department, code enforcement, et cetera. So all I was proposing was to lighten some of the load, to provide a more streamlined process to prosecute, which I think that's the district attorney's responsibility, to prosecute violations of law. It was that simple, not to fix the entire homeless issue, which I know you're working on, your staff's working on, and I appreciate that. But it was just a matter of improving the ability to prosecute cases that come before you, whether it be from code enforcement, whether it be the Sheriff's Department, whether it be the police departments, et cetera. So anyway, so I would take that as thank you, but no thank you, and I appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. It appears to me that given the discussion on both your presentation and the sheriff's, for this quality of life, this to address these in a comprehensive way, it's going to be important that as a county, we get all of our departments that have a piece of this, and we get together on this, and we figure out what's going to be the most effective and cost-effective collaboration to put together. Who needs to be on this team to support the sheriff's efforts, your efforts, behavioral health services, human services? And it seems to me that what we need is for our county administrator at some point, as we move forward and we enter this new year, to convene these potential departments for this collaborative effort, so that we make sure we also have the financial component built in from the get-go. Because I don't think we're going to solve this up here today on the dais. We're here at the 11th and 3/4 hour getting ready to approve a budget. But it does seem to me that these are important efforts to this board, these quality of life issues, and that we want to do this correctly in a way that benefits not only our organization's effectiveness, but also our effectiveness in responding to the residents of San Joaquin County. So I believe this is an effort that should be probably overseen by our CAO's office to ensure the success of this, and that it needs to be a thoughtful process that we take on, not a rushed process, but something that we look at in a comprehensive fashion. So that would be my suggestion as direction from the board on this. Not that we try and, tweak things here today, but we have a proposal that's been recommended for funding from the Sheriff's Department. We have some recommendations that you've brought forward that are the CAO is recommending. I would say we should not just figure this is over, but we should look at this going forward. And I think, in my opinion, the effort should be overseen by our CAO's office.
Any other questions from anybody?
Just one quick, Chair. Thank you. And thank you, Berber, for being here today. Appreciate it. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Now, I'm trying to find it here in my notes. I can't seem to locate it. But for Delta Rat, and you guys expanding that? It's seeking funding to expand that?
We did. We received 90,000 allocation, and the county agreed to supplement the remainder to fill the position. So we'll have one full BOI, Bureau of Investigator, at Delta Rat. As you know, Delta Rat has become really a hybrid of Delta Rat and identity theft. Most, or not most, but some of the 10851, the stolen vehicles that we apprehend under the Delta Rat umbrella, are full of garbage bags, full of mail, including my own. And, and so it's a regular problem. And from a case that would be an auto theft, and you and I have done auto thefts for many, many years, it turns into 300-400 victims because of the amount of stolen identity information in the vehicle. So it's really become a much more complex, and most of the people that we call don't even know their mail's been stolen. in missing. So we have to contact all those victims, work with them, get rehabilitative services to them, help them with their credit history, clean up all of those things, block their credit cards and all of that stuff like that. So it's gone from a stolen vehicle to a much more sophisticated organized crime type of an event.
And this is an ongoing position, correct?
Yes, please.
Oh, I just want to confirm. All right, thank you.
Mr. Attorney Verber, I wanted to first compliment you. You know, it's really funny, but not funny, but it's ironic that when things become most pressing, they become the most relevant, and that's where we put our time and focus on. I know you're busy as a prosecutor with many in your department that are busy with the myriad of challenges that we have here in the county as relates to prosecuting the bad guys. And I want to compliment yourself and Casey Rain. You had led a group of people to go, a couple of police departments participated, going up to Olympia, Washington, to look at that crew and the cleanup response teams and such. Can you give an update of where are we with those departments? Because, you know, if the district attorney is asking for these positions and we have an extremely big county and then we have City of Tracy participated, City of Stockton participated, what's their buy-in so far so that there wasn't, to Supervisor Miller's point, you know, maybe we do hold some sort of departmental summit of, you know, what are you doing, what are you doing, what are you doing, where's the gap, including from behavior health, you know, like what are we missing? I was looking, you know, what are we missing? It's not what we're doing, what we can do more of. So I appreciate that you're taking the lead in this in so many capacities, because this homeless, unsheltered issue is a humanitarian crisis. Where you're out there on the front line, you're seeing this, you're walking this. Supervisor Villalpudua is out there. Everybody is aware of it. And so you know, I appreciate that you are out there because it is the single most pressing issue, not to negate the travesty of crime and the prosecution and the importance of that role that you have and that responsibility that you bear. But we also know that the number one issue that's being cried out from this public and from those most in need, including people you've encountered, when a gal comes to you, she's crying and saying, please just get me a location I can go to where I'm not going to get beat up, where I'm not going to get things taken, and I'm tired of being shuffled around. So I know that this is a humanitarian. This is something that the Sheriff's Department is focused on, and I believe we would all identify this is a humanitarian crisis. So I appreciate you talking about this, and I do think, to Supervisor Miller's point, that maybe we should have a departmental summit with all of our cities and look for that missing component.
That's a great point. Thank you, Chairman. The BHS has been a great partner for us, and we partner with them 24/7, and we appreciate them. And we're working on one city in the county as a pilot to run. So we would have a co-responding mental health, you know, homeless, poverty, substance abuse team, and a co-responding family violence and HT team. And we would ask the cities to match, because it's not the county's burden to do this. It's also the city's burden to lift up. So we're in the early stages of negotiating that deal with them as to what terms and resources they would bring forward in order to at least be equal, if not greater to, than our contribution. Because it has to be, the buy-in has to be. We would co-locate our team in that pilot city so that they would be having that connection and relationship with law enforcement, and then they would build out from there. The city also has to have a low barrier shelter so that we meet the Boise threshold, that for those who don't want to come in, then they're going to go to the county jail. When they get to the county jail, the jail's done a great job with doing wraparound services to figure out what's going on with individuals, and then we'll roll them into either veterans, homeless, or mental health court, whichever direction they need to go into, and we'll roll them into it. So we want to have that continuum of care, if you will, because when we engage in an individual, we're saying you can't camp, and if you look at some of the smaller cities, they're in one or two locations that are primary areas. We give you the opportunity. The 2 weeks notice is what most law enforcement does. VHS goes out with their homeless teams, and they work with them, explaining they got to come into shelter or they're going to be arrested. And then we would process them on that date. Either you're coming into shelter or into some sort of housing. If you can go back with family or whatever the case may be, we would work to connect that. If you're from out of town, we'll send you back. And if you don't, then you're going to come into the county jail. You'll be processed there. You'll still receive services, so we're going to achieve the same goal, because it doesn't really help us if we're not figuring out what's wrong with you. Is it behavior health? Is it mental health? Is it substance abuse? All the above. How can we work with you to navigate that? And then what court are we going to push you through so that we can get those wraparound services? So that's why it's so critical we have this mental health outreach and crew team, because we can start moving people in the direction that we need to go. If you wait for me, I'm at the very end of the line because you've committed a crime and you're going to come in. If we can do those collaborations prior to, we can. So we're looking at even a BHS satellite office and BHS mobile command response teams. So we're working with them. They're doing amazing work. They're just, it's hard because they have so much work. And they're trying to fill every position they can. So that's why we wanted to move it into our umbrella, that this focus would solely be, team would be accountable. So I could come in next year and tell Supervisor Nguyen exactly what we did, how many cases we did. And I still can do that. I have a spreadsheet of every illegal dumping and every homeless case that we have. But we would be able to move people. And that's where I think people's frustration is. Even if I catch you doing something illegal dumping, you're not going away for years. That's just not the law. It's a misdemeanor, and it's a fine. So people are going to think, oh, they just came right back out, and I let them back out. That's not the case, or the sheriff let them back out because they came from the jail. That's not the case. We only can do what the law tells us we can do.
Well, here's where, just to kind of touch base on where I'm going. Okay, if we did a pilot program, if we funded you, these individuals that you're asking for, that would be specialized and work in conjunction with the police department. So let's say we do that in one of the cities, and then there's another program that needs to get set up in other cities, and another program in other cities. That can't all go through the district attorney's office. What we saw in Olympia, Washington, was what started off as a nonprofit effort. The police department wasn't quite sure how it would gel, and then they realized this synchronized so well, and it became actually cost effective to hire these people as full-time city employees working under the police department so that they were employees of the police department. So for us to do, and this is new, and I appreciate again that you spearheaded this awareness of programs that are working quite effectively, and you had two departments participating, so you had some upper level members that had experience that firsthand saw the great advantages. We went out on the calls, we saw the interaction, we saw the positive results. But I think we would be challenged that if we did all of that through the district attorneys, when you and I saw that Olympia, Washington integrated that into their police department. And I think that's where we need to have that summit and talk about what role does everybody have, and where are the lines drawn, where do we meld, and who's taking on what responsibilities. But I think it'd be difficult at this time for the board to say, yes, through the district attorney's office, we're going to create these positions, give them to a city, and let's see how the city does, and then need more through the DA for other cities. That becomes a very large program.
Absolutely. And it's a great point. And it is thinking differently than we normally do. And the reason that we leaned into this lane was because we needed to get it moving. We've had a lot of meetings, a lot of talking, but we need to move. And so we got the stakeholders together and said, this is what we can do in this county, or in this pilot. And then from there, I agree with you, law enforcement, we're hoping it will work out any kinks that we have, figure out what works and what doesn't work. We have a neighborhood DA that is assigned to that task as well, to see which cases we're going to be processing through and which ones we're going to find alternatives to, and move it. And then after that pilot, give it 12 months to see, then look to the cities to do it in every city. This is what everybody in America is asking for, is a different response, and one that is going to help people process through. It's going to de-escalate the use of force, de-escalate the officer-involved critical incidents, and allow the community to have more say. If you look at the research and the best evidence practice in the Brennan Center and UCLA and Harvard and Princeton, all of them, they're all talking about these models and these programs that have been successful, and like you said, in Cahoots and organizations like that, where they have this process, and we saw it. But what we needed to do was mobilize somebody to get started, and that's why we picked this city. It's a smaller city. It allows us to work more specifically and kind of figure out what works and what doesn't. And then I agree with you. It's absolutely incumbent upon each city to take on that responsibility and address it.
We have the sheriff has come in and asked for basically these similar types of positions and that's going to be running through the sheriff's department. I feel as though this effort needs to run through that police department. They went there, they saw, and they see value in it, and where people are, I think, mistakenly talking about defunding the police, the real reality is they want to maybe reintegrate services into police so that there is a soft handoff when something is not a law enforcement and or a crime act where you now have a tag team approach and you can bring in somebody that specializes, that accentuates that department. But do you feel that goes through the district attorney, or do you feel that should be in the department, as we're seeing through the sheriffs and the other departments that went with us to Olympia? They saw the value of it, and it was internal. It wasn't through the district attorney.
I worked with the district attorney in that county. I reached out to him as well, and they do play a critical role in this. I would be more than happy for it to be run independently in the city, but I think right now the cities and the counties need to be working collaboratively to move this to that first step of getting the program started. So what we continually see in the city is different people going in different directions with different wants. We thought if we could build one pilot where we showed that the data worked, then that would be the inspiration, the catalyst for the other cities to mobilize and move in that direction. Because I think when you see that program and you see it being successful, every city's going to want it because it's going to address the issue.
Yeah, but they're going to want you to supply those people.
Well, who knows if I'll even be here, but I will be fading it away to the city. We're there to provide the support that we do now. The board tasked our department with handling this issue with homeless, and so we see this as the best tool we have right now to tackle it in the lane that I'm in. I don't know how to. I wish I had the tool set to heal people and make them better. But my lane is how do we address criminal justice and who can we bring in and who needs an alternative. And that's where we play that role, and they need us in that supportive role. And because we were, the catalyst to getting this, that's why we're still engaged in the conversation. I don't see it, like I said, I would like to run the pilot. I think it's a great idea, Supervisor Wynn, and then see what went right, what didn't work, what data supports it, and then look to the cities and say, okay, this is the model. And now you know what it looks like, you need to go. And my role will continue because I'll still be providing criminal justice. We'll be advising on what's a crime, what's not, and criminal justice clearance, clearing up people's records so they can get employed. So
you're saying that you would like these 4 positions, but then you're talking about 8 positions. You're talking about a clean team, which again, we're countywide. This is 8 positions you're asking for, but when we saw crew, at some point the city has to have that level, say, no, we're going to do this. We saw this. We have great reports on it, and we want to adopt it. So you're asking for 8 positions, and are you saying you want 8 positions just for 1 year only? And then at that point, the city will then, if it's a good pilot program, the city will adopt and integrate that into their own department?
I don't know. That we would have to navigate and negotiate with them. That I can't speak for them. So we've asked the city. We asked for 4 because we felt like we had a better shot at 4 than 8. Because it was the first time we've ever asked for these kinds of positions, and it's way outside the box. But what we do know, and as Supervisor Miller said, that we're law enforcement. So not everybody's happy to see us because they think we're going to, do something, prosecute, arrest, or prosecute. We needed that group that could help us, that has that skill set to navigate and negotiate with individuals on the street to bring them in. I simply don't have that skill set. So we wanted to build it so that we could at least try one pilot. I would like 3 years, of course, because it takes a year to get hired and get everybody up and running and moving and forward. But we'll take whatever we can get to at least get started. Because if we keep waiting and waiting and waiting, it just means we're not doing it. And I don't have the time or the patience, and I'm concerned that this economic pushback will come at some point. And we could see, there's 4 million people with pending evictions in the United States. That's going to hit us. And when you get evicted and you look at Stockton and now 2-bedroom apartments are $2,000 and maybe you had it locked in at $800, $900, you're not going to be able to rent that back. Where's everybody going? So I'm worried about what's coming because we haven't been able to deal with what's here. And somebody needs to say, okay, let's take it. Let's go and let's try this and see if it works. And I didn't see anybody else. So
of the 2 cities that went to Olympia, Washington with us on a fact-finding mission, of the 2 cities, you're saying that none of them want to put any dollars into this, even though they sent 2 ambassadors that were experienced veteran officers to go investigate it's a model copied after Eugene, which everybody's celebrating across the country as a great model for interaction and community service through the police department. So none of those 2 departments, those cities said they were willing to stand up a program?
No, they didn't say that. I can't speak for them as to how much they'll commit. Sorry if I wasn't clear on that.
Okay.
I think they're committed to doing something. I just can't tell you what that number is.
Well, then I think to that point, I think think, yeah, as we talked about, I think we need to have that summit and really integrate before we come in and really allocate the ask from us, because the other cities are going to say, all right, provide through the DA these same people. I really think that we should have that summit, as Supervisor Miller talks about. Let's get these departments together and see what their commitment is.
Yep, absolutely. I agree.
But I applaud this effort in the spearheading, because it is the number one pressing issue that we see in our community. It's a humanitarian crisis that we are addressing.
And I think that people are tired of meetings. They want action. And
Yeah, we've talked it to death. No question, no doubt. Thank you.
And Chair, real quick, if you don't mind me
Supervisor
asking,
Rickman, yes.
just real quick, and we spoke about this last board meeting. I believe it was last board meeting. And, several of the cities I know, I can speak, I will only speak for South County, but for example, Tracy and Manteca, they have their plans in gear, talking about building a shelter and the ongoing issues with mental health and substance abuse. And, they told us repeatedly, and we were talking about partnering with our cities, is funding. Hey, we need help from the counties. I know we proposed, I believe it was $2 million to, help out our cities. Wouldn't that be where we start? I mean, getting these shelters. They're ready. What I understand, at least Tracy and Manteca is there, and they need the funding. So this is where the county comes in. I think I don't know what the ask is, but I believe what we said $2 million, and to program that into that so we can get that built, and that could be built this year. And then what you're talking about, the mental health, substance abuse, wraparound services, instead of having it at one central location here in Stockton, where Lodi has to come, Tracy and Manteca come, we can have our own communities. We can identify those who need help and identify the families that need help and get folks treatment faster and hopefully get them into transitional housing, vocational training, and so on.
To that point, I know that our CAO has, we have expectation on July 13th to hear from the gal we've hired, Cindy Basso. Ms. Basso is going to come in and put a presentation, and maybe to that point what we'll do is add to the agenda on that day a discussion from the cities that expressed an interest to partner with the county, and that would be Tracy, Manteca, and Lodi. So we'll put them on the agenda to have a discussion and include them in that meeting.
But I think Stockton having I think they're having a...
Stockton, that'd be the one from, I believe that's the one, CAO Wolverine, that's the Stockton project would be the one that Ms. Basso is working on?
That's the Low Barrier Shelter Project, which is involving Stockton, the COC, and the county.
Yep,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
So that's July 13th.
As far as I understand, that's
Okay.
what's being targeted.
Thank you.
If they're allocating funding, do we know of I know when we talked about it last meeting, there was $2 million, correct? If that's the case, why can't we allocate that money now? Just in kind of like what we talked about, like a reserve, so when that comes, the cities come forward, we can push it out.
So to that point, I've spoken with our CAO, and he and I have an understanding and I think a mutual respect for the concerns we have and how that dollar needs to be identified and addressed. And I think that he and I had a meeting this morning. We'll be talking more about it perhaps tomorrow and discuss an approach for this board. But anything's up for discussion at this.
Just to reach your point, Ms. Ellis, or Ms. Verber, is action. My God, we got to do something. Just listen to what's happening here. So it sounds like, okay, you bring up all these solutions, questions, and here we go with another committee. So we're going to talk about this for another 5 years? Something has to be done somewhere, and at least the cities are pushing and look like they're pushing on forward without the county. That's the least that we can do is help our cities out, and so that's where I was coming from. I like your, action. It has to be action.
I agree. And Manteca and Tracy have been wonderful partners. They're building in the infrastructure, the shelters. They're committing a massive amount of resources. We're going to be that, hopefully we will be that collaborative team that gives them that extra mile. You can build it, but you got to get them to come into the building. And if you don't have that tool, then you don't get to bring them in. They won't come in. They'll just keep moving from location to location. And even if we pushed them out every day, they will just recamp, and I mean, we just did a huge clean in Stanislaus, and, you know, I would say we're about 60% back occupancy as to where we were before. And I don't even know how it happens, but it does. And so we have to be able to show the community that we're not just going to do more meetings and talk about collaboration. We have to implement a plan that works. I believe, based on the totality of the research and the data, the collection that my team has put together, this is the key tool that we're missing. We're building shelters. We're increasing our funding to BHS. We're increasing our services with HSA and our supportive brothers and sisters, if you will. But where we're really missing, and we do have great homeless outreach teams right now because I work with them all the time, but we need to specifically hit one community, show the community we can build success, and I think it'll spread across the county quickly because everybody wants, you know, what we're talking about. And I commend Lodi and Manteca and Tracy for really doing the very, very hard lift and hard work, but they do need us. They do need us to come in and finish the job for them, and I think we can. And I think we just need a few more tools to do it. So I thank you for your time today. I greatly appreciate it. It's always great to be up here, so thank you.
I think this discussion will be continued July 13th, so very well. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Next up.
Through the chair, Chairman Patty, I do have several public comments on the law and justice budget that I can read at this time.
Okay, very well, please.
The first one is anonymous and writes, "It should not be the responsibility of the sheriff or law enforcement to handle the homelessness crisis. This is called the criminalization of poverty. This is an issue for public health and social services. Do not give homelessness responsibility to people whose ultimate solution is to put people in jail. Fully fund social services to handle this crisis, not the sheriff or DA. Our homelessness population have deep issues of mental health, rehabilitation, and trauma. These are not services the sheriff or DA provide. Just because someone is poor, they don't deserve to be treated like a criminal first. Humble yourselves. Our community members are innocent until proven guilty, and using law enforcement to try to help homelessness crisis will not work and is not working. It is also going against the morality of innocence first. They don't deserve harassment from officers or presence from law enforcement for no viable solution just because they do not have a home. They need real care workers for this crisis." The next comment is submitted by Leilani Jackson, who writes, "Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Leilani Jackson, a 16-year-old student at Stockton Early College Academy. I was born and raised here in Stockton. My comment is regarding the 2021-2022 fiscal year budget. I am concerned to see that we are increasing the law and justice budget by $29.9 million. Instead of using this money towards the law and justice budget, I think it would be better to invest this money in other areas of the budget, such as human services. Many people have advocated for the police to be defunded and the revenues to be redistributed to services that directly benefit people as a solution to reduce crime. Because my parents are taxpayers who work hard to contribute to the community, I would rather see their money go towards the community and not the sheriff's department. I hope my voice is valued in this conversation, considering I'm a part of the next generation that will inherit San Joaquin County." The next comment is submitted by Judy Malamphy, who writes, "Hello, San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors. My name is Judy Malamphy. I am a junior at Stockton Early College Academy, and I have lived in San Joaquin County all my life. My comment relates to the 2021-2022 fiscal year budget. Firstly, I am pleased to see that the health services budget will increase. Considering the disastrous effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, investing resources in our healthcare systems will greatly benefit the citizens of San Joaquin County going forward. Furthermore, ensuring that people have access to quality medical services should always be a priority. I am disappointed that the law and justice budget will increase by $29.9 million to $445.9 million. Though in the past year, many people have called for defunding the police and reallocating those funds to services that directly benefit people and prevent crime. Personally, I'd like to see the $29.9 million increase going to the human services budget, which is going to decrease by $10.9 million, or to the environmental protection budget, which only increased by $1.7 million. Both of the alternate budgets I provided directly help people more than adding onto the sheriff's department's budget, which is the third largest. My parents are taxpayers who work hard for the money that goes into this community, and I want their money to benefit the people of this county. So please take my comment into consideration during this meeting." The next comment is submitted by David Sengte, who writes, "Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is David Sengte, a 16-year-old student at Stockton Early College Academy. I was born and raised in Stockton, California, and I'm a constituent of Kathy Miller. My comment is regarding the 2021-2022 fiscal year budget. Firstly, I would like to applaud the BOS for increasing the health services budget. If this pandemic has demonstrated anything, it highlights the significance of investing in our hospitals. Strengthening our hospital infrastructure to handle the health needs of citizens in San Joaquin County is a step forward. However, I am disheartened to see that we are increasing the law and justice budget by $29.9 million. As I wrote in my previous comment, I would have preferred to see these $29.9 million investing in human services, which plans to be decreased by $10.9 million. Many youth my age living in San Joaquin County share similar sentiments. We would rather see funds from law and justice be invested into other areas of the budget, which would directly benefit the citizens of San Joaquin County. My parents are taxpayers. They work tirelessly for me and pay their appropriate taxes every year. I would rather see the money they work arduously for be invested into people and not the Sheriff's Department. Money and taxes are not expendable, and we must be diligent in how we appropriate these funds to best cater to the needs of San Joaquin County. Let's make defunding a serious discussion during today's budget hearing." The next comment is submitted by Mayusotic Zaragoza, who writes, "Directly from the county budget proposal, the general funds represents approximately 55.6% of the overall county budget and are unrestricted funds, which means you as board members can decide where money can be allocated without restrictions. Law and Justice took 61.4% of the total general purpose revenue in 2020-2021 final budget. Given last year's percentage grab by this department, the budget was still increased by $29.9 million, in which many of these funds will go towards the sheriff. We must not make the same equity mistakes for our community. We need to defund the sheriff and invest in community. Just hearing the percentages is a ridiculous amount of the budget we spend on the sheriff from the county's overall budget. This means you spend more time as supervisors criminalizing our community than actually helping it." And Chairman Patty, that concludes our public comments at this time.
Great, thank you. And I also see a request from our CAO, Mr. Wilverding.
Thank you, Chair Patty. A question for Supervisor Miller regarding the connecting outreach efforts you were talking about earlier, as I understood it, from the Sheriff's Office, the DA, and mental health. I was just wondering if you might elaborate on what your thinking was. Is this outreach mainly? Is it cleanup? Does it go into enforcement? Just kind of maybe a little bit better idea of the scope of what your idea was about.
Thank you. Basically, it's just a follow-up to my questions to the sheriff in terms of who would be on his team for these special services. And one of the comments was, if you looked at his numbers from last year, nobody took the soft hand up from the sheriff's deputies. Yeah, well, they took a pamphlet, according to the sheriff. They didn't actually take a ride and get connected. They did take a pamphlet. So I believe for this team to have success, they do need behavioral health workers. And I think we heard the same thing from the district attorney. For her to have more success, it's the behavioral health, it's those outreach teams. We have those outreach teams through our behavioral health services, right, folks. The problem is where their funding comes, it's not primarily from general fund. It's very specifically funded, and they are restricted in terms of who they can outreach to, when, all of that kind of stuff. If we take on adding some staff, whether that becomes staff within behavioral health services, or, I mean, personally, I believe that's where that staff should be. If we take on funding of increased outreach workers, then they don't have those federal and state restrictions. And I think that may be what we need to talk about. But I think this effort would be best led by your office convening these departments. We need our health services director. We need our human services agency directors. We need behavioral health services. We need the sheriffs. We need the district attorney. Whoever is going to be involved in this quality of life issue, and perhaps it's as Supervisor Wynn talked about with code enforcement, which rolls in under the sheriff's team. It may be environmental health folks. It may be code enforcement officers. I'm not sure, but it seems to me that we need a little more comprehensive approach instead of us sitting up here saying, well, let's fund this and let's fund that and let's try this. I think maybe we need a more thoughtful approach to see what is actually going to be needed to ensure the success. I mean, we're funding a lot of officers who are, it's a very expensive proposition, this new division for the sheriff's department.
Yeah.
Yes, it's expensive. And I don't think we're going to see the results on some of these issues by simply funding sheriff's deputies. I think, and sheriff's administrative costs. I think we need to look at this in a little more comprehensive way. And I think having your office's oversight would help provide that financial perspective that would help get us to what's the most effective way to do this, to get the results that the board is looking for. Does that answer your question?
Roughly, yeah. It was a lot of information to take at the same time. We did go through all the budgets individually, but we did look at them in an integrated basis regarding the district attorney's ask for mental health. That was a big component of her presentation to us. As you had pointed out, that was kind of outside the wheelhouse of the specialization of the DA's office. And in fact, the DA herself mentioned, my folks aren't even authorized to do that. And we had looked at behavioral health when we did that as well. Of course, the sheriff did a very similar presentation to what he did there. So we saw the disparate, functions and what they were trying to arrive at as we did them independently. I would probably ask to lean on Adam Cheshire's expertise too, because as you know, he used to report up until December to the county administrator's office, and I'm not quite sure why he was moved out. Maybe a suggestion we may want to consider down the road is moving him back. While I understand the importance of doing things like this, we need to have the skills and resources too. Mm-hmm. I must admit that Mr. Cheshire has been a real help. So I would once again lever on starting with him and then pull some of my team's economic skills and what we've learned from the different departments that we've talked to see what we could do.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to tell you how to do this. I was simply stating, from my perspective, having the CAO's office more global picture of the county as an organization. I would leave it to you to pull together the team, the representatives that you think would be most beneficial. If Adam is there to help you make that determination, but I just feel like we need a little more thoughtful approach to this than the board trying to tinker with it.
Question, do we need something actionable right now? You can talk offline, or we
that's fine with me.
Do we want to take action to appoint a commission or something, a committee?
I don't really see it. I mean, from my perspective, no. I just felt like we just wanted to provide some direction to the CAO to do some further work on this to make sure that we are approaching this in a most comprehensive and effective way.
And I just want to make sure I understood the question.
Yeah. Yep. Did you want any further direction or an appointment or anything?
I think I'm fine.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Moving on.
Next, we have the Health Services Functional Area, and presenting is Senior Deputy County Administrator Brenda Kiley.
Good morning, Chairman Patty, members of the board. I'm Brenda Kiley, Senior Deputy County Administrator. I started with the County Administrator's Office on January 19th of this year. Before that, I worked for Stanislaus County for 24 years, primarily in the Chief Executive Office. At this time, I will provide the board with a budget overview of the health services departments and programs. The health services functional area is composed of several budgets supporting the provision of various health-related services. This slide lists the various narratives that are contained in the proposed budget document. The first group of budgets in black are within the Healthcare Services Agency. The second group in gold are part of the Public Works Department, and the remaining budgets in blue are either standalone or part of another department. The overall recommended appropriation for the health services functional area in 2021-2022 is $834.5 million, which is $24.9 million greater than the previous year. The change consists primarily of salary and benefits adjustments, additional funding for public health services, and landfill construction at North County. The chart displayed reflects the uses and sources of funds. The chart on the left reflects uses of funds and shows budgeted staffing costs of $458.4 million for nearly 3,302 full-time and extra help staff, which represents over half of overall appropriations. Services and supplies costs account for $335.4 million, or 40.2% of the total amount. The chart on the right indicates funding sources, with hospital special revenue projected at $358.5 million, or 43%, state and federal funding estimated at $252.2 million, or 30.2%, and general fund support of $28.3 million, or 3.4%. The following are some of the highlights for various budgets within the health services functional area, beginning with the Healthcare Services Agency. The combined budget for Healthcare Services Agency, including Correctional Health Services, Veteran Services Office, and Neighborhood Preservation located in other functional areas, totals $418.4 million, which is a $33.3 million increase from the prior year, largely reflecting additional funding for public health services and county support to the clinics, which is offset by decreases in mental health services due to reduced Mental Health Services Act and Proposition 47 revenue. As reflected in the table on page F12 of the proposed budget book, the net county cost for all healthcare services budgets totals $38.3 million, including $34.6 million net county cost for budgets within the general fund, plus $3.7 million transferred to the Mental Health Fund and Health Trust Fund. Staffing changes include a net increase of 171 full-time positions, including 120 for the San Joaquin County clinics and 32 for public health, and a net increase of 72.1 full-time equivalent extra help staff, including 51.4 for the clinics. The full-time and extra help positions for the clinics were transferred from the hospital. In the area of homelessness, Healthcare Services, or HCS, continues to focus on providing services to adults who are homeless or at risk of homelessness. In order to allow closer integration of homeless programs provided by the entire agency, the Neighborhood Preservation Division and the Program Administrator Homeless Initiatives position were transferred to HCS in 2021. In addition, services for homeless individuals with behavioral health or substance use challenges include 3 housing projects. The Homeward Bound provides a community-based behavioral health assessment and respite center operated by community medical centers. Progressive Housing is operated by Stockton Self-Help Housing and is designed to increase housing options for individuals with behavioral health challenges by developing a number of small-scale housing facilities. And project-based housing is being implemented with Mental Health Services Act funds in partnership with the Housing Authority of the County of San Joaquin. Behavioral Health Services administers the county's allocation of Mental Health Services Act, or MHSA funds. $71.7 million is programmed for 21-22 in accordance with a community-wide planning process and consistent with the board's strategic priorities, such as improving public safety and addressing homelessness. MHSA funding is allocated for various prevention, intervention, and treatment efforts within the 5 component areas listed on the slide before you. Due to the revenue impacts anticipated from COVID-19, BHS will continue current MHSA programs, but hold off on any expansion of services until MHSA funding stabilizes. The mental health budget includes significant funding for supplemental staffing to ensure compliance with provider network adequacy requirements to serve the county's Medi-Cal population. The budget also adds several new positions to fulfill the requirements. Funding is included for construction of 2 16-bed residential treatment facilities for co-occurring substance use and mental health disorders received from California Health Facilities Financing Authority, or CHAFA, located next to the existing recovery house. CHAFA funds will be used to finance construction of the facilities, with MHSA and Medi-Cal funds used to provide ongoing treatment services. The estimated project completion date is June of 2022. COVID-19 has been an all-consuming priority for public health services. In calendar year 2020, there were 47,026 positive cases reported, which was more than all reportable diseases combined for the previous 4 years. At the height of the pandemic, staff maintained a caseload of up to 350 cases per day and investigated 250 outbreaks occurring in hospitals, businesses, and skilled nursing facilities. Put into context, the department usually investigates about 10 outbreaks per year. In 2021, the department received several grants and funding for COVID-19 response, the largest of which was Epidemiology and Laboratory Capacity, or ELC, funding from the California Department of Public Health. Public Health Services was awarded $32.7 million of ELC Enhancing Detection Expansion funding, which can be spent over 2 years. In total, $17.9 million is programmed for use in 21-22, supporting the addition of 32 positions. The Public Health Facility Replacement Project includes the construction of a new facility and laboratory on adjacent county-owned property. Based on the current schedule, construction of the facility and laboratory is estimated to be completed in September or October of 2021, with subsequent site improvement activities, including parking and landscaping, to be completed in February of 2022. The transition of the Office of the Medical Examiner from the Sheriff's Office to Healthcare Services continued through 2021. Since December of 2020, the Medical Examiner has been handling approximately 50% of the county's death call volume using 5 investigators. 3 additional Medical Examiner investigator positions were approved in 2021, which will allow the Medical Examiner to expand its operational coverage and complete the transition once additional investigators are hired in 21-22. Medical Examiner staff continues to operate from the Sheriff's Administration Building and Morgue facility. Staff continues to work with General Services Department on space planning for a combined morgue replacement facility, which will also provide permanent office space for Medical Examiner administrative staff. Healthcare Services Administration is also working with General Services Division on various space planning needs, including the co-location of Healthcare Services Agency functions such as administration, finance, human resources, and information technology. Centralizing these functions will improve the organization's productivity, quality, and increase the potential for efficiencies. A newly created County Support to Primary Preventative Healthcare Federally Qualified Healthcare Centers, or PPH FQHC, budget provides required transfers of staffing costs, expenses incurred from San Joaquin General Hospital, and county service departments to San Joaquin County Clinics, a 501c3 corporation. San Joaquin County Clinics operates 6 primary care clinics serving more than 32,000 patients annually through more than 120,000 patient visits to its campuses in French Camp and downtown Stockton. The budget transfers 104 full-time and 51.4 full-time equivalent temporary positions from San Joaquin County General Hospital in order to create a level of independence for the clinics. The Public Works Department also has budgets within the Health Services functional area, the largest of which is the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund. The recommended budget for solid waste is $48.4 million, which is an increase of $9 million. A 25-acre solar energy project at the Foothill Landfill was completed in January of 2021. The Enterprise Fund received a lease payment of $500,000, and energy savings to county departments over the next 20 years are estimated at $4.2 million. The construction of a new module at the North County landfill is scheduled to begin in 21-22. The estimated cost is $6.6 million. SB 1383 requires the county to take substantial measures to lower greenhouse gas emissions through a variety of efforts, including the diversion of organic materials from county landfills by 75%. In 21-22, a needs assessment will be conducted to see how this legislation will impact operations. Additionally, a revenue mechanism will need to be established due to the decreased volumes resulting from the diversion of organic materials and to offset costs included under this mandate. The Environmental Health Department is continuing to work with the Community Development Department on transferring the Substandard Housing Program to CDD on July 1st of 2021, which will combine code enforcement and housing activities, reduce duplication of effort, and streamline services to the public. This transfer results in the deletion of 3 vacant positions in environmental health. In the area of homelessness, the encampment response team continues to address the growing encampments of unsheltered residents on county property. Of the 67 complaints received this fiscal year, 61 were abated without the need of the encampment response team, and 3 encampment sites were cleaned and closed. The First 5 San Joaquin program is governed by the local Children and Families Commission. Administrative staff and support costs are provided by the Human Services Agency through the county's First 5 budget, which totals $2 million for 2021-22. This represents a $227,000 increase, primarily due to the transfer of a position from the Human Services Agency. First 5 San Joaquin played an active role in addressing the COVID-19 pandemic by organizing vaccine clinics for childcare providers, distributing personal protective equipment, and providing cleaning supplies and literacy materials to multiple agencies. The recommended Housing Enterprise Fund budget is $416.6 million, which is an increase of $3.9 million from the prior year. Capital expenditures are budgeted at $6.7 million for various medical equipment, including a CT scanner and nuclear medicine scanner, information technology software and hardware, relocation of the inpatient pharmacy, replacement of the dietary roof, renovation of the cardiac cath lab, and tower elevator updates. The budget also provides a $1 million allowance for unanticipated capital needs that may occur. The budget adds 34 new full-time positions, including nurses, occupational and physical therapists, respiratory staff, and other support positions, while deleting 4 positions and transferring 104 positions to the county's support to the clinic's budget for a net decrease of 74 full-time positions. The budget also decreases extra help by 51.2 full-time equivalents. Regarding French Camp and Stockton Clinic operations, efforts continue toward increasing productivity and improving revenue cycle operations. Although pending reimbursement rate increases with regulatory agencies are expected to improve revenues, further corrective actions may be needed if the clinic's financial performance does not improve significantly. Projected revenues for 21-22 include $299.1 million in net patient revenue and $115.6 million in non-patient revenue. Net patient revenue is projected to decrease by $21.2 million from the previous budget, largely as a result of the San Joaquin County Clinic separation from San Joaquin General Hospital. The budget assumes the hospital and clinic's operations are back to pre-COVID-19 levels by December 31st of 2021. For 2020, the hospital estimates to close the fiscal year with an operating deficit of $4.7 million on a cash basis and $10.5 million on an accrual basis. This represents the 4th consecutive year of operational deficits. The hospital enterprise fund balance in June 2020 was $118.9 million. It is estimated that the fund balance on June 30th, 2021 will be $125.4 million, with $31.7 million reserved for various purposes, leaving $93.7 million available for operations. Chairman Patty and members of the board, this concludes my presentation on the overview of the health services departments and programs. The respective department heads and I are available to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Fantastic overview. Any questions from any member of the board at this point? Any directors to come down and answer any questions? I did have a question. Is Mr. Vardam here? Mr. Dietrich, perfect. A question for you. We've got 3 housing programs we looked at. One was Homeward Bound, Progressive Housing, and then I was jotting down the last one as Project something, maybe, if that's what it was. Can you tell me how many beds total with those 3 projects and maybe how they operate?
Community medical centers, and it's a diversion for individuals with substance and alcohol use being brought there for a behavioral health assessment. It's moving from a social model for substance use disorder to a more of a medical model and 24/7 on-site services. The progressive housing is the scattered site housing. I believe we have 9 or more houses now that are master leased with Stockton Self-Help Housing. So we master lease the house, and then we put consumers in these houses. I believe that the numbers of consumers being housed now are in the order of about 70, but I can get you concrete numbers. And these are in 3, if not 4 different levels of individuals coming into these houses directly from the street, and then they progress through their recovery, and the goal is ultimately to get them stable and have jobs and be able to move on and have their own leases. And the last item, I don't know if...
Project-based housing?
Yeah, so that is, there was a ribbon cutting ceremony over at the Housing Authority 6-8 weeks ago. We provided funds under Mental Health Services Act dollars to adaptive reuse of that facility. I believe there's a total of 37 units there. At that ribbon cutting, I know Peter Ragsdale, he's been a great partner. We're looking to develop another project directly north of there that we Behavioral Health granted money to the Housing Authority to purchase that facility. That has gone twice now towards competitive applications for No Place Like Home. Our first round, we were denied. We had a score, I believe, 142 out of 200. The next round was January of this year. By doing additional due diligence, namely buying the property and having it unencumbered, doing additional design and permitting and CEQA type readiness, we were able to elevate our score from 142 to, I believe, 168. We're competing with large counties, and that round of funding was oversubscribed. Even though we raised our score to be above where we would have been funded in the first round, the entities that were funded, I believe they were all 193 or above. Several of the entities had a perfect score of 200. The reason they were able to get there is more soft money, equity into these projects. So we lost out again on that second round. I know on tonight's city council meeting for the city of Stockton, the Housing Authority had put in a request for $2.5 million of home funds. My understanding is the recommendation from City of Stockton is to provide $480,000, so it leaves us a deficit of about $2 million. I'm working with Peter Ragsdale, and I know what a prior Board of Supervisors meeting, you were working with David Kwong on why we didn't have more project home keys. It really comes down to readiness and having layers of funding available. Given that we still have a shortfall of about $2 million, I'm not intending to have this particular project as a third round applicant for No Place Like Home. In our Mental Health Services Act 3-year expenditure plan, we've reserved over $9 million for permanent supportive housing. I'm going to write a letter of commitment for Peter such that he has something in hand. Ultimately, I need to bring something to the board in August to allocate $2 million towards that project. That should complete all the funding rounds, but Peter has a need for due diligence for tax credit financing. Those are only available twice a year, so I need to give him a soft letter of commitment, but that one way or another, we're going to come through with the other layers of funding. So that is what that last item is really looking towards, us working with the Housing Authority and other developers to find permanent supportive housing. The project that we did there with the Housing Authority's old building was an adaptive reuse. Obviously, the Housing Authority had some equity and the cost per door was less. Without that soft equity, projects per door become, I wouldn't say eye-popping, but, relatively expensive per door.
Understood. So I've got a couple questions here. When it comes to, you're talking about single properties where it be almost maybe progressive housing where somebody's going through programs and they go to a place, then eventually get into independent living. And so you mentioned the number of something about 70 plus capacity, different homes we have. Is that correct?
Yes, I can get you the exact numbers. This is actually being funded by MHSA Innovations, and Innovation is us using those monies as approved by the Mental Health Oversight and Accountability Commission to investigate or explore opportunities. We're coming to the end of that funding, and hopefully we have an ability to continue that. We don't own the properties. Stockton Self-Help Housing, as I mentioned, master leases them and basically will return them to the owner in the condition as we acquire them. But that is something where a lot quicker. It's not, they're in the communities. They're throughout the county. They're not centralized necessarily in Stockton, but it is an opportunity where we can continue to grow that, and hopefully we can. I know Brenda mentioned the Mental Health Service Act dollars we have some concerns. The inflow is really based upon the millionaire's tax 2 years prior, so we have some concerns. Is that going to be stable? But we have plenty of reserves, just some inflexibility of I can only use certain of those money in certain areas, but I want to continue and grow that program.
So question for you, would you say, and especially if we're moving people, if we're starting to put up shelters and everybody knows we need some sort of exit strategy, it's a point that Supervisor Miller has made, quite definitively, that component's missing. So would you anticipate that, we could double that need, need 100, 150, 200 type of progressive housing for people that are qualified with mental health concerns, which is a portion of those that are living unsheltered?
So not everybody that's living on the street, and there's been some dialogue today of where that dividing line is. Behavioral health's mandate is severe and persistent mental illness, not the mild to moderate and such. But no, I believe I articulated at I've come to the 2x2x2 meetings. We need more of everything. We need more shelter, but if we just build shelter, we need exits from shelter, and that is transitional housing, that's permanent supportive housing, that's more of everything. The state is coming down with a lot of new dollars now for Project Home Key, motel conversions or other non-congregate living. A lot of dollars there. I know our county had only one project, and it was really kind of led by City of Stockton, Central Valley Low Income Housing, and STAND. But when the next NOFA comes out, there's literally the governor has assigned over $1 billion for more Project Home Keys. That funding will fund up to $100,000 per door. Anything over that threshold, we need a local compliant match of 50 cents on the dollar. And a lot of these projects, they're going to be $200,000+ per door. So we need a compliant source of local match. Where is that going to come from? But ultimately, we need to work with development partners to have projects that are on the shelf ready that when these NOFAs come out are actionable. And as I mentioned with Sonora Square, fully developed, that we've gone through some of the permitting process, that we've cleared some CEQA things, and not that they're shovel ready, but that they're on the cusp of getting their final layers of funding to move forward to actually starting to construct.
Okay, before we get to the Project Home Key, I just want to back up to looking at those that are living out homeless, and we bring them into shelters. We give wraparound services, individual assessment, get them balanced on some medication, and process, and there has to be an exit strategy. So we're talking about this progressive housing, and you have 70 plus beds and rooms available for them. And as you said, we need more. So I was talking with a supervisor down in Southern California, and he said what they're looking at right now is their county has properties that have back taxes, foreclosures, and they as a county are looking to maybe acquire those properties, pay what's due to the counties or whatever, the bank loans or whatever it could be, and then they're acquiring those properties and bringing it into their county inventory for this type of project. So in these types of housing. So it's something I would float out to you to maybe work with, Director Cunningham and our CAO and see if there's a pathway, and through our county counsel's office, and see, is there a legal pathway? It's something they were looking at. And maybe there's something that we could look at this, if something is actually going up for auction, if something is actually a property that's available, and we have the ability to legally acquire it and repurpose it for this need that we have through the behavioral health and through the homeless outreach programs that we're going to have. If that's a viable option, I don't know. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm not directing you. This is not part of my plan, project, or program. It's just something that came up yesterday in conversation. So I just thought it might be something interesting for us to explore and examine, because we're all looking for solutions and a landing place. So, you go from one place, get the treatment, get stabilized, and you move on to a next place, that there's an exit strategy and a portion of independence.
So those tax foreclosure sales, I know I spoke with Fred Schell with Stand. That's something that they commonly do, and I understand that nonprofits kind of have a first seat at the table for that. But I think County Council, there might have been some issue with for-profit developers wanted to have a strike at that as well, and I don't know where that stands as far as potential litigation.
Well, the supervisor I was talking with thought that before it even goes up on auction, the county could acquire that property. And I don't know all the details. That's why I'm asking. Perhaps you guys could look into this and see if that's an opportunity for us to acquire properties that we can repurpose for this need.
Again, I think we need more of everything. Be creative. We need a lot of partners. As I mentioned, Peter Ragsdale at the Housing Authority has been a great partner. He also has the benefit of being able to apply project-based vouchers and basically subsidize the rental income long term. I know, let's say some of our tenants are a little bit rougher with the property, so we need to set aside a operating reserve to repair properties over the 20-year covenant that it would be dedicated towards permanent supportive housing. And I mentioned, one of the things we didn't get funded for Sonora Square is because we need more soft equity. I think that's evidence when we're building Victory Gardens and veterans. The county, several $1 million worth of land value was deeded toward that project over a 75-year period. Are there other opportunities for city or county land to be in that same regard? Because that would elevate our scores and hopefully get projects funded.
Well, that would be my next question. I said two here. So as you mentioned in our prior conversation, we were kind of asking what's missing. And so if there's some soft capital, that's a missing component. And I know that just 2 weeks ago, we talked about there being a meeting, and Director Kwong and yourself and through our CAO kind of discussing and addressing, then with Peter Ragsdale, kind of bringing together if there seems to be a disconnect. We've never had anybody come to this board, and maybe the prior CAO stopped that and it didn't happen because we maybe didn't have adequate funds. But if we're in a position now to facilitate a springboard of opportunity and a higher score, instead of being 168, getting up into the 198 range, and getting that 5-to-1 match. So if we put up $5 or $10 million and we're getting $50 million in return, that's a win-win for us.
Correct. And the prior CEO did, via General Service, issue an RFP for qualified development partners. But we have a list that we could partner with. But what do they have in their inventory? What properties do they control or have options on? Have they started to do that develop, the design documents or not? But I think maybe working with the CEO and David Kwong and his department, because David, I think, is more the affordable versus permanent supportive housing. But convening them, let's do our due diligence now, because sometimes when these NOFAs come out, there's not a lot of time frames to get your ducks in a row at that point.
I would imagine. So, Yeah, I'm not certain if we're looking at what would be a supplemental request from this budget, or is that something down the road and working through the CAO? That's something that, let's get these wheels moving, because as you said, time can be of the essence. The state is about to approve their budget, and it's going to be go time. They've allocated X amount of dollars, and there's going to be cities or counties that are poised, positioned, and ready to receive those dollars, and then it's gone. It's not going to be there again. That we know of.
For Project Home Key, where when you go over $100,000 per door, we have to have a 50% match. Where would that come from? American Recovery Plan Act monies would be viable there, but it would be discretionary dollars.
Yeah, so let's maybe move that forward, and perhaps on our July 13th meeting we could have a report and a discussion on that. Is that would that be too soon, you think?
I will be there, and whatever the CEO needs me to do, I'm his partner.
Okay, we have a robust schedule already for July 13th. Let's talk about that, and then when I'm going to be stressed and troubled with the $200,000 number. Mr. Cheshire told me it was $60,000 going rate per door. I cannot imagine spending $140,000 to make it modernized. Supervisor Miller and I were up in Sacramento, and Los Angeles had identified, this is going back a year and a half, 2 years ago, but one of their homeless solutions, they were buying motel rooms for roughly around $140,000, $160,000 per door. They were all in for about $200,000 in Los Angeles. So if their buy-in is at $160,000 and they're in total at $200,000, I'm looking at a $40,000 delta here. If our buy-in is $60,000 and we're now talking about we're all in at $200,000, I'd really like to know where that mystery $140,000 needs to go.
Well, I think it's a combination. If you look at City of Stockton's agenda tonight, they're funding or recommending funding for several projects. They have the aggregate cost there, the number of units. Some of these are over $400,000 a door. So, we're facing obviously materials prices. Lumber has gone way up. A shortage of laborers. Some of these motel operators, a year ago, wanted us to master lease and buy things. Now that they see the state has billions of dollars out there, that they're increasing their cost. And then the other thing is us doing it as a government entity. We're paying prevailing wage, which a private entity building just affordable housing, not specifically for the benefit of government purposes, does not face that necessarily.
Okay, well, let's investigate all the different possibilities. I appreciate that. Any other questions from anybody on the board? Okay, thank you very much. That's it? Fantastic, thank you. Great presentation. Moving on now to Human Services. Do we have any public comments, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Chairman. No, we do not.
Okay, thank you. Send on to Human Services, please.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Jolene Voris, Deputy County Administrator, here to present the staff report for the Human Services functional area. Budget includes Human Services Administration, Graham Children's Shelter, Community Services, Aging and Community Services, Employment and Economic Development, Neighborhood Preservation, and Veterans Services. The overall recommended appropriation for the Human Services functional area for 2022 is $471.9 million. This is a decrease of $10.9 million from the 2021 adjusted budget and includes 1,420 full-time equivalents. $7.8 million of this decrease is from foster care, where we experienced a decrease in the number of contracts. This was offset by increases of $1.7 million in HSA administration portion, which is primarily due to salary and benefit adjustments, an increase in CalWORKS payments, and an increase in adoptions assistant payments of $1.8 million. There were also major decreases in neighborhood preservation of $8.5 million, and in aging and community services, there was a decrease of $2.1 million due to completion of grants from the CARES Act and the Families First Coronavirus Relief Fund. This slide also shows the same information, but it also provides you with the net county cost which is $24.1 million, which is a $0.5 million increase. For just the Human Services Agency, this includes the administration of several programs, which are listed here: CalWorks, Foster Care, CalFresh, General Assistance, Medi-Cal, Adoptions, Adult and Child Protective Services, and IHSS. It also includes Mary Graham's Children's Shelter and Aging and Community Services. The proposed Human Services Agency budget is $440.2 million. This is a decrease of $6.5 million from the 2020-2021 adjusted budget, with the majority of that decrease coming from services and supplies due to COVID-19, as well as changes in program costs and staffing changes. There are 1,334.7 total FTEs in the Human Services Agency, which is an increase of 12.5 positions. The total net county cost is $21.7 million, an increase of $1 million from 2020-2021. I'm now going to highlight a few areas of importance in the budget for HSA. First, I'm going to highlight Project Roomkey, which I believe the board knows a lot about. But just to give you some background, under Executive Order N3220 and Senate Bill 89, emergency funding was passed to help California fight COVID-19 in 2020. This included support to local governments to protect the homeless populations, and this is known statewide as Project Roomkey. On April 18th, 2020, the governor announced a partnership with Motel 6 to make available hotel rooms for Project Roomkey statewide. San Joaquin County and Motel 6 negotiated an occupancy agreement based upon the state-approved template, and the agreement allows for housing of non-COVID-19 positive at-risk homeless individuals within 76 rooms at the Motel 6 located at 817 Navy Drive in Stockton. The number of guests was as high as 82 in August of 2020. The initial term for the lease occupancy agreement was from May 5th, 2020 to June 30th, 2020. This was extended through December 30th, 2020, and extended again. However, the property owner exercised a 30-day out clause, terminating the agreement effective May 19th, 2021. HSA, in coordination with other county departments, provided initial transportation to the location, welcome packets, hygiene supplies, 3 meals per day, laundry services for personal clothing, and daily check-in calls to each guest during the duration of their stay, and final transportation from the location. The estimated cost of Project Roomkey for 2021 is $4.3 million. The Adoptions Assistance Program has a proposed budget of $30.9 million for 2021-2022, which is an increase of $1.8 million from 2021. The Adoptions Assistance Program was developed to encourage the adoption of special needs children and remove the financial disincentives for families to adopt. If the child is deemed eligible, an adoption assistance agreement or deferred adoption assistance agreement is executed with the adoptive parents prior to the adoption finalization. In 2021-2022, the average cases per month are projected to increase by 1.98%, and the cost per case is estimated to increase by 4.24%, due to a statutory cost of living adjustment increase effective July 1st, 2021. The Human Services Agency also administers the in-home supportive services, or IHSS, provider program costs in the county. This is done through a maintenance of effort that serves as the vehicle for payment of non-federal costs to be assumed by the state and paid by the county for the IHSS program. Beginning in 2019-20, the MOE for the state was rebased to the 2017-18 actual level, revising the previous proposal, which was detrimental to counties. In 2021-2022, the total budget for IHSS is anticipated to be $23 million. Due to the rebasing of the MOE, the total net county cost for IHSS in 2021-2022 is anticipated to only increase by $297,000. While the current MOE provides some relief for counties, the program will continue to have increased costs, with caseloads expected to increase by 4.5% statewide and a minimum wage increase to $15 beginning on January 1st, 2022. Of major concern is the change coming in 2022, which would change the funding formula for IHSS. Under existing law, beginning in January 2022, the funding ratio would change from the state paying 65% and counties paying 35%, and instead have counties paying 65% and the state paying 35%. This funding ratio change was made by Governor Brown in 2017. However, Governor Newsom has proposed changing this formula in his May revision back to the historic sharing ratio, which was also proposed by CSAC in early January 2021. If adopted by the legislature, this would provide significant relief to San Joaquin County. As of today, both houses of the legislature have adopted this proposal, but as I'm sure you're aware, they're still in negotiations on their final budget, which is supposed to be done by Friday, but who knows. So we'll see what happens in the final negotiations. The Employment and Economic Development Department has a proposed budget of $29.6 million, which is a $218,000 decrease from 2020-2021. This is primarily due to decreased program costs in the Small Business Assistance Grant Program, offset by increases in salary and benefits. E2D2 has 71 full-time positions and 9.9 extra help staff, which is a decrease of 1.5 FTEs. Neighborhood Preservation has a $23 million proposed budget, which is an $8.5 million decrease from 2020-2021. This decrease is primarily due to a change in methodology for budgeting grant expenditures to only include what is anticipated to be expended in the fiscal year and not multi-year availability of funds. Neighborhood Preservation also transitioned to the Healthcare Services Agency in 2020-2021, along with the Program Minister Homeless Initiatives position. Chairman Patty, members of the board, this concludes my report for the Human Services Agency budget. Mr. Woods and other department heads are available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boris. Thank you for the report. Any questions from any of the supervisors? I think we're good. Thank you. Very well presented. Thank you for all of the department heads that did a great job for this presentation. Madam Clerk, any public comments submitted?
Chairman, no, there's not.
Okay. Thank you. Then we're moving on to our education.
I had to look at the clock to see if I was going to say good morning or good afternoon. So, Chairman Patty and members of the board, this is the staff report for the education departments. My name is Connie Hart, Deputy County Administrator. They include the county library system and the UC Cooperative Extension. The recommended appropriations for the education function total $8.4 million, which is an increase of $524,000 from the 2021 fiscal year. The increase is primarily due to an increase of $303,000 in transfers to the City of Stockton for library services as a result of increased dedicated library property tax revenue and a cost allocation plan adjustment of $202,000 for the UC Cooperative Extension. Of the $8.4 million in education funding, $1 million or 12.7% is from general purpose revenue, while other sources of funding, primarily property taxes, comprise the remaining 87.3%. The county library budget totals $7.4 million. Approximately $9.2 million is available from property tax revenues and $343,000 from other sources, allowing for retention of $2.2 million in the county library fund balance. County reserves for library services are held in two funds. One is held by the county and one is held by the City of Stockton. The county-held fund is projected to have a balance of approximately $11.4 million at the end of 2021 and is projected to be at $13.5 million at the end of 21-22. The city plans to utilize approximately $744,000 from the city-held fund balance in an effort to consolidate funds in the county library fund. The city-held fund balance is projected to be at $1.1 million at the end of 2021 and to be approximately $380,000 at the end of 21-22. The UC Cooperative Extension budget totals $1 million. The budget includes a one-time supplemental funding of $25,595 for the purchase of a vehicle. This concludes the overview of the education departments. I am available to answer any questions you may have. If there are no questions, I will begin the presentation on the county library system by Suzanne Davely, Director of the Community Services for City of Stockton. Are there any questions?
That's a great question. Any supervisors with any questions at this time? Supervisor Wynn, I'm going to be disappointed. Nothing?
I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Miller, you're good? Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Susie Davely, Director of Community Services for the City of Stockton, here to discuss the proposed budget for the Stockton-San Joaquin County Public Library. As you know, the city operates the 8 county branches through an agreement with the county. On this screen, we have listed the 16 branches of the Stockton-San Joaquin County Library System. And in addition to the physical branches, we have one bookmobile that travels throughout the county, Mondays through Fridays, bringing library services to our remote areas of the community. And the 3 micro-libraries listed on the screen, those are Stockton branches, and they were built through Measure M or Strong Communities funding. This next screen provides some information on the sources of library system-wide funding. As Ms. Hart mentioned in her presentation, $7.2 million of our funding is coming from the county. The Stockton General Fund provides $4.1 million. Stockton Measure M provides $3.3 million. And of note, funding from Measure M is dedicated to restoring and enhancing library and recreation services in the city of Stockton. The additional $500,000 from other includes additional hours contracts with some of our county city partners and an automation contract with Amador County. Expanding on the previous slide, the city-held library fund balance is projected to be $1.3 million at the end of this month. And in next fiscal year, the library will be drawing down and using $744,000 of that to allow for a larger fund balance retention in the county fund. I also wanted to note that on the extra hours contracts with several of our county partners, we did not collect extra hours monies in 2021 due to our being closed for so much of the year, but we will resume that in 21-22. And our expenditures here are listed for you, expenditures of $8.3 million. And just of note, the shared services include those things which touch all parts of our library system. City, county, doesn't matter. So that is collection development, it's literacy, it's outreach. Those are shared services. And I wanted to mention under our new funding requests, there will be some infrastructure help with new microfilm machines, new copiers, some staff increases at our Mountain House Library, but I'll talk a little bit about that in a future slide. So under strategic priorities, we are continuing with the overarching priority of access. Virtual programming necessitated by the pandemic provided an opportunity to engage with different community members. Yes, a lot of our regular users were our virtual viewers, but we brought along and brought into our fold a lot of new people. In terms of workforce and economic development, many of our longtime efforts, such as the adult literacy program, support workforce development by providing resources and services to help individuals gain those skills to succeed in the workforce. In addition, we partner with a lot of community organizations. Currently, Centro Community Partners is offering virtual entrepreneurship programs for our library community members. And welcoming spaces, we want people to feel safe and welcome when they enter our physical buildings. So in the past several years, we've been doing refreshes of our different libraries on the county and city sides. In 1920, we completed Escalon, Lathrop, and Troche refreshes. In 2021, just about done with all of them. A couple are just slightly almost done, and that includes the Angelou in Stockton, the Ripon, Linden, Thornton, and the Tracy Children's Room. Our accomplishments. So, right before the pandemic closed, we opened the Mountain House Library, the brand new, beautiful 21,000 square foot building to serve that community. Didn't have a grand opening, but I'm sure the Mountain House Community Services District is going to be planning something. Previous requests, prior to the pandemic, we've talked about this before, several branches offered homework help after school for our students throughout our library system. When the libraries had to close, we worked immediately to increase access to our e-resources that support students with their schoolwork, such as tutor.com and Learning Express. We're not currently offering any in-person programming, but anticipate resuming homework help in our libraries as soon as we are able to recruit and train some great volunteers. The pandemic really made us do some great things. We developed, in order to support students and increase access in general, we developed an e-card. So customers of all ages simply call the library, and in a couple seconds they have a library card just for access to e-resources. Youth under 18 do have to have a parent's permission on the phone, but there's no limit to what e-resources are accessible. And in terms of a new notification system, we have always offered our customers an opportunity to place a request on materials. Maybe they're popular and all checked out, or they're just not on that particular library branch's shelves. So we now have a new notification system, and customers can opt in and say, I want to be notified by email, by phone, or by text. It's a much smoother system than we've had before, and email and phone are working right now. Text is almost there. And when staff realized that it would be a while before we were able to welcome people back into our buildings, staff quickly learned all aspects of virtual programming, from creating informational content to video production to copyright issues and how to promote these things on social media. And I know that I presented at some point during the pandemic, but as from July 1st, 2020 to yesterday, June 21st, our library's Facebook reached almost 360,000 people. We had 18,000 engagements, meaning people either commented, liked, or shared. And even though our doors are now open, we will continue virtual programming, balancing that with in-person programming, because we know the efforts that we made really resonated with our community members. And working with schools, our staff immediately stepped up. Since the classes from throughout our community couldn't come into the libraries, staff offered virtual class visits. I mean, how cool is that? And we worked with a lot of teachers throughout the county, and we invite other teachers, any teachers, to reach out to us, and we will make those happen for their students. Another great thing I should say that we did is Overdrive is our ebook and e-audiobook platform. Just need a library card, download ebook, audiobock. But sometimes for students it's kind of hard. And even though we offer e-cards now, what we've done is partnered with Lammersville and Manteca Unified. So their students can access our Overdrive with their student ID. Makes it seamless. We still get all the statistics, and they have access to great books. And as I mentioned earlier, we are just continuing with our work on refreshing our libraries, the completed refreshes in this year, and we did begin design work for an interior refresh for the Manteca Library adult side. Our goals for next year. There are a lot of opportunities for funding around broadband access and digital literacy. One really large one is the Emergency Connectivity Fund through the federal government, and also the state of California through the state library has been offering some support. So what we are planning to do is purchase tablets and MiFis or hotspots and circulate those just like we circulate a book. And with that, we will be we'll not only circulate them in their libraries, but we'll also be bringing them out into the communities, especially those remote areas. Not only will we check out those devices, but we'll give instructions on how to use them and then listen to what those customers need. Maybe they need to know how to do telehealth, how to do a virtual appointment with their doctor. Maybe they need help filling out a job application. And maybe they just want to learn how to do virtual chats with their grandkids in another state. We are going to help that. More access and bridging the digital divide. Decentralizing customer experiences, similar to what I just said. We're going to be bringing library services out into remote areas, pop-up libraries. This is in addition to the bookmobile, but we just realized, we've learned in this last year that a lot of people have trouble getting to our libraries. So we want to bring it to them. Community conversations. We had this great program in March of 2020 and brought together a very diverse audience. It was a wonderfully civic and civil conversation, and we're very serious about offering that opportunity to our community. So we want to continue those. And it's also like the Human Library that we did at the Ripon Library several years ago. So we're going to be looking at starting those when it's safe to bring people in a closed room together. As I mentioned in the budget request area a few moments ago, Mountain House is now a 21,000 square foot building. It's second in size only to our Chavez Main Library here in Stockton. So we have asked for 2 new staff. They would be library assistants to help serve that community and serve that large facility. In terms of infrastructure improvements, we will be looking at increasing our Wi-Fi access points in our libraries and all the equipment that is needed to provide really fast and really reliable internet connectivity in our physical branches. And again, the Manteca Library and the Tracy Library refreshes in the next fiscal year. Under Strong Communities, that 16-year tax benefit for libraries and recreations in the city of Stockton. The new library and community center in Northeast Stockton is under construction. So we will continue to work with that and develop a very synergistic plan of bringing together libraries and recreation and finding a way to best serve that community in Northeast Stockton. Also next year, we will be initiating a design for a renovation of the Chavez Library. Built in 1964, it needs some renovation. And one of our final refreshes in our 16-branch library system is the Weston Ranch Library, located on the campus of Manteca Unified's New Vision Educational Center. Very exciting. Proud of the accomplishments we've had in the last year in spite of everything, and really excited about the goals for the next year. And Chairman Patty, Members of the board, that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Quick question. During COVID, did you see a complete slowdown? Did you see people coming in, especially of particular interest for me is the tutoring and the homework assistance? I know that's something we've talked about in the past, and it's something you guys really jump-started and brought to a whole new level. So I'd like to hear a little bit about that and perhaps an expansion of that type of assistance.
So we did not have people coming into our libraries until we opened up in March with very limited browsing and computer usage. So, following all the state guidances, we didn't have any seating available, which I know it's just tragic. It broke my heart. But so what we did is provided that virtual connection with people. We did some amazing content showing students how to access, for instance, our EBSCO databases, which are geared towards children, helping them with their schoolwork. So we created that content, we blasted it out, we shared it with teachers. So we made that connection that way. So now, as of June 15th, we've increased our hours. We'll increase them even more around July 6th. And as we are able to bring people in, we will start that one-on-one or small group help with homework assistance in the libraries. Kind of did it virtually last year.
And were you finding it to be, let's go pre-COVID, because this is a few years ago now that we talked about it, and you guys were ramping that up, and there was some robust outreach to the neighborhood, the community, and the schools and the students. Can you share some numbers or some information on how well that was received and the participation?
It's well received. I think that one of the most successful programs that we have is the summer programs. So we have summer reading, which everybody can do, right? Get a log, read a book, get a prize. Anybody can do that. But what we've done system-wide is our Summer Book Buddies program. And that was developed in 2014 at one library, and it has grown. And this really helps those students who are struggling with reading. Students entering first, second, and third grades, often referred to us by their teachers. We have a very solid curriculum developed by local teachers to approach reading in a phased, leveled way. The homework help in general during the school year kind of drop in, come and go, but we offer that. We bring teens in to provide that support, and it definitely saw success in Tracy and Manteca and a few of our Stockton branches, our larger branches. So we try to respond to what each community is telling us that they need.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from board members? Supervisor Vice Chair Wynn.
Thank you, Chair Patty. One of the things that I've always appreciated about libraries is they are, in some ways, the cultural center of our communities. When I came on City Council back in 2002, I was told that we were right in the middle of a grant proposal for a new library at the time, because it was so small. But anyway, I was told at that time that libraries were a thing of the past, that they've outlived their usefulness, etc. And I'm still waiting for that. It hasn't happened. So, and the other thing, a couple of years ago, I had the opportunity to look at a comment on the Ripon Friends of Libraries. Said, come visit the library that has the greatest librarians and then stay for the books. And I think that was indicative of the love that people have for their librarians and what's taught. So my question is, very simply, is during the pandemic, I know a lot of parents took their children out of school and they started homeschooling. So the question is, what are the libraries doing in regards to assisting those parents as far as the curriculum and state mandates, as far as helping them to get their children educated, because they've, for lack of a better term, lost, I guess, faith or trust in some of the schools. So are there programs in the libraries to help these parents with their studies?
I think that right now, we did offer our support to everybody. Teachers definitely with those class visits during the closure. We were very active on social media, letting people know, even though our doors are closed, if you want something, need something, come to the lobby and we will get what you need. So we still have that connection. But to your question specifically, I think one of the best things that we do in helping parents with their children is during those summer months, is providing that extra support. And really, whether it's through book buddies or just the one-on-ones, that's what library staff do. Any parent that comes to us, whether it's a phone call or now in person, we're going to work with them and help them and connect them with like tutor.com, which is amazing. A child can log on to tutor.com free with a library card from 3 to 11 o'clock every single day and get one-on-one help from a vetted tutor. I mean, it's amazing. And we have other electronic resources that really help. A lot of them that one-on-one with students that need the help. I hope that I'm answering your question. I think that what we try to do is just promote our services as widely and as often as we can. And then when parents come to us, because we are a trusted resource, and I think most of the parents that come to us, they don't believe that libraries are going away in any way, shape, or form, but we just respond to what they need and provide the resources and services based on those unique needs.
It does. I think what I'm suggesting is, and again, you might look into, but I think you have a much larger customer base available out there because a lot of parents are not sending their children back to school. And I know the programs that you have in the libraries, and I agree with the summer programs, but what I'm offering or suggesting is you might want to build programs specifically to help parents who are homeschooling their children, because that will assist them, and more importantly for a lot of them, because my experience in talking to some of these parents is there's a lot of resources, obviously, but adding the library as an additional resource, I think, introduces maybe parents to a little more engaged relationship with libraries. So all I'm saying is you have an opportunity to really participate or offer additional resources for parents, and I think they would appreciate it because they're all, I'll put it this way, they have, which is interesting, a lot of activities that are probably weren't available in the public schools that they're doing. So they're becoming very creative in sharing with each other and going on, field trips, those types of things. So anyway, I just throw that out. I think if the public libraries were to say, we have a program for parents who are homeschooling, I think you might find a large audience to participate.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much for a great presentation. I know Tracy and Manteca love the library, being the mayor of Tracy prior, and we had such great public support for that. My question is, as our cities grow, do we keep up with the demand for a bigger facility? I mean, for example, if you've seen the news, South County, Tracy and Manteca, one of the fastest growing cities. River Island is another one that's rapidly expanding. So as these cities grow, how are we keeping up with the demand? Like for example, Tracy's facility has been that way since they had some expansion, but since I was a kid, it's been the same location and it is kind of landlocked.
So I'm so glad. Thank you for that question. The way our city-county system operates is that the county provides funding to the city of Stockton to support the staffing and the day-to-day operations of our library facilities. But the facilities themselves in the county cities are provided by those cities.
Right.
So we definitely have talked to both Tracy and Manteca, tossed around some ideas. What we have discovered great success with is the micro library model that we've done in Stockton. We built those 3 micro libraries in city-owned community centers. So didn't have to do a lease, didn't have to go out and acquire property, and it was already a destination place for many libraries. So have mentioned that to both Tracy and Manteca. If there was a location that we could expand services in, far away from the existing facility, so we're reaching more parts of the community. You know, we'd love to have that conversation with them.
All right, thank you. Oh, real quick, what about like the Large Clover Road Community Center? Do we have any programs, library programs that can be reached to those residents out there?
I believe that the Tracy branch staff has done outreach there, but I will mention to them to make sure that they have them on their list.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation again. It's always great to have you come before us and let us know what's happening with our library system. Our libraries, along with our schools, have just come through an extremely difficult period, and I'm very pleased to see that your optimism came through intact and that you used the time to refresh some of the physical locations, which is a great use of those facilities having to be closed anyways, but also how better to reach folks. Getting a library card has always been one of the first things my family's done when we've moved to a new community, and Stockton was no exception. And speaking of improving facilities, the Trokey branch has been my branch, and you want to talk about landlocked. That is a library that could be 3 sizes, really 3 times the size, and still be very busy. It's just surrounded by schools, and so I'm really pleased to see that Northeast facility is moving along, because that will take at least a little bit of the pressure off of Trokey. But we discussed this on the Stockton City Council years ago when I was there, but some cities have seen a lot of success by using economic development dollars to help revitalize aging commercial strip centers, and have gone in and taken a location for a micro library, which has then become an anchor tenant in these smaller aging commercial centers, and has started revitalizing neighborhoods. When the library's there and it's being programmed, then a coffee place goes in, or a small market goes in, or a dry cleaner goes in. But depending on the neighborhood, some of those services, it begins to revitalize. So I'd love to see some discussion for some of these other areas if we have those kind of locations available. And then it's a lease situation. Instead of having to build from the ground up, you save a whole lot of money. It's the same situation as in the community centers. But sometimes these smaller commercial developments, they're right in the middle of residential areas. And so I would love to see discussions going forward on how we could put some more of those micro libraries to serve some of our neighborhoods.
Well, thank you. Thank you of that idea.
Well, thank you. It's nice to know that our library system is healthy and is going to be reopening. It's going to be great to see all the kids back in there again. And the seniors, to be perfectly honest, our libraries function as a town center, depending on where they're at, and it's really for everyone. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, any public comments on this agenda item?
Thank you, Chairman. No, there's not.
Okay, thank you. No more questions then. I believe we're going to finish, and I'm going to say that we take a 30-minute lunch break and come back. I'd like to ask the CAO that perhaps we're moving along pretty good this time, and we've done this in the past, but perhaps we can get General Services and possibly Public Works to come in this afternoon for their presentation, if we could tee that up.
I'll check. I don't think there's any. Yeah, okay. That'll be fine.
We did it last year. We moved along pretty good. So if it works out.
I just don't want to overstep my bounds here. I'm still learning.
If it works out.
Got to check with the
We'll take a 30-minute, let's do a 37-minute break. Let's get crazy and go all the way to 1:30 before we come back. Thank you. All right, welcome back from lunch, everybody. Thank you. I believe we are next in line. Look at my notes here. We have our environmental protection. I guess, Mr. Brucker, you are up.
Board members, at this time I will be providing an overview of the environmental protection functional areas, which include maintenance of channels and levees, enforcement of the California Food and Agriculture Code, testifying and certifying all commercial weighing and measuring devices in the county, land use planning, building regulation, inspection, code enforcement, and fire prevention, as well as emergency preparedness and disaster response and other environmental functions. Through the chair, clerk, can we get the slides to pop up? There we go. Thank you. Overall, the recommended appropriations for 21-22 total approximately $24.8 million, which is an increase of approximately $1.7 million as compared to the 2021 adjusted budget. This includes expenditures of approximately $17.9 million for staffing at 147.2 FTEs, 134 full-time, 13.2 part-time temporary. Funding received from state and local sources is approximately $6.7 million, and charges for services totals approximately $2.3 million. Permit-related fees total approximately $4.6 million. The net county cost for this functional area is approximately $10.4 million, or 42% of total appropriations. The 21-22 recommended Community Development Department budget totals approximately $11.9 million, which is an increase of $1.8 million from 2021 adjusted budget. This change includes the addition of 3 code enforcement officers, 1 senior code enforcement officer, and 1 office assistant to support the transfer of the substandard housing and dangerous buildings unit from the Environmental Health Department. The consolidation of these programs is expected to streamline the compliance process and improve customer service. Building permit applications for single-family residential homes, agricultural facilities, and commercial and industrial development are anticipated to remain strong countywide. In 21-22, staff will finalize the update to the development title, the county's zoning document that implements the policies of the general plan. Code enforcement will partner with Public Works on a 3-year pilot program to increase the number of community cleanup events from 12 to 24 to increase access, decrease illegal dumping, and improve quality of life. The recommended budget also includes $250,000 for consultant services to supplement county staff review of the financial and environmental aspects related to the Mountain House Community Services District's application for incorporation. Homeland Security grants for 21-22, totaling $945,000, will fund a number of projects, including the purchase of a DNA testing machine, conducting a FirstNet Land mobile radio pilot integration project, a cybersecurity audit for healthcare services, the purchase of automated license plate reader equipment for the Stockton Police Department, and the purchase of bomb squad X-ray equipment for the City of Lodi. This concludes the overview of the environmental protection functional area. The department heads and I are available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brucker. Any questions from the board at this time? Having seen none, now you're off the hook at the moment. I think we're going to advance now and go to the capital maintenance and improvements at Parks and Recreation. That's still you?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Thank you. So next, I'll provide an overview of the capital maintenance and improvement functional areas, followed by Parks and Recreation and Cultural Services. The capital maintenance and improvement functional area includes General Services Administration, Facilities Management, Capital Projects Administration, Public Improvement, and Air Park 599. The recommended appropriations for 21-22 total approximately $25.1 million, which is a decrease of approximately $7.7 million as compared to the 2021 adjusted budget. Approximately $13.5 million, or 53.9%, is funded by operating transfers in, including transfers from departments with projects and tobacco settlement funding. Approximately $10.2 million, or 40.5%, is funded from capital outlay fund balance, and approximately $2.2 million, or 8.8%, is funded by interest and rents. The 5 division budgets within the General Services Department include Administration, Facilities Management, Capital Projects Administration, Emergency Services, and Parks and Recreation. Overall appropriations for these budgets totals $9.8 million, which is a decrease of approximately $373,000. This change is primarily a reflection of a reduction in appropriations for facilities management and is partially offset by increased appropriations of approximately $382,000 for Parks and Recreation. The County Facilities the County Facilities Master Plan was updated and presented to the Board of Supervisors on May 18th. In 21-22, the next step will include development of a comprehensive 5-year capital improvement program, including the analysis of cost and funding availability, and will result in a prioritized listing of capital projects. In 21-22, facilities management will continue to focus on utility cost management for all county-owned and leased facilities they manage. Rate increases and increased utility usage in 21-22 are anticipated to drive costs higher than can be absorbed in the base budget. Facilities management is requesting additional one-time funding, including $87,174 to fund a projected increase in utility costs, $39,934 to fund increased janitorial services costs, and $43,357 to add an office assistant to meet increased demand for customer service and support. The recommended budget has been augmented by $170,465 in order to address these requests. The Office of Emergency Services will focus on providing training and exercises to the county, cities, and other stakeholders that reinforce knowledge of the Emergency Operations Plan fundamentals. The Emergency Operations Center has remained activated in support of the COVID-19 response efforts in accordance with Emergency Support Function 8, Public Health and Medical, since March 13, 2020. Several state and federal funding streams for reimbursement are being identified, and Office of Emergency Services will continue to seek out and file for all eligible reimbursement costs for the county. Let me go back. For 21-22, OES has budgeted approximately $1 million in grant revenue, including $280,000 in revenue from the Emergency Performance Grant and $762,000 from the DWR Delta Flood Emergency Response Grant Program, Round 2. The General Services Department has responsibility for the management and coordination of capital improvements. The Capital Projects Administration Division conducts project planning, contract negotiation, construction management, and fiscal administration. In 2020-2021, 54 projects were completed, totaling approximately $7.2 million. The Public Improvement Budget provides funding for new construction, building operations, property acquisition, park improvements, facility planning, and major maintenance or equipment replacement. The 21-22 proposed budget for public improvement totals $25.7 million, a decrease of $7.5 million from 2021. New construction and facility planning within the public improvement budget includes the Public Health Services Replacement Facility, Behavioral Health Services Adult Residential Treatment Modular Building, Phase 2, the County Detention SB 1022 facility, and the new morgue and medical examiner office space. A number of existing facilities projects are planned for 21-22, and a few of the highlights are listed here. The complete list of projects is found on pages B15 and B16 of the proposed budget. This concludes the capital maintenance and improvements overview, and I, along with Marcia Cunningham, the Director of General Services, are available for any questions. If there are no questions, or after we've handled questions, I'll move on to Parks and Recreation.
Questions this far?
I just have a quick one, Chair, but I can wait till the very end.
Go right now.
All right. Just under the emergency services, have we done an after-action report for COVID-19? My question is, if we've done one, and if so, do we determine what, lessons we learned are and what improvements we need to do, and if funding's needed for those, and did you consider that in your budget, and, determine how we can react in the future and make sure, to state emergencies that we retain our local control as best as we can?
So we have done, good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors, Council, and CAO. We have done a post-review. We'll do a hot wash once we actually close out the emergency to identify that.
I'm not aware of, a lot of the cost has been addressed. Public health has been given a significant amount of additional money from the perspective of staffing, lab equipment. In their new facility was included some expansion in regards to what happened with COVID-19. If there was something specific, we could bring it back to the board. I know EMS has a desire for a new building, which is in the master plan for storing materials, product, and so forth. That is in our master plan, and will get addressed as we move forward with that plan. Other than that perspective, I'm not aware of a specific current need, let's say.
Okay, just checking. I just wanted to make sure, other emergencies are going to come up, and hopefully, God forbid, it's nothing of this magnitude. But when they do, that we are prepared, that we have the tools and resources that, we need. And this is, what the budget hearing's for, to make sure that, if you identified anything, to let us know. So, we can help you guys and help our constituents as best as we can.
Absolutely. And if as we go through the reviews as we're closing out COVID-19, if something specific does come to the fruition, we'll bring it back to this board.
Well, thank you, Ms. Cunningham, very much. That's all I have, Chair. Thank you.
Sure. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments on the environmental protection or the capital maintenance and improvements at this point?
Thank you, Chairman. No, we do not.
Okay, so moving on, Mr. Brucker, you've got Parks and Recreation.
Yes, thank you. The Parks and Recreation function includes the Parks and Recreation Division and Cultural Services. The 21-22 recommended Parks and Recreational functional area budget appropriations total approximately $8.3 million, which is an increase of approximately $351,000 over the 2021 adjusted budget. Contributions to the San Joaquin County Historical Society and Museum will be discussed tomorrow during the non-county organization funding presentation. The Parks and Recreation Division plans, develops, and operates and maintains a system of regional parks, maintains the landscaping at various county facilities and community parks, and manages 8 county service area parks. The 21-22 Parks and Recreation Division proposed budget totals approximately $8.2 million, which is an increase of approximately $316,000 from the 2021 adjusted budget. This change primarily reflects salary and benefits adjustments, costs for maintenance of structures and grounds, and a cost allocation plan adjustment. $1.8 million, or 21.5% of Parks and Recreation funding, is from charges for services, and $676,000, or 8.2%, is funded by park trust funds. The 21-22 net county cost of Parks and Recreation is approximately $5.4 million, or 68.5% of total appropriations. Approximately 90% of the division's utility costs are from water usage at park facilities, and the division will continue to focus on utility cost management for all park facilities. In an effort to continue to reduce the reliance on trust funds for ongoing operations, Parks and Recreation has a number of revenue enhancements planned for 21-22, including an updated marketing plan, website updates to accept electronic payments, event sponsorship opportunities, creating a 5-year plan for the Mickey Grove Regional Park and Oak Grove Regional Park. A full list of the enhancements are included on pages I-7 and I-8 of the proposed budget document. Park facility improvements totaling approximately $2.8 million are included within the recommended public improvement budget, and they include the Mickey Grove caretaker septic replacement, the zoo electrical upgrade phase 2, the zoo Lemur Island moat filtration system phase 2, Oak Grove Regional Park communications building roof replacement, and regional sports complex drain repair. This concludes the Parks and Recreation overview, and I, along with Director Marcia Cunningham, are available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions at this time? Vice Chair Wynn.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate all your presentations and certainly the documentation in regards to Parks and Recreation. I guess my question, though, is I know that in the past we've had discussions in regards to our park system, and I know, for example, previously Supervisor Elliott had always raised the question in regards to District 5 as far as, I want to say, lack of parks or whatever it happened to be. And also in looking at my district, and I'm sure the other districts, there are infrastructure projects that, other than the ones already listed, are necessary certainly to provide the infrastructure for future expansion. I'll talk to Mickey Gross since I'm most familiar with that in regards to sewer, potable water, those types of things, and the importance of making sure that we build upon those particular recreational facilities to make sure that, you know, they not only are providing the necessary activities, but also available for future development. I know in the past, District 1, Supervisor Villapudra has talked about in regards to the sports complex and some of the necessary expansion or renovation of that park, which is a tremendous asset in regards to its location, especially near the airport. And so what I'm moving towards is, I think possibly, and obviously, you know, it would be premature to do it now, but what I'd like to do is have an inventory from our Parks Director, General Service Director, and look at some of the necessary improvements that we haven't been able to address because of lack of funding, and that, you know, because this year is kind of unique and we do have some extra money available, excuse me, to really visit those particular projects and see if we can provide some additional funding in the future to address those during this fiscal year, because I think that this is an opportunity that's unique, and I think it's available for us in probably all 5 districts to look at. And so I'd like to, at some point in time in the near future, bring something back to the board to discuss as far as the availability and priority of at least beginning with the infrastructure projects and then moving towards other projects that may be a high priority but maybe not necessarily critical to the maintenance of our particular parks and recreation departments. I believe, and I'm sure that supervisors believe, that parks are a key part in regards to family life and cultural development and all those other things, but I think having parks available within neighborhoods or within communities is a strong deterrent from some of the other activities that unfortunately our youth can be involved in. So I just bring that up before the board just to address in the future any kind of list that we can provide and discuss, and then possibly look at some additional funding beyond our current budget hearing to really accomplish some of those goals that we've talked about for years, but never been able to really find the funding for it. So I'll just leave it at that. And anyway, thank you for the report.
Thank you.
Best on computer. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Nguyen, for those comments. And, you know, hey, we needed a second, and I would second you on that. And because if anything has taught us with the COVID-19 is how important our parks are and our recreation are. You know, when people getting their exercise, they're been able to go to certain places. They were still able to go to our parks and get their recreation. So, you know, it's when you're looking at funding and all these other things that we have to fund, we can't lose the goal of how important those facilities are to everybody up here. And one thing I would like to add is our large clover facility in Tracy also, and making sure we're keeping those facilities. For example, that facility was, I believe it was built in 1974, and it needs some help. And I agree with Supervisor Nguyen is, if we do have funding, which it seems like we do, start investing in our communities, start investing in our underserved populations. So thank you for that, Supervisor Nguyen. And Ms. Cunningham, thank you very much for your work. I know I see you're nodding your head because I know I've bugged you a lot about this, so I appreciate that. I appreciate you listening to me. You're probably yelling at me when you hang up the phone, but that's fine. But thank you for your efforts.
You yell at Supervisor Rickman when you hang up the phone also? We have a lot in common. So actually, Director Cunningham, I did have a couple follow-up questions when it comes to the Mickey Grove Zoo. If you could come on down. As you're on your way down, could you give us maybe an update where we are on some planning, future, the vision of what might be happening at the Mickey Grove Zoo, and any ideas of where to get for funding or what we might be able to utilize to enhance that experience out there?
Absolutely, and I'll let Judy Vassbinder, my park administrator, go over that for you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. With the Mickey Grove Zoo, we did our 5-year strategic plan. Right now, our first goal is to move forward on the electric upgrades that we're doing, because without those electric upgrades, we can't really move forward with the zoo. There's a couple of more infrastructure needs that need to be done. And then the next focus of the pretty things that people like to see in the zoo would be to the completion of the East End, taking the 2 buildings that was started over 12 years ago, taking them and figuring out what is viable within those buildings and moving those towards exhibit spaces. So within the next 5 years, without going too far deep, those are the 2 large plans for upgrading and renovating at Mickey Grove Zoo.
Do we have an idea of what you're going to do with any exhibits or any type of what would be new at the zoo in 5 years?
Would be the plan right now is to take one of those buildings and create it's going to be the kind of like just mostly bugs and reptiles. They've never had an enclosed type of a space where you can walk in and it's a little darker and a little bit more fun, and to create that space for the reptiles and for the insects. We have a great little an exhibit right now with stick bugs, and the kids love them. So being able to bring some of those stick bugs out for kids to enjoy also would have a small little classroom associated with it and a little bit more education space also.
And what about animals?
On the animal side, right now we are working towards the accreditation, as you saw with our with that, there's programs with AZA and with ZAA, which is the SSP program, which is the Survival Species Program. We are part of that. So when it comes to getting new animals, sometimes we're on their mercy. I don't want to say mercy because that's not the correct word, but we have to see what's available through the SSP program, and then we have to look internally to make sure that we have enough staff that knows how to take care of that type of species, that animal, and have enough exhibit space for that species. So it's not always that we can pre-project what we want. We can kind of build towards some exhibit space that are what I'm calling like flex spaces. So we can build a mammal style space that has an enclosure. So when species are available, we can take advantage of them when they come up.
What types of animals might be on the horizon?
Right now, we actually just got a new lemur. She's going to be going out on exhibit in the next probably week. That was one that just came from North Dakota. She's been on quarantine, so everybody has got to go on quarantine for a little while. So she's on quarantine right now, and we actually just brought our male lemur because we're our male lemur into meat, and they're getting along fabulously, so we can start moving them back out. A lot of it is going to be on the smaller mammal species, if anything. Oh, yeah, and then we have the skunk and the possum. So the possum was, I know, sounds fun, but they are new. The skunk, people still get scared when they go up to the skunk exhibit because they're like, it's going to spray me. But he's being trained, since both of those are nocturnal animals, they're actually being trained to come out when People come with their little clickers and with food. So it's just kind of depends on, it's mostly going to be smaller mammals.
Okay, so I understand the skunk's being trained, but it hasn't been de-smelled?
De-skunked, yes.
Okay.
It has been de-skunked. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the term, is actually de-skunked.
Understood.
So.
Okay. Glad to know. And so no other large size, no other plans for any of the bigger?
Not within the next 5 years, no. There isn't any plan to bring anything large in the next 5 years.
And what about a funding stream? Has that been identified to kind of target? I know we've talked about this in the past. There's been, Measure Z for the zoos up in Sacramento and such. So it was ballot. That's something that's just maybe a little bit down the horizon. We'll come back to the board and discuss.
Correct. Those are still things that are being not investigated and analyzed to make sure that it would be something that we could pull off here within our county, that it would be supported. So, and then the census would be something new for Marcia and myself, the policies and procedures and how to do it also.
Okay. When might something like that come back to the board for consideration? So we have that long-term plan.
Ooh, sorry. I would say that we're probably not this upcoming ballot, but probably in the next 2 years.
Okay.
Get through where we're at right now with the strategic planning. There is money right now, but then to keep long-term, I mean, it's been a long time since I think we've been asked. Oh, that's not me. It's been a long time since really Parks has been asked to create a list that potentially there could be funding that could be made available. So let's, yes, and we've looked at where we would have to give the purpose, the focus, and probably another of high area topics that down the road we'll want to look at and create a tax measure, put something on a ballot that can.
I'm sorry, through the chair, if you don't mind, it is that microphone that's making that noise. So we're going to switch it out real quick.
Well, we're in the budget meeting. We can buy a new one.
Then can I request that maybe, Marcia, if we have you sit at the staff table and speak? I apologize. Thank you.
So then lastly, okay, please go ahead and continue.
So it's definitely, we are looking at it. I think down the road there will be opportunity for it, absolutely. And I want to bring up about the CSAs. Judy and I have a meeting set up with Chris Woods, because Judy does the park side, health services agencies does the community center side, and we're going to meet and work together as far as what we can do with all our community centers as well, because they do need some attention. So we're going to come up with a plan with that. We're working on the 5-year strategic plan for parks. So it just starts to tie all of this together. So yes, there's opportunity.
Excellent. And then lastly, we're going back to the zoo, and not to negate anybody else's current experience and not knowing the full depth of it, but is it at some point would it behoove us to bring in a consultant that is an expert at analyzing what we would be very efficient at, regionally? I like bigger animals. I'm not saying we're going to put in a giraffe, but people like to see more than just possums and small little cute things. Obviously I remember as a kid going out there for the polar bear and the seals and things like that. So just kind of curious if we wanted to look at and that analyst may come in and give us 2 or 3 options to pursue that the board and whoever else would decide to move forward with.
So that's definitely an opportunity. I know that as we move forward with the East End, we will bring in a consultant. As we're developing the South County Park, we're also looking to bring in a consultant and guide us and provide assistance there. So it just depends on, do we want to do native animals? And I think we're still in that area. Is it native animals? We've talked about a petting zoo and having goats that could be multifunctional, that could go and graze and keep, land along a highway, let's say, clear. So we're still there. Who knows? Maybe we'll have a small brown bear or a fox but we can certainly go down that avenue if we find that through our staff, our zoo manager, and, we reach out to other zoos, we reach out to these associations, and if we need some more guidance, we certainly would not, hesitate to do that.
Okay. I would just volunteer that. I mean, if you look at marketing, if you all remember, there's Shamu the whale, right? Everybody remember Shamu? Well, it wasn't Sparky the goldfish that they were advertising was at Marine World. It was Shamu the whale. And so there was bigger seemed to be better for bringing people in and enhancing that experience. So maybe a brown bear would be unique if they could build the right habitat for it. I don't know. I'm just volunteering that I think that would behoove us to really look at what's scalable, what some options might be, so that at the time the board can discuss what we might think and what an expert might recommend.
Absolutely.
Great, thank you. Appreciate the presentation. Any other questions from anybody?
Chair, I'm just going to let you know too that I have a huge possum somewhere in my backyard. If you want to come by and grab it, and it's driving my dogs crazy. So
actually, I know how to trap that possum.
She's fun. She's actually one of the education animals. She's actually out on exhibit, and she actually goes into when there's children and stuff for the field trips and things. She's actually the animal that comes out. So as neat as they are in their backyard, they're actually pretty cool.
And when it comes to South County doing a park, think smaller is better. We need to be budget mindful, right?
You haven't seen our possums though. We need a lot of space.
All right. Well, then, thank you. Moving on. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments on this discussion
Thank you, Chair. No, we do not.
Okay. Thank you very much. So then we are CAO. Did we tee up and we have anybody else ready for us today? Okay.
Yes, we do.
Well, we have a mystery presentation next.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Chairman Patty, members of the board. Again, I'm Brenda Kiley, and at this time I will provide the board with a budget overview of the general government departments and programs. The general government functional area is composed of administrative, financial, and support services departments, as well as other non-departmental budgets. The administrative and financial departments provide services to county departments internally, as well as serve the public and other agencies in San Joaquin County. Examples of services that are provided to the public are property assessment and tax administration, recording and maintaining vital records, and revenue and recovery. The human resources, information systems, and purchasing divisions provide support to all county departments internally. There are also several non-departmental budgets under the general government function which allow for debt service, economic development, transfers, and allocating tobacco settlement revenues. The Registrar of Voters has been a unit of the Information Systems Division for several years, but was recently transferred to the County Administrator's Office as a standalone division. The Surveyor, which is under the Director of Public Works, is also part of general government. The Surveyor processes maps and legal descriptions for subdivisions, annexations, and county acquisitions and abandonments. For this discussion, we have added the contingency provision budget, since this budget is a component of general government functions, however, is not included in the general government functional area. The proposed budget includes the contingency provision funding through the general fund. This $5 million allocation is separate from the contingency reserve. Therefore, any use of the contingency provision budget will not reduce the reserve, allowing the balance of the reserve to stay at 5% of the total budget. The 21-22 recommended appropriations for general government departments and programs total $236.2 million, which is $152.2 million greater than the previous year. The change is primarily the result of transfers of fund balance from fiscal year 2021 to various reserves in 21-22. The chart displayed reflects the uses and sources of funds. The chart on the left reflects uses of funds and shows budgeted transfers out of $183.3 million, or 77.6% of total appropriations. Staffing costs total $48.6 million for 497 full-time and extra help staff, which represents 20.6% of overall appropriations. Services and supplies account for $25 million, or 10.6% of the total amount. The chart on the right indicates funding sources, with fund balance budgeted at $156.5 million, or 66.2%, and general purpose revenue at $55.6 million, or 23.5%. This chart has been updated slightly from the chart printed in the 21-22 proposed budget. The recommended budget adds a net of 5 full-time positions and decreases the number of full-time equivalent part-time positions allocated to general government departments by 3.8 for a full-time equivalent staffing of 497 FTEs. The additions and deletions of positions by department are displayed on the slide before you. Following are some of the highlights for various budgets within the general government functional area, beginning with the tobacco settlement budget. The tobacco settlement budget totals $6.7 million and provides the annual allocation of local tobacco settlement funds based on the policy guidelines established by the Board of Supervisors, consistent with the prior year budget. Actual revenue received in 2021 totals $7.6 million, and the fund balance anticipated at June 30th is approximately $1.5 million. The current allocation formula was approved by the Board of Supervisors in October of 2010 and ends in fiscal year 2021. During fiscal year 2021, a review was completed, and it has been determined that the policy guidelines and allocation formulas set by the board in October of 2010 are still appropriate. The allocation formula is shown in the chart on the slide before you. On this slide, the tobacco settlement policy guidelines are listed as follows. Restrict tobacco settlement trust fund monies to one-time uses not operational. Maximize use of non-county funding resources to meet community needs. Minimize debt financing costs requiring ongoing support. And adopt a general allocation formula for a 10-year time frame with a review and recommendation every 10 years. It is recommended that the board approve the policy guidelines and allocation formula for another 10 years, effective through 2030-31. The Human Resources Division has been greatly affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. In response, the division developed online resources such as a dedicated COVID-19 webpage, FAQs, centralized email inquiries and responses, and they held regular conference call meetings with department heads and staff. In addition, it conducted several employee trainings online, including new employee orientation. In the area of recruitment, the division leveraged technology to communicate with candidates and facilitate the selection process by reducing group sizes for written exams and conducting oral exams remotely. It also provided bilingual proficiency exams remotely and piloted a new applicant background check program. This program proved to be more efficient and will be fully implemented in 21-22. In 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic brought significant changes to federal and state leave laws to provide emergency relief to employees impacted by the pandemic. In response, the HR Leave Administration Unit provided the necessary guidance and oversight to implement time-sensitive COVID-19 protections and benefits to county employees. In 2020, HR processed over 4,000 COVID-19 related leave requests, providing approximately $5.8 million of paid leave to eligible county employees. Furthermore, changes in laws will increase the number of protected leaves in 2021. As a result, HR deleted 2 clerical positions and added a personnel analyst to support training and legal compliance in this area. Enrollment in self-funded county health plans is decreasing as fully insured options grow and become more cost competitive. The county now offers multiple fully insured health maintenance organizations, or HMO, and high deductible health plan options for its employees, which cover over 78% of the county employees. As a result, HR is looking to discontinue the self-funded plans in the future. And this, I think, is a great slide. In 2021, 13 new labor agreements were reached with 8 employee organizations as follows: California Nurses Association, San Joaquin County District Attorneys Investigators Association, San Joaquin County Sheriff Sergeants Association, Service Employees International Union Local 1021, San Joaquin County Attorneys Association, Union of American Physicians and Dentists, San Joaquin County Sheriff's Management Association, and most recently, San Joaquin County Management Association. As a result, the county is now in contract with 100% of its workforce, which I think is an excellent accomplishment for HR this year. Labor negotiations will begin with County Probation Officers Association in 21-22 as the current contract expires on December 31st. In 2021, the Information Services Department have multiple accomplishments, some of which include provided the technology and support to transform the county workforce to a telework environment, deployed a COVID-19 vaccine portal, completed PeopleSoft enhancements and delivered new tools to improve the county's financial and human resources systems, implemented Phase 2 of Microsoft Office 365, and assisted in the relocation of the Employment and Economic Development Department and the County Disaster Recovery Data Center. In 21-22, the department plans to continue to improve security for the county's critical data and technology infrastructure, complete PeopleSoft enhancements and deploy to remaining departments and special districts, deliver new automated electronic permitting and code enforcement system, expand and enhance technology solutions for the county's law and justice departments, implement Phase 3 of Microsoft Office 365, and provide technical support and project management for the county's redistricting process. The 21-22 budget for the Registrar of Voters includes funding for the June 2022 primary election. After the proposed budget was finalized, however, it was determined that a recall election for the governor's office would be imminent. Department staff estimates that the cost will be $4.1 million to conduct the recall election and will be fully reimbursed by the state. Since funding was not included in the department's 21-22 proposed budget, once the election is called, the department will bring an item for your consideration at a future board meeting to increase appropriations and estimated revenue. The date for the recall election is still undetermined, and it is anticipated at this point that the election will be conducted at 100 polling locations in San Joaquin County. Okay, on to supplemental requests. The clerk of the board submitted a supplemental funding request to add 1 office secretary at a cost of $87,637. This position would supervise 2 senior office assistants and oversee the general administrative functions of the office, including records management, accounting, payroll, and travel. This request is the result of increased workload in the department. The CAO recommends approval of this request. The assessor, recorder, county clerk requested supplemental funding of $1.9 million for the digitization, preservation, and indexing of historical documents and maps that are the property of the county. Over 300 volumes of historical San Joaquin County documents and 17,000 maps dating back to the 1850s are located in the San Joaquin County Historical Society Museum at Mickey Grove Park. The CAO recommends approval of this request. And finally, the Registrar of Voters submitted a supplemental funding request for 3 positions at a cost of $357,391. An elections manager is requested to manage the day-to-day activities and functions of the ROV office. An additional business analyst and election specialist will serve as subject matter experts, retaining knowledge gained through implementing best practices, and could eliminate the need to use costly outside consultants in the future. The CAO recommends approval of this request. Chairman Patty and members of the board, this concludes my presentation on the overview of the general government departments and programs. The respective department heads and I are available to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you very much. Very informative. Checking with the board, any questions? Vice Chair Wynn.
In regards to, excuse me, in regards to the records, capturing that, will this take care of all the records that the county currently stores historically?
Yes, it's not limited to the assessor, recorder, county clerk, because it's the county-wide records.
Okay, so, excuse me. So once we do that, I know what we'll probably do, retain the documents themselves, Mr. Besteres. So we'll continue to retain the documents back to 1850, correct? After we've digitized those for access for the public and I guess for county?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good morning or good afternoon, Chair Patty and members of the board. The answer is correct. We will be restoring the documents, which is a very thorough process. We will be digitizing the documents once they've been restored, and we will be indexing the documents to allow public access to all these documents from our website. Or a website to be determined. This is the property of the county, and however the board sees fit, our presentation, we're going to be coming forward either on the 13th of July or maybe that seems to be a pretty heavy meeting or a subsequent meeting. We will be coming back for the actual project that has been bid in this amount. So to answer your question that you asked, there are more records in terms of maps, and they're at California Street right now, and they're predominantly assessors maps. So that's the next project we want to bring forward, and we will effectively, in this proposal too, is included all the Board of Supervisors historical data over all the years, and it's pretty remarkable. And I think on occasion, the clerk of the board, when research needs to be done, those documents will also be accessible from the site. So the restoration process of these documents make the documents good for 500 years. They're in individual sleeves. They're disaster proof, as they call them. Sprinkler systems can go off, and the files, these map books, which is all the way back to book one, are our history. So they're useful for types of things like water laws, doing research and when maps were created and so forth. So we plan on giving the public 100% access.
I appreciate that. I guess my reason for my question is that excuse me, we have discussed in the past. We have several locations in the county where we store records, and I guess my question, and maybe this is beyond your current project and maybe the future one, is do we have a plan to capture all the historical records that the county possesses and ultimately may need? Because you touched upon one area which I know has been critical as far as water documents, with all the discussions, and I know it's only going to get worse with this drought coming up, as far as who's priority on water rights, et cetera. So the question is are we in addition to this particular specific project, are we looking at a long-term global capturing of historical documents within the county totally, and with a location, maybe it's locations, but wherever it is, where we would store them as opposed to all over the county in maybe one location? And the next question, which I think you touched upon, is access by the public. As always, and I know you're familiar with this, I won't say it's fairly easy, but it's we build things, but then we don't maintain them. We don't have the funding. So as this project is completed, and then potentially future projects are added to expand what we're doing, do we have the necessary revenues to maintain them, to provide staffing to assist the public or our own county employees as far as access? Is that part of the overall plan?
There's a lot said there, so I'll digress first and talk about record storage for all the records. Again, these are property of the county. I am aware that the Historical Society it's been brought to my attention through conversations with them that they are looking at a long-term project of approximately 200,000 square feet. 50,000 square feet of that would be for the more sensitive records, and the remainder, because you are correct, there's sheriff's documents throughout the county, there's maps that cities have, so there's a plethora of documents, and that's a bigger policy issue. From our perspective, these documents that are going to be preserved will be available in the recorder clerk's office for anyone to access if they want to access them. Currently, the access is done with gloves and with someone in attendance, so we have the staff here in this building, and we have the space to store this project in totality. And I think there's some other things. I think for the board, information and minutes, the clerk of the board may want them up on the 6th floor. We have yet to have that conversation. This project's probably going to be an 8 to 12 month project from beginning to end. And those are the type of discussions where things lie. And I want to emphasize, these are not the property of the assessor recorder clerk's office. They are the property of the county. You all are the stewards of the county, and we're less about the ownership and more about we're going to be the caretakers for this project. And we're committed, Ms. Regallo, we committed to Ms. Regallo that we will definitely initiate a project on the remaining map books that are California. They're sitting literally in open air and exposed to cold weather in the wintertime, hot weather in the summertime. So that'll be a pretty significant project. Less important nonetheless, but that's purely maps, assessor-related maps. These documents here are the actual books that were documented from book number 1 in 1850. So to be determined. And as you well know, in these projects, you start out with good intentions of putting together a project, and they grow and they grow. I think the most important thing is we're developing capacity to do this on an ongoing basis, and to provide the services to any other department if they, I've already sent flow charts of digitization we've done to other department heads that have requested it. So we are at everyone's service in the county.
Well, thank you. I would just ask Mr. Wolverding in regards to my question as far as the larger picture, as far as policy and our future consideration for expansion and adding other documents for this database, so to speak. And Ms. Regallo was probably involved, but anyway, I would just ask that somewhere along the way that the board would have an opportunity to see the bigger picture, which would build upon what currently Mr. Bessaritas is doing, so that we could capture everything at one point in time and then just continue to maintain it for the future. I think that'd be a great benefit for certainly the residents and future county employees, city employees, whatever, attorneys for this document search, which, as you know, is inevitable. So anyway, I just throw that out there just as a heads up.
And Supervisor Wynn, through the chair, as those come forward, we'll be happy to let you know and bring them forward. This was, I think, a first-time outing on our assessor's behalf, and it was new to us, and it is one-time money. And as far as the continuing cost of what that would be to maintain, I don't know that we've developed that quite yet. And that would, as you pointed out, be a consideration going forward, because if you spend $1 million or $2 to, preserve and maintain or establish that, I don't know what the ongoing maintenance cost is. It's probably a fraction of that once you get everything set up, but there's still a cost involved, and so we would have to figure that out as we move forward.
Great, thank you.
We also, just to wrap up on that thought, is we're in the process of doing a reevaluation of our space. As we speak, we hired a consultant, space planning, through facilities. They're actually managing the project. We are funding the project. And we are, I think, the first floor in the building that's looking at, for lack of better term, space planning, cubicle size, storage of information. This is included in our plan. And so, you know, the digitization project that you all approved last year is going to free up 5,000 square feet of space on the second floor. So, yeah, we thought it would be a great opportunity to evaluate the entire floor, to isolate our IT section and our mapping and digitization capacity in a more protected area, to be able to sequester and lock sensitive equipment. So, yeah, we have more capacity, and I think, as CEO Wilverding said, the real cost is up front. This particular project, these documents are going to go in sleeves, and you know, so it's going to double the need for space than we have out there currently, and so the upkeep is going to be our normal operations. It will not require additional full-time equivalents. And when customers do want to come and actually touch the documents, there will be a fee involved for that process, and for taking the documents out, and to review the documents as well too. So we want to keep a really close eye on the documents. And in some cases, especially whether it's the Army Corps or other state and federal agencies, they may want to see the actual documents. So we'll have that prepared for them as well.
Thank you. Great project.
Thank you.
Was I to understand correctly, you freed up 5,000 square foot in your office? So are you looking to downsize your department to a smaller floor or something?
Actually, Supervisor Patty, we want to grow. Again, that's what we're evaluating. And if we're able to decrease our footprint and reduce our rent, we're all for that. We're paying rent for the entire floor. And what we want to do is we want to optimize our operations. And, you know, this building was designed in 2006-07. It was actually completed in 2009. And it's time to kind of do a refresh. And we have new systems in place and new technology. And we want it to better reflect what our operations are. So
great planning.
Appreciate
that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Any comments, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Chairman. No, there's not.
Okay, so I have a question before we move on from general services, government. We're still in the general government, right? So I do have a question, and I know this is on the heels of our discussion at our last board meeting, but on one of our pages here, A6, under Board of Supervisors, Clerk of the Board, General Government, there's on the right-hand column, there's homelessness. So just, you know, we have Adam Cheshire that works for the county, and I am wondering, like at our last board meeting, I had brought up a request for some funding, but how come we don't have any requests from what would be considered our homeless director that works with Continuum of Care, and we have a great need? We have a strategic plan from Continuum of Care that has identified needs. And I'm just kind of curious, you know, how this happened that we even got to today, whereas I had to ask last board meeting about setting aside some dollars. How did we get to today where we don't have any requests for anything regarding homeless? And that could be for, you know, motel conversions. That could be for some of the housing that's needed for, you know, through Peter Ragsdale. I mean, you know, this is a very rife issue, and you've seen multiple departments talking about it today. But here we are on budget day, and we have not a single dollar being asked for. Am I understanding that correctly, or am I missing something somewhere?
Chair Patty, I'll try to respond to that. If you take a look at our budget book in our budget message, we did mention the low barrier shelter that you all had requested the blueprint for, and that we have funds available within the capital outlay fund to be able to support that. And we'll be looking to do that in July and that's likely going to be in a multi-million-dollar range, depending on what the blueprint shows. I think Ms. Basso, when she threw that her little overhead up last board meeting, was a $3.2 million estimate, I believe. So I'm unsure why the comment about being nothing about homeless in our budget book.
Well, just when we're here today, is it just because we didn't have an estimate from Ms. Basso of what that project would be? But we've got greater needs than just that one project. For us to go an entire year to get to a budget hearing today, and given the history, that last just 2 weeks ago, I was asking for a set aside. But it just to me, it begs the question. I know you're new as CAO and you didn't have a lot to do with this preparation, so I'm not resting this on your shoulders, but I'm really floating it out there to our staff in this county. How is it that we got to a budget hearing for allocations and there's an up in the air to be determined down the road, and we have some money in a pot that we might be able to utilize, and I understand it is there, but I was just, if we have a HUD director in Peter Ragsdale, and we've identified that we're missing something and we're not getting some of these soft dollars, how come that's not here? If we have a homeless director, somebody that's hired on these issues, how come he hasn't presented something? He sits on the Continuum of Care Board. Supervisor Miller has been extremely involved in that for years. How is it that we're here? And I had to fight for it 2 weeks ago, but we're here today without any specific ask. Is there any? This may be a rhetorical question. It may not be an answer to it. I just wanted to float it out. And I see Supervisor Miller would like to speak.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that we did actually have an ask that from the sheriff this morning that was a pretty significant ask, a whole new division within the sheriff's department, and a large portion of their activities is going to go to address quality of life issues. Further discussion was that after this budget is approved, that the sheriff's department and the district attorney and our county administrator and perhaps human services agency, healthcare services would get together, put their heads together and find out if there were any additional representatives that would be needed to collaborate with the sheriff's new division. So that's a pretty significant commitment, I think, that we've made today that has not come to us before. And it's following a year-long pilot that the sheriff did within his own budget. And so I wouldn't say there's nothing here today. I will say that in the context of this additional federal funding that we've received the first half of the American Recovery Act, and we're going to get another chunk. I think it's totaling almost 150 million, if I'm not mistaken, 148?
148 is correct.
Okay. That's a very large pot of one-time money. And I do believe that, and would concur with you, that as we go forward, there should be some strategic discussion with the board in terms of how best to utilize those one-time dollars to reap the longest term benefits for the residents of this county. And so, but in terms of what we approved here today, I feel like that it was a pretty big step. We may not have approved any specific capital improvement projects, but then we weren't given any specific projects from either the Housing Authority or Central Valley Low Income Housing or anyone else to bring forward to the board today. That doesn't mean we won't. So I just wanted to point that out to the board. The new division in the Sheriff's Department, we heard the sheriff say, can't even hardly remember when the last time a whole new division was created within the Sheriff's Department. From my standpoint, that's a pretty significant commitment.
Well, and one thing I'd like to point out to both Supervisor Miller and Chair Patty is that when we had our budget meeting, our last board meeting, we talked about the $108 million in surplus that we had developed because of the CARES funding and the cost replacement that we did with that. And as you may recall, we put over $50 million into the unfunded pension liability. We bulked up our 5% reserve, and we also added another $60 million to our $22 million of unprogrammed capital project money. So we have $82.2 million ready to go at any time through the year that, as a part of this budget process approval, will be available. And then, you know, we can bring things through the board. By we, I mean the county departments, and then it will be up to your board to decide if that's something that you want to act on. So there is, and it's one-time money. I want to keep saying one-time money because it is one-time money, but there is plenty of it there. And as Supervisor Miller pointed out, we do have $74 million we got last month. We're in the process of determining how that might best be deployed. We're working on that currently. And so there are quite a few things in the mill. It's a matter of bringing them to the board. We can do that at any time throughout the year. It doesn't have to happen at a budget break, although a lot of things we do happen at the budget time, but we did move the money and the money is available.
And CAO Wolverine, I appreciate that, and Supervisor Miller, that yes, we do have new services through the Sheriff's Department, which is monumental, but when we're looking at housing the unsheltered, when we're looking at, you know, sheltering programs, when we're looking at a myriad of things, I know that we've allocated some grant funding in the past, but, you know, for us to be here today, and this is something that perhaps in the future we would have a more aggressive approach by those that are handling this inside of the county. Because, you know, for me to have to wrestle over it 2 weeks ago, and for us to, you know, decide yes, no, maybe, when, now, you know, and to your point, CAO, it was not a defined program. There was a ballpark idea of setting aside dollars, earmarking it, so that we would, you know, have this partnership willingness, much as the city and county of Los Angeles, they've earmarked $1 billion available, not because they've identified that much money in spending, they've just identified this money is available, come get it. So I'm just, you know, talking out loud here. How is it we come in today and we don't have those departments asking for? So, and you're new to the job. This is not on your shoulders. I'm not saying that anybody's been derelict, but I'm just, you know, exasperating the point that we should have by this time, you know, when Continuum of Care meets and talks every month about projects and their strategic plan that's been adopted by cities and the county. Today and tomorrow is the day that we should be allocating the dollars that have been identified to facilitate that strategic plan that we've all signed on to. So again, I appreciate that the sheriff is engaged and he's created a new, I know the district attorney is engaged, but the one thing that's missing that we'll talk about, you know, in July is plans that could be stood up and funded. But I really feel as though we should have been there today. We should have had that today from those. Mr. Cheshire's got his fingers on the pulse of all of it. He knows every agency, every organization, every nonprofit, whether it be the Gospel Rescue Center or Stockton Homeless Shelter or, you know, or a myriad of others. Maybe by next year we'll have a more robust level of engagement of what else might be missing if we don't cover it in July. So, yeah. I guess there is no answer. It's a rhetorical question because we clearly don't have an ask for something related to homeless. It's on a page, but there's no dollars attached. So that said, moving on to our next mystery presentation.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman Patty, members of the board. I am now going to give an overview of the roads and facilities functional area. Budgets include various public works budgets, road districts, community infrastructure, and the 2 airport budgets. Overall, the 21-22 recommended total appropriations in the roads and facilities functional area is $107.7 million, which is a decrease of $2.7 million from the last fiscal year, primarily reflecting a decrease in airport capital improvement projects and a decrease in appropriations for road districts. The decrease is partially offset by an increase in public works construction of public roads, bridges, and related facilities. Of the $107.7 million, $61.8 million provides funding for capital and construction expenditures. Staff costs total $30.8 million, which includes 249.7 FTEs. In addition, there are offsetting expenditure reimbursements totaling $10.3 million. Nearly all of the funding is provided by state and federal monies, accumulated fund balance, or Measure K sales tax revenue. The budgets administered by Public Works not only include budgets in the roads and facilities, but also other budgets in other functional areas. The surveyor and fleet services budgets are in the general government function. Flood control maintenance is in the environmental protection function, and utility districts, CSA 31 Sewer Enterprise Fund and the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund are in the health services function. The overall Public Works budget is $166.7 million, which is an increase of $11.9 million from the last fiscal year, and there are a total of 430 FTEs recommended for 21-22. In 21-22, it is anticipated that 45 contracts will be under construction, totaling $44.3 million, primarily consisting of $8.3 million for 4 bridge projects, $13.8 million for 18 road maintenance and rehabilitation projects, $8.4 million for 6 resurfacing projects, and $13 million for 17 various projects related to safety, congestion, and right-of-ways. The road district's budgets provide funding primarily from property taxes for construction projects and road maintenance in the 5 county districts. The recommended budget for 21-22 is $10.7 million, which is a decrease of $1.5 million from last year. Funds are used to provide road-related services within the individual road districts. The airport budgets are comprised of the Airport Enterprise Fund budget and the Airport Capital Projects budget. The 21-22 recommended airport budget totals $10.2 million, which is a decrease of $6.3 million from the 21-22 adjusted budget, primarily due to a $6.6 million decrease in capital projects. The 21-22 recommended Airport Enterprise Fund budget, operating budget, totals $5.1 million, which is an increase of approximately $260,000 from the 2021 adjusted budget. The budget includes the addition of 2 crafts worker positions to provide increased support for the airport maintenance due to additional property and aging infrastructure requirements. The recommended budget includes continued county support of the airport by providing a general fund loan of $640,000 to the Airport Enterprise Fund, which the county will leverage with the FAA for current and future Airpark 599 land development opportunities. Due to the COVID-19 impacts, Allegiant Air Service was reduced by approximately 51%. Allegiant continues to provide service to Los Angeles and Phoenix Mesa Gateway, Arizona. The airport has ongoing discussions with Allegiant regarding opportunities for additional flight destinations. The 21-22 recommended airport capital projects budget totals $5.1 million, which is a decrease of $6.6 million from the 2021 adjusted budget. The budget includes multiple capital projects to address aging infrastructure, equipment, and security improvements. In April 2020, the FAA notified the airport it would receive approximately $18.6 million in CARES Act funding for capital projects, payroll, utilities, and other needs. The 21-22 recommended budget includes $1.1 million in CARES Act grant reimbursement. In February 2021, the FAA notified the airport that it would receive approximately $1.5 million in Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act funding. These funds can only be used to assist airports with efforts to prevent, prepare for, and respond to COVID-19 pandemics. Chairman Patty, this concludes the staff's presentation on roads and facilities. The both departments of Public Works and Airport staff are here available for questions.
Road, facilities, and airports, correct? Thank you. Any questions right away? I have a question. If anybody's here from airport, it was 18.6 million of CARES for, and it's under the capital improvement. CARES, it was a CARES allocation.
Excuse me, I was looking for the airport person. I didn't hear the question.
And this will also be a question for our CAO, because I know you're on the Airport Advisory Committee.
I've been off of that, Chair Patty, for over a year.
Oh, okay. You and I both.
Yeah.
Got it. Yes, from the airport.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair, Board of Supervisors. My name is Ellen Nussbaumer. I'm the Operations Supervisor. Russ is at a air service development conference trying to get us some more airline, which is why he's not here today.
A little louder in the mic, please.
Sorry. Is that better?
Thank
you. So Russ is at an air service development conference trying to connect with airlines and hopefully bringing more business to the airport. So Jeff Marcia and I are here to answer your question. And you had something on the 18.4
So yes, the 18.6 million. At one point there was discussions of facilities improvements, even a new terminal, anything. Is any of this dollars earmarked for something like that? 18.6 million is a significant amount of money. So I'm curious, what would be the use, or what's being earmarked, or when do you have to use it by? And then, I know our CAO has talked about this county may want to consider some contributing funds to the airport to maybe accomplish some modernization or upgrades.
So the 18.4 million is to be used for any lawful purpose that the airport would, which is operation and maintenance and capital project with approval from the FAA. So the primary support that we use that for is really O&M, operations and maintenance. Those are the first priority that we have. The terminal at that point is not on the horizon for the near future, simply because we've lost a lot of revenue from the airlines and they're still recovering, and the recovery is going to take several years. So we are looking at capital project to help other infrastructure on the airport, namely our general aviation apron, which we've brought to the board to move forward with that project. This is in dire need of TLC. It hasn't been done in many years, so that's one of the focus that we have right now. And the rest, we're looking at improvement within the terminal currently to spruce it up, modernize it as much as we can. So we're looking ready when airlines start picking up, if we can bring another airline, since we're not going to be moving into a new terminal anytime soon, and then different project to help with that.
Okay, and I would just then turning back to the CAO, I know at one point you had mentioned something that the board may want to consider is the use of some dollars, and 18.6 million, if you're even earmarking portion of it, that might be, we can join some funds and maybe do something more. Anything you have in mind?
That would be entirely possible. Two things I wanted to add too, as I'm going through my brain as you're talking, is there's also planned is a full taxiway area resurfacing, right?
So we've completed that piece. The funds, as you probably know, with the FA comes with a lot of string attached to it on how you can use the fund. The GA apron project is about 9.2 million right now, but we're looking at different aspect of the airport to just really improve that. And the second part of your question, which I forgot I didn't answer, was when it needs to be used by, and that's 4 years from when it was issued. So we have until 2024 to use that money.
And I believe there's also the gate project has been human manned now for probably a year, which is going to be a complete, because there's what do you want to call it, a high security gate badging system that's out at the airport because of the commercial service that we have. And apparently it went down. And they're doing a full reinstall of it, and it's a pretty massive project because there's multiple gates and it's a high security level, and that's a ground-up issue. I believe that's also included in that.
Correct. We got some funding for that from the FAA. Our access control system is more than on its last leg and is in very dire need of being replaced. And we just kickstarted that project Monday, so yesterday we had the launch for that. So we're looking forward to this. And we've identified, there's area of the airport that are currently not really meeting standards. So we have TSA, if you come to the airport, we'll be more than happy to give you a tour. The TSA, where the screen bag is not separated from the airline. So there's some commingling that's not up to standard that would require some work to be done there. So we're looking at this. The current process for the airline to get the baggage in and out is very inefficient. They have to go to bring the luggage to the passenger. They literally have to go through a gate, drop the bags, and then go back into the airfield. So it's very, it takes time for them to do that, especially when you have a system that's not working very well. So we're looking at improving that piece also with the CARES money that we're going to have.
Okay. And CAO Wilverding, is that something that perhaps in the future you might work with Russ and maybe come back to the board with some ideas or possible allocations?
I would be tickled to do something like that. Yeah, I think that would be great. I know Russ had been on vacation recently, and with everything going on with the budget, again, the money's in it's unprogrammed in the capital outlay fund, and if we could justify doing something that on a one-time money that would give that airport an even better facelift, I think that would be a totally appropriate use of the funds.
And so I would just encourage that whatever, before you're spending money on something that might be a Band-Aid on top of a bigger plan or program, to maybe work with our CAO and let's look at the short and long-term use of some dollars, so we're not spending a significant amount of money on a Band-Aid when we might be able to fund to a greater extent some dramatic improvements or changes.
And that's kind of what we're looking at. That's the plan, to really not look at just right here what's happening and is that going to take us for the next 2 years, but how can we actually integrate everything to make sure that if we're going to be in that building and using the airport the way it is for the next 6-7 years until we can truly move into a new facility, how do we ensure that this happen so that it's not just a couple of years and then in a couple of years we have to do it again.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, any comments or public statements on this?
Thank you, Chairman. No, there's not.
Okay, thank you. Moving on.
That was our last section for the day. Tomorrow's sections need to take place at that time due to the agenda items requirements.
Okay, fantastic. Well, then I think I have something to say. I don't know if any board members have any policy direction for staff, and we have another opportunity, of course, at the conclusion of our second day, which would be tomorrow. Any comments or suggestions? Or yes, Supervisor Miller.
This really isn't policy direction, so I'm happy to go last, but if you're going to call for final comments, I'm happy to do it then, or if you'd rather have me go now.
You got the floor.
All righty. This is to the board. New and potentially significant information has surfaced regarding the redistricting contract with San Joaquin Redistricting Coalition since the board acted on it on June 8th, 2021. After consulting with County Council and our CAO, I'm informed that I should utilize the language provided in February by County Council Miles when this board reconsidered the LOI with Common Spirit Dignity after new information was received. Our board rules require the approval of a majority of the Board of Supervisors to reconsider a matter that has already been decided by a unanimous vote. And while this board conditionally approved the contract unanimously, for clarity and transparency, there were a number of conditions that still had to be met. For clarity and transparency, I'm asking that the board vote today to agendize this matter so that the full board can review and discuss the information received and clarify our direction to staff at our next regular board meeting on July 13th. So I'm making this in the form of a motion.
I'll second that.
I know that when we had that discussion before we take a vote, I know that there was a timeline that they were trying to get. Is Ms. Voris here? I know there was a timeline for action that you guys have looked at for polling and kind of engaging with that redistricting commission that's currently meeting within the early part of July, I believe, is the first. This is pretty much in motion.
The State Commission, California Citizens Redistricting Commission, is having hearings, but they're meeting all summer. The first meeting they're having in our region is July 12th. We did send a letter to the vendor, SJRC, and we received some responses, but they're still lacking a lot of details. So we were going to have a meeting next week with them because Mr. Bibb's on vacation this week. So we can't really move forward until he gets back, which is next Monday. So it still wouldn't happen until at the earliest next week.
Okay, and so is there just some missing information?
Yes.
At this point? So why would we want to re-agendize something all the way back to July 13th or whenever our next board meeting is? If, let's say, your questions or answers
It's
or
not
something.
my motion. I don't know anything about the motion.
Okay. So Supervisor Miller, could you give a little clarity before we take a vote as to why we would want to re-agendize this?
Well, as I said in the statement, the language was approved for me, was that new and potentially significant information has surfaced that could impact this contract. And for clarity and for transparency, we can't discuss it today. It can't be discussed unless it's agendized, and the only way we can re-agendize it is for this board to vote today to re-agendize it for discussion. So the next regular meeting is July 13th. I believe that after tomorrow, our budget hearing, we don't have a meeting until then. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so, I mean, I think we're talking about the difference of a week, but it is potentially significant, and the full board should have the opportunity to understand it and discuss it. So that's why we did this in February with the LOI, and it's why I was instructed to use the same language that we used then to revisit something.
And so in February, the LOI was related to what?
That was to the hospital and moving forward with Dignity Common Spirit. We received additional information, and the board reconsidered the vote.
Oh, understood. Gotcha. Well, we have a motion. I don't know why we want to delay. If you're meeting next week to get answers or some information that you're still looking for, but Supervisor Miller said there's significant something that her language is. So we have a motion and a second. It's adopted 3-2. Is there any other comments or, let's see, reading again? We have board members. They have, let's see, policy direction for staff, and we do have another opportunity tomorrow. Is there any additional comments for staff at this time? Supervisor Wynn.
Yes, in fact, you mentioned it earlier in your conversation in regards to our agenda and the mystery. I'm looking at the agenda that was posted, and it's got all these NCOs listed, which we're not talking about. Plus, the only two items that were on the agenda was the sheriff and the library, and yet we've had one presentation after another. And I'm not being critical, and just a question is, how does the public know what we're going to be talking about if we don't include it on the agenda so they can review it before we have our meeting? So that's my question is, we've had a number of presentations here, great presentations, great staff reports, great PowerPoints, great everything, and yet going through this agenda as an average resident, I don't see any of that unless I watched the meeting today. So how do people know that they can comment on something when they don't even know it's going to appear? And then on top of that, we don't even do the NCOs that are listed for today. So, and just a question, I'm not sure of what we're doing here. I guess that's my question. And I agree with Supervisor Patty or Chair Patty. It's a mystery as to what's happening. So it seems like we should be a little more thorough in our presentation as far as the agenda and the listing of discussion items that we'll have during the day.
Through the chair, I can respond to that if you'd like.
Sure.
So the agenda title is the public hearing to adopt the fiscal year 2021-2022 final county and special districts budget. And so that encompasses the entire adoption of the board's budget, which is then detailed in the supporting documents.
You know, I appreciate that, but that just doesn't make any sense. And the reason I say that is because we've got 2 days of hearing. How does anybody know what day we're going to talk about anything when we don't even talk about what's on the agenda for today? That's my question is, you know, we could list everything that's been presented here today, just like we did the sheriff's presentation. I didn't see anything about the district attorney making a presentation. I didn't see anything about all these other, and I'm not being critical of staff. I'm just saying, as a member of the public, how in the heck do I know what we're going to talk about if you don't even list it in our agenda to provide them with that information beforehand? That's my question. And so I'm assuming this is going to be on tomorrow's agenda, the NCOs. And so, again, if I were an average resident and I had one of these organizations that I was very supportive of, I'd be tuning in today to find out what's going on. Well, it didn't happen today. So I guess my question is, and I know this Chair Patty is very concerned about wasting time, but I just don't understand why we have, and just saying this is the budget and we're going to talk about it doesn't cut it for me, because I think one of the things that we all know is when we provide an agenda that the public has the opportunity to understand what would be discussed so they can weigh in either beforehand or attend the meeting or whatever. And I'm just saying that didn't happen. So I hope in the future that we have a little more detail in regards to our agenda as to what's going to happen on any particular day so people can plan ahead and make sure that they see that's the presentations that were made. Otherwise, nobody would have a clue that all these presentations were given. So anyway, just a comment. Thank you.
And through the chair, one of the reasons for doing it this way is so that the board has a little bit of flexibility. Like today, we were able to move up general government and roads and facilities. If we had agendized it specifically on a specific date, then we would not be able to shift things around or make adjustments. But we can certainly look at possibly expanding the title. We've talked about making some changes to the agenda for next year so that it's one agenda for the entire budget process, and it may be able to elaborate a little bit more.
I appreciate that, but you know, our agenda is not provided for our convenience. It's provided for the public's convenience. We all are paid, you know, every 2 weeks, and we have a job to do. If we go too long or we go too short, just based upon what we have, that's fine. But for the public who doesn't know, I think that's a disadvantage for them. Thank you.
Supervisor Miller, did you just want to speak again?
I just want to chime in on that. I was going to wait until the very end of the second day, but I went back and reviewed previous years, and last year we did it like this, and I just assumed that was because of COVID and there was no public and everybody was there was very limited participation. But prior to that, I thought we did break out the agenda, correct?
That's correct. And it was, you know, to the board, it was my suggestion last year to simplify the agenda so that we did have more flexibility.
Right.
So we did used to have a very unique agenda for the budget, which was very different from our regular agendas. Mm-hmm. So this was more in line with our regular agendas, a typical title for an agenda item to adopt a budget.
Right.
But what I'm hearing from the board is if they want to go back to a more detailed agenda with everything broken out, we can do that. And there may still be ways that we can be flexible with moving things around on different days.
It seems as though I mean, don't we have the ability to, if we run out of time, to push an item over to the next day? So it seems like we would have the ability to maybe load up the first day and let the public chair can announce at the beginning, we're going to break at the end of the day. We're not going to go any longer than 4 p.m. or whatever day we decide, or whatever time we decide on. And if we don't get to some of those things, they will be pushed over to the next day. People could monitor that. But the other thing along the same lines that my office was hearing from people is, we didn't get anything in advance. We're just getting started, and there's a 500-page budget to wade through. How can we possibly get through this? But the board, we were given that high-level summary almost 2 weeks in advance. If we could make that high-level summary available for review or present it, and knowing that, yes, it's a draft, but this is where we're at as of today, I think it would be very helpful to the public so that they would have a better understanding of what's coming up. What is the board looking at? Especially when we're talking about things, as our chair says, we're going to have a lot of other, issues coming up. This would give people a heads up. I just think going forward, maybe we want to look at that for next year.
We can certainly look at that, Supervisor Miller. As Chair Patty mentioned earlier, this was my first rodeo in the new role, and as I mentioned this morning, we were down to staff, and we got through everything. So we can certainly look at any improvements we can do for the coming years. We'd be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, seeing no further comments or questions, we're going to adjourn and recess to Wednesday, June 23rd, 2021 at 9 a.m. for the continuation of the 2021-22 County and Special District Budget hearing. Thank you.
Yeah, please. It seems like it's gone. Weird.